Let's get all the stream stuff set up. Hey folks, so I gotta make sure I have a YouTube and Twitch muted. I do. All right, perfect. It's been a good week since the last stream, I think, give or take. Let me actually double check that. I've been kind of out of it this past week. It's when was the actually exactly about a week. Yeah, almost exactly a week. So, like on one hand, I don't want to log in because I actually have my buff ticking down, and although this is not a serious like speedrun or anything, I'm just gonna log into like a random blood elf that I use to reserve my name on the server, just so that I don't have to listen to like the really loud music while I ramble. So, okay, yeah, past week, so obviously I posted the leveling guide, and I got my monk up to 85, and it's, like, I've taken, like, a mini vacation. I've still been working on, like, mop stuff, but I've been doing chill mop stuff, and a lot of it you'll get to see, because one of the main things, like, the two main things I've spent my time doing is I have started getting my monk set up for launch day run or speed running. I'm like 95% sure at this point that I'm going to do my first 85 to 90 on my monk, and then that also means I have it at this point almost prepped to do, like, about as prepped as I'm going to be for leveling testing. So my current plan is my guild is doing Dragon Soul this week again. We're doing 2 runs. I'm bringing my Blood DK to one of them. I'm bringing my monk to the other. And I am... I'm gonna see how much loot I can get from that, and then afterwards, I'm gonna just blast a bunch of 85 to 90 test runs. That is the current plan. And let me just make sure I got everything posted correctly. Yeah. So I've gotten that done. We did do 1 Dragon Soul run, and we did... How many bosses are there? We did everything except Spine and Madness on Heroic. Honestly, not that hard. Significantly easier than I thought, especially because most people were, like, running around like chickens with their heads cut off. Obviously, you know, it's, you know, mythic raiders from retail who are just generally good at this stuff, but we had never really seen it except for, like, 2 people on our raid, or at least one of them had seen it, the other did a shitload of research. And Brewmaster's really good, even missing its level 90 talents, which are really impactful, it's still very strong. I pretty much solo tank the entirety of it, other than bosses that require a taunt swap. But yeah, did shitloads of damage on Brew, it's incredibly tanky, very fun, and we are definitely going to try Spine and Madness. I think on both days. We have 2 10-mans set up right now, because, like, I think we have enough people from the retail team interested. The plan is to do a 25-man in MoP, but a lot of people are still leveling, so right now it's like, we have enough to fill about, like, 2/3 of a 25-man, so instead we've split it into 2 10-mans, and then people like me who have 2 geared alts, obviously I'm going to tank both runs, etc., so makes it a little bit easier. But that is one thing that I obviously needed to get set up for. At this point, obviously my monk already tanked the first run, and I've gotten literally full bis, or full pre-bis. Basically, my monk is full bis outside of items that I can get from Heroic Dragon Soul. So, and even then, I got really lucky in our Heroic Dragon Soul run. I got the Heroic Shoulders off Morchok, which is probably the single biggest upgrade I could have gotten outside of trinkets and weapons, obviously, from Deathwing, because monks obviously can't get tier, and you can get 397 in every single slot except one of your ring slots and shoulders, and trinkets, but, well, technically, yeah, good trinkets, right? So I got the shoulders, which was an upgrade from 384 to 415, so that is massive. And then I also got the Heroic Blackhorn trinket, which is flat agi haste proc, I think, which is technically not amazing for Brewmaster, but we don't really have too many, like, fantastic options, and haste is not bad up until a point. So effectively what I did after getting that is I just eradicated, like, all of the haste on my gear, and at this point, whenever that trinket procs, I'm, like, almost overflowing with energy. So it's overall fine. It's better at this point just for me to stack crit. And although I would rather have Vial of Shadows, ideally I just run both of them in conjunction, and I'm hoping I get Vial of Shadows. I think most people in my guild understand that, like, because of the whole speed leveling thing, right, I care much more about the loot than they do. For them, it's just like a whatever thing they'll replace in a week. So a few of them have already said, like, yeah, Vial of Shadows drops, you know, I'll let you have it. So they don't really care that much. And what else? I guess the other thing is it's kind of weird where on one hand I have the 290 Nokoleds from doing rune dungeons, which is good. I mean, they're nice, but it would help to get better weapons. Normal Kirill dropped from the Madness one, but I didn't get it, and I probably would have given it to our Feral Druid anyway. Kirill is obviously good for Brewmasters, and I would say it's probably slightly better defensively, but it should go without saying that damage procs are phenomenal. So if you can get a damage proc thing, you usually want it. Like, Vial of Shadows is obviously a very good agi trinket, so that I'm definitely going to try and get. But if we're comparing for, like, a leveling context, and I think Nokoled is still better, even, like, on bosses in terms of, like, optimal damage. Not 100% sure on that, but I can say for a leveling context, while Kirill is not terrible, the reality is a lot of times you're going to pull a bunch of mobs, Kirill's going to proc, it's going to start ramping up its agi bonus, and then you'll have already killed the mobs, like, by the time that it hit 10 stacks, and then it fades. It's like, okay, well, who cares, right? What's the point of even doing all that? So, in contrast, Nokoled, on, like, a random leveling mob, if you attack it and you just get 2 procs, it's the same thing with, like, Elemental Force. Low levels and, like, retail speedrunning. You just get the procs off, boom, boom, the mob's dead. So, damage proc stuff, front-loaded damage like that, especially when the internal cooldown is, like, going off in between pulls, so you realistically get an infinitely higher uptime on the damage procs than you would expect, like, hitting a target dummy, just because if you one-shot a mob, go around, pick up, like, I don't know, fucking turnips on the ground in Valley of the Four Winds or something like that, and then you run over, hit another mob, well, the ICD has come off, boom, boom, you blast the mob, and then you're back to picking up turnips. Oh, another mob, boom. Like, your proc goes off. So, I probably don't need to explain why damage procs are good, but it just helps as a reminder, so obviously, getting a Nokoled would be nice. However, I have an ace up my sleeve. I've kind of mentioned this, but the weapons from Dread Wastes, the bind and account stuff, that has a level 86 requirement. Now, monks have it even better, where they can technically get Spear of Swen, an archaeology thing, but I'm realistically speaking not going to be able to do archaeology while leveling on day 1. That's not going to be a thing. If you are leveling your monk as your alt, sure, go for it. Probably not something that I will be able to do. Especially because I think, like, even if I wanted to do archaeology on an alt account, it wouldn't be practical, simply because I have, what's it called? I think I need to unlock it in Veil of Eternal Blossoms, or something like that. So it's not practical, I feel. But the, what's it called? The Dread Waste weapons are basically almost as good for, like, a day 1 thing. And it's definitely a sizable increase, especially at level 86, compared to anything else you can get. So, I think that there is a decently reasonable chance that I will be able to potentially get the Dread Waste weapons. Because obviously I have a lot of alts on dead servers, and in theory, if I take those alts on dead servers on my alt accounts, and as I'm leveling on my main account, let's say I take my Death Knight on Sulfuris, and I get through the intro, but I don't actually do the intro, I just jump off the boat, hit Path of Frost, and then run to the Dread Wastes across the water. Well, I don't need to fight any mobs, then I just hit the beach, it might be difficult to make your way in. I will probably practice that at least once on the PTR, or beta rather, just to see exactly how it plays out. But once you're there, I mean, if I need to corpse run a little bit, it doesn't really matter, because the entire point is I'm trying to do like a mostly autopilot run to those weapons. And especially within the first few hours of the expansion, well, nobody's going to be there. There's going to be nobody competing for it. So I just run over, I grab the fucking thing, and it's BOA, so it doesn't matter if it's on a different server, then I can mail it to my monk that I'm currently playing, and in theory, that should work. I don't see why it wouldn't, but again, like I said, I'll have to test just to be sure. But all that to say, if that does actually work the way I think it will, I am less concerned about getting like a Dragon Soul weapon. It'd still be nice to have, especially because the weapons don't work until 86, and it would take me time to get them anyway, so even if I could use it at 85, I probably wouldn't be able to get it until by the time I'm done with the first level. But, the difference between a 416 or 415, whatever it is, and 390 no-collet is, like, not that big of a deal. Something like Vial of Shadows would be much more important, because that I realistically will not replace the entire leveling process, so that would be good to have. What else? Yeah, so in addition to getting my monk set up, I have, just responding in Discord, I've spent a lot of time farming pets, and just running old raids for transmog, gold, etc. And I have a lot of pets at this point. I have a lot of pets. 219, and you may be like, oh, well, how many of those are duplicates? Not that many. Not that many. Really, a lot of the duplicates are like the ones that you can buy off vendors, like the moths, things like that. I have a lot of pets, and I have not actually done a single pet battle yet. I kind of wanted to wait and do it on this stream, but I knew that I wanted to do this. I just got raiding with leashes earlier today, which is why it kind of took me a little bit longer to start this. I soloed, air quotes, soloed. You actually can solo Twin Emperors only on Death Knights, but maybe Hunters can do it. I'm not sure. I don't have any Hunters. Death Knights can do it, and it takes like 5 minutes just spamming Necrotic Strike to get through the heal. But I did some, like, multi-box soloing with, like, 2 of my characters, where you, like, put dots on one of them and have them, like, constantly switch places. And I just got a new computer a few days ago. I haven't fully set it up yet. It's, like, barely set up, not enough for streaming, so I'm still streaming on my old computer. But I have it, like, World of Warcraft installed and stuff, so I have, like, my keyboard for the other computer next to me. So I literally have, like, my left hand on one keyboard and my right hand on the other keyboard, and I'm just kind of, like, button mashing, because it's hard to, like, do a fluid rotation with just one hand, especially when you're having to, like, constantly look back and forth between both screens. But I would just, like, position my keys on, like, okay, Devastate, Heroic Strike, and Thunderclap, and I would just, like, mash those buttons over and over and over on, like, one keyboard, and then the other one I would, like, actually kind of try and play. And I managed to get 3 kills, so fucking Anubis Idol finally, but it took 3 kills to actually get it, which is a bit of a pain in the ass. Especially because Hunkaraj is on a very annoying raid. But we got there, so I have a lot of cool pets that I can experiment with while leveling up. That should be fun. And it's been a nice little mental break, because I've been getting the leveling guide finished and getting, like, that speedrun and stuff stressed me the hell out. It was just a rough couple weeks, and I'll be honest, the announcement of the patch being on the 5th really kind of tanked my mental a bit. I was not expecting it to be that soon. And it's one of those things of, like, what can you do, right? But I've kind of resigned already myself to the fact that I'm not going to be able to finish the Keystone Hero challenge. And I'm pushing it back to Season 3, but I kind of posted in Discord that I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna finish up, like, a few bits and pieces of it before the end of the season. And I'm gonna be honest, over the last 2 days, I've kind of just lost any and all motivation to do more work on that for the rest of Season 2. It's just kind of like I have so much already going on that I'm going to have to do it all again next season, and I will, but I'm not going to try and, like, chip away at like a little bit of progress now or whatever. It's just whatever I finish now, I finish now. The only one I probably will do is I'll do Havoc Demon Hunter and Demo, because I'm literally like one dungeon away from both of them. So I will finish those, and then I will be able to say I at least got Keystone Hero in every class, not on every spec, but we'll call it there. Especially because any time that I do spend on retail in the coming weeks, I need to start doing PTR testing so I can make guides for 11.2, and I also want to focus more on my tanks. So I probably will get 3k on various tank specs as I get them prepped and get vaults in them and stuff like that. But if it's not a tank, like, you know, Assassination Rogue, I was having fun with, and I actually have done a few 12s on Assassination. It was gonna be the 3k spec, but that is just going to be shelved for now. Again, we'll definitely revisit in Season 3, but it's just really hard to find the motivation to do that when there's so much other stuff that I need to get done, right? And I'd rather force myself, or not force myself to work on something just like arbitrary that I set in stone, especially when, you know, long term I will still get done. And when there's stuff that I am actually motivated for that is just genuinely more important. So we're just going to focus on that. And like this pet battle thing, this is more of like a for fun kind of split the difference, where obviously there's nothing major. There's no major reason that I need to do this stream. But I want to. I like pet battling. I've always said I like pet battling, and I definitely want to get to work on that at some point. So, gonna do that. Now, before I switch over to the character that I will be using, I guess I should make it clear how I plan to approach this, because the title is, you know, vague, right? I am going to approach this in a sense of the main way that I will be leveling is pet battling related stuff. Again, it's not a speed run. It's not a challenge run. I'm not adhering to a specific rule set and like abiding to that, you know, to the letter or anything like that. I want to level up one of my monks, and instead of just doing yet another traditional questing speedrun that I've already done a billion of, I'm just gonna do 2 birds, 1 stone. I'm gonna get pet battling stuff done as I level up one of my characters. So, with that being said, I have gotten a few pandas through the starting zone and gotten them up to 20 so that I can start farming the monk quests. And I'm just going to be using one of those for this. It's on one of the dead servers. Obviously, I would like to get this character to 85 so that I can, you know, as previously said, use it to check stuff in Pandaria on these dead servers when it launches. So you can see here I have my level 21 monk. I got it to 20, and then I've done multiple days of the daily quest, which is like surprisingly good experience, especially because it's giving you the 50% buff. And this does mean that I'm going to be largely wasting my 50% buff on this character, but like, I don't really care that much. It's like, again, 2 birds, 1 stone, right? I'm either going to do this on one of my mains, in which case I'm making 0 progress towards leveling, or I do it on this character, and oh, fuck it. So, as I said, it's like, you know, nothing incredibly specific. The goal is to just make progress on the pet battle stuff. So, obviously, first thing I need to do is actually have my mounts and stuff here. And where's my Traveler's Tundra there? And since obviously it's not like a speedrun, I'm not gonna set a timer or do anything like that. I'm just kind of vibing. I don't think it looks like I did actually train, because the little pet battle icons are showing up, so I must have done that as I went past the pet trainer. I don't think I picked up any of the quests though, so I'm going to go to the pet trainer anyways. Bigwigs has been really annoying me. I don't know why it like does the permanent pop-up on your character of like, you do not have bigwigs updated, blah blah blah, but it's like, yeah, I don't give a shit. I don't even know if they have a Miss Pandaria module, but that is like a really annoying way to get people to update, because most people like me are just going to disable it and then not think about it. Leatrix Plus did that at some point too, where it's just like, if you didn't have it updated, it had like some text-to-speech thing that screamed at you I just despise that shit. It's just like, who cares if people don't have your add-on fully up to date? Like, why do you need to install shit into it to just piss people off? I don't know. Weird design choice by add-on developers. But the first thing that I'm gonna do is, like I said, I haven't done any pit battling, so I'm just gonna do all the intro shit. I'm gonna just learn, well, already have learned it, apparently, but I'm gonna get, like, the starter quests and follow the campaign, and then, obviously, I need to level up some of my initial pets, but then, as I level them up, what I'm gonna try to do is, obviously, 100% each zone, and collect every single wild pet. Because it's not, like, good experience, but again, 2 birds, 1 stone. Let's see. Okay, win a pet battle. Straightforward. Something interesting, I think, that not a lot of people know, but, so, like, Jade Crane Chick here. This is a pet that is actually going for a decent amount in the auction house, primarily because I think people don't realize how to get it. But there's this weird quirk with, mop pet battles, or mop, like, pet trainers and stuff. I believe it might actually still exist this way on retail. But there's a lot of pets, so Jade Crane Chick is one of them. What's the other one? I think it's one of the crabs. And a big one, very, very big one, is Gilnean Raven. So there's a lot of pets like this, where the only way to get it, if I hover over, yeah, you can see vendor Will Larson's Darkshore. Now, the acquisition thing is a bit misleading, because that would lead you to believe there's a guy in Darkshore that you talk to, and then he sells you this pet. That is not completely accurate. What Will Larson's is the trainer, the pet battle trainer in Darkshore. There's one in, like, a lot of different starting zones. So he's like this guy, but for Alliance players in Darkshore. And if you talk to them and do the interest in catching some rare pets, and it would be shown here, obviously I've already trained it, which is why I'm showing already known, then if you are that specific race, and you talk to that specific pet trainer, they offer you this pet. The Worgen one is interesting, because, like, it is, you need to talk to that specific one. Goblin have a similar one, it's like some sort of shore crawler, I think. And Panda, it's either Alliance or Horde, and I think any pet battle trainer will give you the option. But if you have a Worgen, you can just go there, you can talk to the guy, and you can cage these pets. So, in theory, you could talk to him, learn Gilnean Raven, cage it, learn another Gilnean Raven, and so all of those pets that you see people posting in the auction house, the Gilnean Ravens, the Jade Crane Chicks, they're effectively infinitely farmable just by talking to the vendor. But a lot of people just don't know how to get them, and while I don't necessarily know how powerful Jade Crane Chick is, I would imagine not very, because I've never heard of it before, it is unique that at least those 3 pets, the Worgen, Goblin, and Panda ones, can only be obtained in this way. There's no other method for getting them, and you need to have a character of that race. And especially stuff like getting Gilnean Raven on, like, Fairlina, a Horde-populated server. I haven't looked at the prices, but I would imagine it's going for a decent amount. And that one is very good. Gilnean Raven is a very, very, very good pet, especially because there's a good amount of pets in retail that have this moveset. I know that one of them, the most popular, is the Warlords of Draenor, like, Deluxe Edition pet. So a lot of people have that one, but obviously that doesn't exist right now. So Gilnean Raven is going to be a very strong pet, and will likely be really, really good to get. Now, luckily, I actually already had a character of all those races. I have the Goblin that we did back in Cataclysm, when I was leveling a Goblin Warrior, so I just used that to get the Crawler pet. And then I have my Alliance Worgen, use that to get the Worgen pet. And then obviously, this guy's a Panda, so got that one. And then there is a racial pet for all of the other races, but those races also have their pets sold by a guy in Netherstorm. Let me see if I can... is it Snowshoe Rabbit? No, it's one... Yeah, this one. So, Brown Rabbit is, I believe, both the Dwarf and the gnome racial pet. But there's also a vendor in the Stormspire in Netherstorm. Where is that? So, Outlands, somewhere over here. Obviously, I don't have it explored. And he sells all of the racial pets for like 10 to 20 golds, which isn't that much, right? So if you don't have those races, you still could buy it off that vendor and flip it on the auction house. A lot of them are going for more. But he doesn't sell the three that I mentioned, Worgen, Goblin, and Panda, which is why those are notable, Gilney and Raven especially. So just something to keep in mind, because I saw those pets were really expensive, and I can only imagine that most people don't know. And definitely want to get your hands on a Gilney and Raven, because that thing is really good. Yeah, I don't think I can... Yeah, I can't get it. This is, like, later on stuff. Let's see, I'll hold on to all this. Clear my bags a little bit. Obviously, I did some stuff to get this character up to level 20. I have a few quests already completed, but I'll be pet battling from here on out. So, yeah. I guess, what pet do I start with? That's a good question. I haven't organized anything. I'm going to go down and favorite the obvious ones, like Anubis Ath Idol. Obviously, I want to level that at some point. I love the Whelps. Is Ashstone Core any good? I don't think so. I don't really like that moveset. Cats are solid. They're, like, decent beasts, but it very much depends on the stat line. Clockwork rocket bots are usually fine. Set that as a favorite. Yeah, there's a few pets that I need to get at some point. Like, there's another Jouster pet from Hygel that I have, like, progress on the achievement, but I just haven't gotten around to doing that. The Dragonhawk hatchlings are not bad. I will... Which one has a better stat line? You want... Here, I'll see if I have a better one, because there's a bunch of different Dragonhawk hatchlings. But they are okay. Don't love the moveset on this guy. I love moths. Moths are fantastic. I'll probably favorite a few of those. Just get a nice little spread going. Bombay Cat I don't particularly want. Brilliant Kaleri. This one's already rare. That's one of the achievement pets. It doesn't really look like it has an amazing stat line, but I'll set it as favorite anyways. Prairie Dogs. Yeah, Prairie Dogs are not very good. Brown Rabbits. This is, yeah, that's the Netherstorm one. I love rabbits. This one has high speed. Does it? Yeah, it has the entire thing. Okay, this one's good. Set that as favorite. Do not really like snakes. Calico Cat. Definitely going to use this one. Yeah. Go ahead, pop in a... Celestial Dragon. Comes as rare. Which one's this from? Yeah, this is one of the collection achievements. Turns the weather into arcane winds. Turns the weather into moonlight. Interesting. There's a lot of these pets that, like... I started pet battling in MOP, obviously. Like, original MOP. Definitely Chrominius. But I didn't really get into it until, like, I would say mid-WoD during the content drought. And there's a lot of pets that I just never really experimented with. So there's a lot of obvious ones, like moths are amazing flying pets, cats are decent beast pets, but also they're cats, right? Rabbits are fantastic, pretty much the only good critters. Rominius is an obvious one. I have a lot of good mechanical pets that I know we'll see later on. Whelplings depends on the specific whelpling. The thing is, the whelpling that I always used in retail is Bronze Whelpling, which is the WoD pre-patch one. And we don't have that right now. So I would imagine some of the other ones are pretty good. There definitely are a lot of good whelpling pets. I know that some of them are wild ones, though. These are all like the world drop ones. But some of these I'm not super familiar with the exact abilities they have. Because sometimes there might be a really good ability, but it's only really good in conjunction. Like a great example of this would be Gilnean Raven has Call Darkness and Nocturnal Strike. Brilliant Kaleri has Nocturnal Strike, but it doesn't have Call Darkness, so it doesn't have its own internal synergies. Chuck, I think the crocodile pets are all pretty good. Set favorite. Aquatic pets are always a little bit weird. Clockwork Gnome. This is another one that I've never really played around with, you know. So it comes as rare, so I'll set it as favorite, and we'll see how it goes. Kerbo hatching, just snakes in general, not a fan of. Cockatiel. This one is high speed, so I'll give it a shot. I'm generally not a fan of pets like that. Imps. Yeah. Warfire Imp, if I recall, has some niche use cases where you use wild magic with immolation and then you swap it out. So you put it as like your starter pet, and then you get like the ticking damage going, and then you put it into your backline, and it still ticks damage every turn. I'm pretty sure there is an imp that is better than this one, because I don't think wild magic is like the best way to utilize that, but there's like a lot of imps that have that general strategy, and this one at least has an okay setup. And it's what I have, and it's rare, so fuck it. Crimson Lasher. This is the Molten Front pet. Yeah, this looks good. Whelplings automatically go into favorites. This is the 12-month sub pet. Sure. Dark Phoenix Hatchling. This one has Immolate Conflagrate. Definitely very good. I know my favorite combo for that is Fell Flame, which is available. I will definitely try to get Fell Flame whenever I'm in that level range. Dark Whelpling, definitely. I have all the Darkmoon pets, because one of the advantages of farming Darkmoon Fair all the time is, well, I get all these things. I don't think Darkmoon Hatchling is, like, any good at all. I think this thing is complete beans. Darkmoon Cub is just a generic cat pet, but cats are decent, so. Darkmoon Monkey. Stun. This is a really weird set of abilities. It's unique enough that I'll try it. Darkmoon Tonka, fantastic mechanical pets. This is like one of my main retail mechanical pets, so definitely. Darkmoon Turtle has oh yeah, this thing is fucking terrible. Darkmoon Zeppelin, also still one of my favorite mechanical pets on retail. Darting Hatchling. It's okay. It's like a similar to cats, but not a huge fan of that. This one has some okay stuff. Not a huge fan. Death Talon Whelpguard has Blitz. AoE damage to the entire enemy team. And yeah, I kind of should. Not a fan of those. Not a fan of those. Disgusting Oozling. Oozes are very good. Bear pets. Bears are pretty solid beasts. Scorpion. Egbert. Don't really seem like very good abilities. Valentium Geode. Valentium. One thing I noticed is that the Deathwing pet isn't working for some reason in the journal. I'm not quite sure why. I guess the obvious combo that it's setting up is like Crystal Overload into Stone Rush. This is like a very niche type of pet, but I actually do have one of these leveled up on retail that I use for very specific fights for that burst combo. And against mechanical pets, it can be very good, especially if it's fast, which this one looks like it's decently fast. You start with Spark and then you just boom. Quite strong. Generic Raptor pet, generic Scorpion. Yeah, I'm not a bit. I already looked at that one, I think. Yeah, not a big fan of Scorpions. Lamb. Decent abilities. The main thing with critters is critters, like, you have rabbits, and that's kind of it. So, AoE heal or Stampede, these are both good. Comeback is one of the best non-rabbit combo abilities for critters. I'm going to go ahead and just chuck this in favorites, just because it has a fairly unique moveset. Dragon. This one has... Oh yeah, this one has Emerald Dream, Moonfire, and Emerald Bite. Yeah, this looks pretty good. Enchanted Broom. Okay. Sweet. Not really. It's a neat pet, but yeah, I'm not a big fan of a lot of those moves. Enchanted Lantern, if I recall correctly, is just a bad Wisp pet. Actually, no, it has... Okay, it has the entire Wisp moveset. Yeah, alright, and... There's one type of Lantern I remember that is like, it's missing one of the core abilities. Because Nordrassil Wisp, which is in the game, is a very strong magic pet. And I think it has Arcane Explosion in the first slot, which this doesn't. Which I tend to like a little bit better, but I mean, it's still fine. It still has a magic damaging ability. The 95% hit chance is always yuck, because then it's just a very small chance for you to get griefed, which feels bad. See, this is interesting because it's a humanoid pet that does elemental damage, which... There's a lot of situations where having something of one type that does damage of a different type is neat. This is not one that I've ever really used on retail, but it has a decent moveset, so I'm willing to give it a shot. This also has the full combo, so do that. Fiendish Imp. This is another one of those that I was talking about. I think this might be one of the good ones, because Nethergate is situationally very useful. I'm pretty sure that there's some pet tamers where, like, this is a build around. So I'll do that. Firefly. These are, generally speaking, wasps are just shitty moths. And it doesn't look any different here. Fossilized Hatchling has Bone Storm. If I recall, this one's pretty good. Yeah. I don't use it a lot because there tend to be better undead pets on retail, but it's still pretty solid. Box kits. Howl, but yeah, nothing to combo Howl with. Rigid Frostline. Chill. Tomb. It has a chill combo effect. Yeah, that seems pretty good. Bungle A-Bomb, the Loatheb pets. Yeah, this one has a lot of, like, leech effects. Definitely keep one of those. This is... Yeah, this is like shitty Unborn Valkyr, but it's fine. Set it as a favorite for now. This is a typical spider pet with the sticky web leech life combo, but it also has death grip. Giant sewer rats. Problem is it has very low speed. So like Flurry and Stampede and Comeback, good moveset for high speed pets. Not a good moveset for low speed pets. Yeah, unfortunate. Gilnean Raven, already discussed how good that one is. Glub. Water Jet's a good basic attack. Cleansing Rain is good. Pump is good. This is basically just a Water Strider that you can get access to right now. Fuck yeah, sign me up. Water Striders are amazing. Dragonhawk Hatchling. This is... Let me take the one with the highest speed. I know I favorited another Dragonhawk. Oh. That's another one that doesn't have actually Nocturnal Strike combo. Like a Gundrak Hatchling. Eh. Harbinger of Flame. Impale. Okay. It's a humanoid pet with full fire. I said earlier I already have the Winter's Helper for that, but this is a good combo. Immolate Conflagrate is a very strong combo. And having Burn as an option is good. Yeah, I like this. Hoplite. Okay. Yeah, okay, so some of these promotional pets are very good. High Speed Rabbit with magic abilities. Wait, oh, it's actually a magic pet. Okay. That's interesting. This is obviously a very recent pet. I've never played around with this one, but this is a good moveset. Okay, you can only take Moon Tears. Is there actually any other pet that literally has the same ability in both of its options? I mean, it's kind of fine. Realistically, you would have to take... Yeah, you would take Arcane Blast, Moon Tears, Wish, but Wish is very powerful, and this is, I mean, decent. Decent if you can combo with Arcane stuff, and it has Arcane Blast, which is a very good generic Arcane hit, so... Alright. Hyacinth Baka, cool pet, not very good. Igel Bear Cub. Yeah, bears are solid. I think I'll probably unfavorite the other bear that I picked, just because I likely will not need it. I know I said I wasn't entirely sure about Jade Crane Chick, but... So it's flying, which means that it usually can benefit from the speed advantage stuff early. It has either Slicing Winds or Thrash. And it has Flock. Jade Skin's interesting. It's situationally useful. Unique moveset. You never know. Fuck it. Shoya. So this is the Mop Deluxe Edition pet. Very strange moveset. Elemental with magic and undead. That's kind of terrible. Considering rabbits get 100% dodge chance. I don't know why you would ever use this. And Nordrassil Wisp does damage and then applies this debuff, so that's fucking trash. That being said, Inspiring Song's pretty good. Soul Rush is a good magic ability. Yeah. It's like a really good magic moveset on an elemental pet. I generally speaking like having alternate stuff like this. You probably... You also have the ability to... Spec. Yeah, okay. It looks pretty good. This is... Oh yeah, that's the higher learning pet. don't love this moveset, but it's fairly unique, so you know. Legs. Surge of Power is interesting. Okay. This is a pet with 3 nukes. That is... Yeah, this is a Children's Week pet? That's pretty crazy. Yeah, because you can Whirlpool, you can Pump, then you can Surge of Power. Situationally very strong. Lesser Void Caller. It's very good. It's very good. Magic that deals undead. Undead pets, I believe, are... Undead pets are really weird, because, like, obviously everybody knows Unborn Valkyr, which, yeah, Unborn Valkyr, very strong in the right combo. So, if you're going to go with undead pets, the, like, traditional retail setup that every single person uses is either the Abomination pet is, but I believe that's... Yeah, this is in MOP. Yeah, this is MOP. The Abomination pet, I think, is from, like, Garrison pet battles, so obviously we don't have access to that. Unborn Valkyr exists, so, like, you can just do Unborn Valkyr combos, but then you have to get Unborn Valkyr, which I'm on a dead server. I will be able to get it. It'll probably take me some time, though, and I don't have access to that for a little bit. And then, like, a lot of undead pets are really iffy. So, anything that just does, like, constant undead damage is pretty good. But... Let's see. Lifelike Toad. It's, I mean, it's just a frog pet that's mechanical. Frog pets are good. Good morning, Pixelina. Good to see you. Little Bad Wolf. Has decent speed. Yeah, kind of what I was saying. Like, why would you take 50% dodge when you can just do 100% dodge? Struck this round. It's a very conflicted pet. Counter-Strike wants you to be slow. Dodge wants you to be fast. Pounce wants you to be fast. And, like, you're not running Howl on a pet that doesn't have Burst. So... my gut tells me this is just not a very good pet. Oh, they finally fixed Little Deathwing. Okay. Yeah, this was bugged in the journal for, like, the first few days. But it looks like it's working now. Little Deathwing, obviously very strong. Flying Roll. Interesting. Yeah, it's a slow pet, so... yeah. It's interesting that... okay, Shadow Flame does a lot of damage, but it has an 85% hit chance. You'd almost certainly do Roll, Tail Sweep, and then this is situational hit or miss, but that's a good pet. Let's see. Little Terragosa, I believe, is good. Has Surge of Power, has Arcane Explosion, Arcane... yeah, I've seen enough, it's good. Little Rathian. This is the Kata Deluxe Edition pet. I have no idea what the abilities do on this. Flame Breath and Tail Swipe are both just two of the strongest generic dragon abilities, so that's a good sign. Dodge Chance. Now here's the thing. This is a high power, low speed pet. You're not really going to want to use this on a slow pet. When it comes to immunity effects like this, there's two ways that you want to use it. So, Anubiseth Idol has Deflection. This ability always goes first. So, Anubiseth Idol is a slow pet, but its immune attack always goes first. So, it's just a guaranteed immunity on the turn that you use it. That's obviously very strong. The other situation where you use immunities like that is Dodge on, like, fast pets, like rabbits. A really fast rabbit because then that gives you 2 turns of immunity. Because you go first, you immune the turn you use it, lasts 1 round, so it immunes the next turn. But an ability like that, where were we? Little Rathian, on a very slow pet, this is terrible. This is really bad. 4-round cooldown too, yeah. I mean, Call Darkness is not a bad ability. So, it's usually you want to use it with a combo, but it's fine. Deep Breath is... Any 2-round... The only 2-round abilities I like are the ones that give you immunity the turn you use them. So, Lift Off and Dive are both good. Because then it's like... Or Burrow, also. So, Rabbits, Moths, and... like, I forget what the... There's aquatic pets with Dive. Those ones are good, because I think they do slightly less damage, but it's like... You're not vulnerable, so you not only aren't vulnerable, you're immune the turn you use it, and then you do big damage. And again, if you're fast, it's actually sometimes can be in situations 2 turns of immunity, but that's weird. Caught up on the streams of the VODs? Sorry about your laptop crashing and YouTube being shitty with disconnects. Yeah. The thing is, YouTube didn't do anything particularly special. It's one of those things of, that's how YouTube functions, and just the way the situation happened, it worked like that. Though I mentioned this at the very start of the stream, but the good news is I have already gotten my new computer. I'm not on my new computer right now, just because, like, I've gotten it, like, halfway set up, and I just didn't feel like getting the rest set up now. But it's good enough to run World of Warcraft, and I've already used it to, like, multi-box old raids and, like, you know, play with one hand on the second keyboard. And I'll finish getting it set up so that when MoP Classic actually rolls around, I'll have my new computer. There shouldn't be any issues, so... It's just for streaming, I have to download OBS, I have to set up all my stuff, copy over all my settings. But, like, downloading World of Warcraft, that takes, like, fucking 30 minutes, so... I did that, at least. So... It sucks, is what it is, but it's, we dealt with it, so it should be good. I don't love this moveset. I'll favorite it just cause, but... Little Fawn. An interesting pet. Now this has... Okay, yeah, this is one of the ones that the Lanterns have a crappy moveset. Soulward is, like, strictly worse than the Inupuseth Idol. Yeah, this one's pretty bad. Mr. Pinchy has Whirlpool Wish. That's very good. Moon Mist. And, yeah, that's decent. Oh, wrong belly. Mana Wormlet. Yeah, has Deflection, Mana Surge. Can it create Arcane Winds on its own? It can't. That's kind of fine, because it has... Yeah, Drain Power Feedback is a pretty decent combo with Deflection. Which one has a better stat line? This is more power, less health. Mechanical Squirrel... Looks fine. Azure Custodian. Shock and Awe, Ion Cannon, yeah, these look decent. I know Darkmoon Tonk has similar abilities, but it'll come down to which is the better stat line, which I believe is Darkmoon Tonk, because that's the one that I kind of use to this day on retail, but can't hurt to have another one. Rebuilds broken pets. Huh. That's neat. Interrupting Gaze, Life Exchange. I like Life Exchange. Amplify Magic. Kind of weird abilities here, though. Yeah, it doesn't have, like... anything great. It's a lot of like good payoff abilities with no setup. And there are better pets that have stuff like that. The obvious one, the one that I use on retail for life exchange, is the Sprite Darter Hatchling. Very good. This is, yeah, another one of those Nocturnal Strike without a setup. Mojo is, yeah, just a traditional frog pet. Traditional frog pets are good. Mr. Bigglesworth does not seem very good. It's a very interesting set of abilities. I don't know. Fuck it. It's a Siku. Burrow. Nah, don't really like those. Mr. Wiggles. Uncanny Luck. Situationally useful. Headbutt, decent. Buried Treasure, solid. Diseased Bite. Volgor Hatchling. Do not love those abilities. This is another one of those. I think I'll probably just put all the little crocodile pets up there. Netherray Fry is... yeah, that's interesting. It has a neat spread of abilities. It has a lot of generic attacks. Generic Beast, Generic Magic, Generic Dragon, Generic Flying, Generic Undead, Generic Elemental. Does it actually have... yeah, it has 6 different generic elemental attacks. Okay. That's a very interesting pet. Not very good, but I just never knew that existed. It's pretty cool. Nether Space Abyssal. Minfernal is a pet that I situationally really like. And it looks like Nether Space Abyssal is basically just Minfernal. Yeah, I like this. Let's see, Minfernal. I'll definitely try to get that while leveling. It looks like it's just better than Minfernal, honestly. So Minfernal's what? Second thing isn't very good, but Nether Space Abyssal has Explode and Meteor Strike in different ones. It has 2 bursty abilities. Yeah, I think maybe this one would be better for me on retail. I don't really use Minfernal that much, but this seems like just almost a strictly better Minfernal. Nuts. Yeah. Situationally, the, chipmunk dudes or squirrels with this moveset can be good. I have one that I use a lot on retail. I don't know if it's nuts in particular, but it has that moveset. Pebble. Dive. Water Jet, Dive, and... I mean, that looks like a solid set. Petal Feet. Oh, shots. Shot through the heart. Love Potion. Huh. Okay. Okay. Wait, I've never used this pet on retail. It actually has a pretty decent moveset. Okay. Sure. Yeah, the Slippery Ice and Ice Lance combo I generally like. Turkey Pug. Yeah, I like this one. I think I use Quillin Cub, which doesn't seem to be available. Because that's obviously the original Mop Collector's Edition pet. And on retail, I have a leveled Quillin Cub with exactly this moveset of, I think it's Perk Up and Buried Treasure. And, like, one of them is on a different row. But But this is still fine for a critter. Come back, bury treasure, and burrow is a decent set of abilities. This is situationally decent. Pet Balmung. Situationally, I use that on retail still. This is an elemental immolate conflagrate pet with high speed. Phoenix Hawk Hatchling. This is not very good. I mean, it has Quill's Flyby Liftoff. That's a pretty standard set. Oh, it's a Dragonkin. Okay. A decent set of flying abilities on a Dragonkin pet. Yeah. This one I have no idea what it does, because it's Plunderstorm. Always goes first. Makes the target greedy. Ah. Okay. That's interesting. Pocket Reaver. Sure. Proto Drake Whelp. So, probably my single favorite pet in retail is Emerald Proto Whelp. Emerald Proto Whelp. I've used it for like so many difficult fights, and I'm definitely gonna get one because it is available. It's just a wild pet in not Ungaro, Shalazar Basin. This is not quite the same, but it's decent. So we'll use this. Pterodax Hatchling. Apocalypse. It kind of just a shitty moth. So yeah, a lot of the Dragonhawk hatchlings have similar abilities. Here's a moth. I'll just... This one has less health, but that means it's probably going to get slightly better scaling in the other stats. It's just rounding on these. I'll set favorite. I'm just going to favorite a bunch of different types of moths, and I'll pick one of them to level, because obviously I want that eventually. Also have no idea what this one does. Uncanny Luck. Nap Time. Okay. So it's Emerald Dream, but renamed. Not a big fan of those moves, but it's fine. I could see that being situationally useful. Especially with, like, crouch, nap time. Similar purpose to the Emerald Proto-Whelp. Scooter the Snail. And of those. Water Jet, Cleansing Rain, Whirlpool Pump. That's just a water strider in a trench coat. Searing Scorchling. This is... Oh, it's just Fell Flame. Okay. It's the exact same moves as Fell Flame. Sick. Yeah. Definitely. Do I have Icky and Iron Starlet? Well, I wish. Those are WoD pets. So, when WoD Classic comes around, yeah, I love Iron Starlet. Yeah, that's one of those things where Iron Starlet is like my go-to mechanical pet. That's one of those weird things, right, where because I didn't really start pet battling until WoD, I'm so used to like, oh, I need a mechanical pet, I'm just going to destroy it with Iron Starlet, but don't have that. Icky I technically have, because Icky has the same moveset, I believe, as Gilnean and Raven. Most people used Icky because obviously it's easier to get, but Gilnean and Raven does have the really good combo that people use Icky for. That I do have. Iron Starlet, I don't know if there's any mechanical pet that has the Iron Starlet moveset. Because Iron Starlet has a very particular combo that makes it very, very strong. Mark my words, they're going to do WoD Classic. I have been the biggest WoD Classic supporter for the longest time. I think if they do it right, it will be very fun. WoD class design? Mwah, chef's kiss. So good. And WoD content? Very good. WoD had very good content. Objectively, it was a bad expansion because it had very little content. But the content it had, minus garrisons, which I was not a garrison fan. A lot of people will say they like garrisons. Subject to opinion. I personally did not. But all of, like, the real content in WoD, honestly pretty good. People hated WoD? I have spoken about this many times, and in my experience, a lot of people share similar opinions of WoD was not a good expansion objectively. Like, at the time, yeah, people were upset. But were people upset because the class design was bad? No. Were people upset because the content was bad? No. At the time, I played WoD a lot, and I had fun with it. Challenge modes banged. WoD had a lot of pretty good dungeons. Blackrock Foundry, people still say one of the best raids of all time. High Mall, HFC, I think hit or miss. I think overall, people would say they're above average raids. But best raids of all time, maybe not, but still solid. Yeah, exactly. People were mad because there was nothing to do. WoD was a bad expansion due to a lack of content, but the content that was there was good. Here's the thing. Classic over time has shown the vast majority of people just raid log. Because a lot of people have done a lot of the stuff already, they're here to experience the raids and stuff that they missed, and then they log out or stop playing. So a lot of the regular player base for Classic, and I fall into this category too, are people who raid log. And WoD is great for that, because the best content was the raids and the class design. So it honestly fits really well. And the other thing is, like, the massive content drought in HFC obviously was a big sticking point for people, but it's Classic. They can control the release schedule. So I've said this before, I'll say it again, I believe that the way that Blizzard should handle it is they should announce WoD and Legion Classic at the same time. And they should have a clear timetable of this is how we are going to do WoD, and this is when Legion Classic releases. So if you tell people Legion Classic is coming, and we're going to do WoD, and we're going to have HFs or High Mall for X months, BRF for Y months, HFC for Z months, and then Legion Classic comes out, well, then people know exactly what to expect. And they're like, well, yeah, I mean, the content's fun. I may as well go and play WoD Classic. And they know that there is an expiration date, and then they get to play Legion. And everybody wants Legion Classic. So I think if they handle it like that, slam dunk, honestly. I think it would be really good. I think this is the goblin pet that I was talking about earlier, where you need to have a goblin and talk to the pet trainer. And that's the only way to get it. The moveset is fine. It's a generic crab moveset. Not bad. Siamese cat. What's the fastest? They're all fast. Okay. Silver Dragon Hawk. This one's pretty fast, so I'm going to set it as a favorite. Sinister Squashling. Leech Seed. Stun Seed. And Poison Lash. Situationally. Nickus211 said, a 5 a.m. go live time is crazy, Larry. Oh, Door. Good to see you, Door. And yeah, I mean, I've said it before, my sleep schedule is fucked. So, yeah. Screw it, right? So it's pretty good. I'm finally getting around to leveling my pet battles. Because I gotta do that at some point. I also haven't streamed the past week, so I had to do this. I had to do this eventually. But I've gotten everything set up. Yeah, this is another pretty good one. Spring Rabbit. Okay, this is fast. That's good. And it has, yeah, all the good rabbit moves. Sprite Darter Hatchling, yeah, this is what I was talking about. Arcane Blast, Life Exchange, Moonfire. And it's on a Dragonkin pet. Very good. Stinker. Bleat, Perk Up, and Flurry. Scratch. Yeah, that's pretty good. Stitched Pup. I like Rabid Strike. Yeah, Rabid Strike, Diseased Bites, and Roiling Blood. Decent set of moves. Strand Crawler. It's also... It's unfortunate. Promotional pet. Okay, this is... Yeah, it has the Nocturnal Strike thing going on, but... It's a flying pet with quills. It has Call Blizzard. And then it has a Chilled Synergy. That's decent. You screenshotted my stream title and put it in the healer channel? Oh, man. I don't really like this moveset. I'm not a huge fan of that. I don't like those. Tickbird Hatchling. It's a crazy cook. What, the pet battle leveling? 2 birds, 1 stone. Gotta do this at some point. May as well level a character while doing it. Like the monk that... So, to be fair, I will say, I'm not leveling, like, 100% only with pet battles. Like, oh, I accidentally killed a mob, I gotta restart. I'm gonna be leveling up and doing, like, 90% pet battles. But it's mostly just because, like, I want to get my pet battle stuff done. So I'm just gonna do it while I level a character. And if I reach a point where, like, I've collected literally every single available pet in, like, the 1 to 30 range, and I'm still level 27 or something, then I'm just gonna do traditional leveling to get to 30, and then we'll get all the remaining pets in that level range, and then I'll move up to the next level, do whatever I need to. But it's just like, every few levels, I'm going to get every single available pet at this level. And level up my pets in the process. You did the same thing, you went 1 to 80 with Gathering because you wanted to do it anyway? Yeah, exactly. If you're trying to farm gold, 2 birds, 1 stone. Interesting moveset. I'll favorite this. It's an aquatic pet too, not a humanoid. Interesting. Flying? Call Lightning. Cauterize Liftoff. Okay. Took you 14 hours? Jesus. Actually, 14 hours 1 to 80 with Gathering is not bad. Unless we're talking retail. If you're saying you did that in retail, then, like, yeah, okay, that's what I would expect. Okay, yeah, actually, this is a really good thing, because I can do... Oh, okay, it was retail. Alright, that makes more sense. Yeah, this is a good set of abilities. Tiny Snowman. Magic Hat. These look good. Is that favorite? Tiny Sporebat. Toxic Wasteling. This has the traditional, yeah, Ooze Touch, Corrosion Expunge. Boom. The one that I use on retail is Jade Ooze, which is, I think, a Hinterland's pet. But they all have the same moveset. Tears Fall Batling is trash. Tranquil Mechanical Yeti. Ooh, Ion Cannon. Okay, yeah. Tree Frog. Just throw it up there. I have a bunch of frogs, but, like, you know. I'll figure out which one I'm going to use later. Instability, Healing Flame. Looks terrible. Wish your gathering kept up with your leveling in Classic. Yeah, does it do that in MoP? I thought MoP was when they added that. Because I think, Dor, you did most of your leveling during Joyous Journeys. Did you try doing it while you leveled your panda? Because I'm like pretty sure MoP is when they added it. Viscidus Globule. Oh, interesting. So this one doesn't have the good abilities. So for all the trouble that you actually have to go through to get Viscidus Globule, this thing kinda sucks. It's not terrible. Like, weakness is okay, but it's less generally useful. You only try with your panda, but you zoom past zones with the XP buff? Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not sure. I want to say that they've added it, but, you know, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. And maybe it's, like, only certain... There might be certain restrictions, and it's not like you can always collect stuff, but I feel like they did loosen some of the restrictions at this point. So the rats has... Yeah, those are pretty bad. White kitten, sure. White moth. Let's do that. Favorite. Tickbird hatchling. Willy has... I like focused beams. Interrupting gaze is good. These kind of suck, but it's a unique moveset, so... And I will say, Dor, for your main, you should get engineering. Anyways. Be very nice to have. Here's little... I think I have another pet that does that. There's Spring Cub. Should have enough pets. Do that. His favorites. Wolpertinger. Sleeping Gas is an interesting ability on a critter. I don't particularly like those abilities, though. Flurry, Howl. And then Yellow Moth. I guess it could be nice to have, like, a powerful one, because if it's flying, you don't necessarily need the speed. I still usually like speed, but... that is situationally useful. Okay. Took me, you know, an hour. But I think I've picked out a lot of the pets that I want to go with. I'm going to start with Middens. But I think these are... there's a lot of them here, but... I've at least sorted through a lot of the pets that I plan on using. Going back to bed, good night. Appreciate you stopping by, Dor. See ya. And let's see here. So... sweet. Fight the spiny lizard. Might be a vague question, but what do you need to get into a mythic raiding guild for Midnight as a healer? It shows your pet names. Is that a normal thing? I don't like it. Just not used to it. It's a healer. Well, so on one hand, healer spots are usually pretty easy to find. People want healers. So, you have that going for you. It's a desirable spot. If you're saying as like a DPS, you'd have a lot of competition. Now, obviously, if you're looking for just generally, I want to get a good mythic raid spot, then you want to keep your options open. So I would say try and look for what the best healers are going to be. I'll give you a hint right now. Preservation of Ochre looks like it's going to be very strong in the next raid, so definitely have that under your belt. Traditionally, Healer Priest is very powerful. So if you're like looking, I always definitely have 2 different healer specs ready. I think that applies to most things if you want to guarantee your raid spot. If I had to guess right now, like, what are the 2 best healers to work on? Always Priest. That one's always in demand. And right now, Presovoker looks very good going into the next patch. So, like, start working on those. Because, obviously, for Midnight, you have a while away. If, you know, a different healer is looking great in Midnight, then... Oh, you have all 6 already. All right, perfect. Well, there you go. But if you're looking for 2 to put work into, that. Obviously, it's good to have experience on all of them, but it is important to make sure that you are focusing on one. You know, a guild's not going to give a shit if you have, like, a bunch of different characters at, what is it, like 660 item level? I forget exactly. I always get confused between retail and classic numbers whenever I'm actively playing both. But if you have, like, you know, mediocre entry-level Mythic Plus gear on all 6 of them, nobody's going to care. But if you have, like, Mythic level fully upgraded gear because you've been grinding on one of them, well, you know, that's a good sign. If you have 0 Mythic rating experience, which is, you know, I'll always assume, right? Yeah, 660 you can get in a week, exactly. So if that's like your highest character, it's not going to look very enticing. Assuming you have like 0 Mythic raid experience, it's going to be difficult to get into a Mythic guild or a cutting edge guild right out of the gate. Right? And I guess when I think Mythic raiding guilds, I think, like, either a cutting-edge guild or a guild that is at least trying to get cutting-edge. Because the way that I see it is nobody aspires to be in a guild that only kills a few Mythic bosses, and that's it. There's nothing wrong with that, but I believe maybe somebody out there does, but the way that most people tend to look at it is either you are aiming to get ahead of the curve, and some people are, you know, they stop there. They're good with that. And then some people are like, I'm going to get ahead of the curve, and then whatever Mythic bosses I get, I'm happy with. But if somebody tells me I want to be in a Mythic raiding guild, my assumption is that you are going for cutting edge. And you're not, maybe not going to immediately get cutting edge if you're just starting, but that is the end goal. And so you're going to try and work towards that. Yeah, exactly. So I was correct. Cool. Jumping straight into a CE guild with, like, if you want to tell me your experience, welcome to. It would maybe help tailor my advice, but if I'm talking more generally, definitely getting, like, as much experience right now as you can, get AOTC, you know, just try and find a random guild to, you know, maybe even pug first few Mythic, just to show that you at least know what you're doing, and get, obviously, decent logs. Healers are weird, because obviously logs mean less, but if I see somebody's gray parsing as a healer, that tells me they have no idea what they're doing. If somebody's getting, like, blue parses as a healer in, like, a pug, it's not fantastic, but healer parses are inherently weird. That tells me, like, okay, hey, they know how to hit their healing buttons, right? So, healer logs will be a little bit hard to evaluate. You need to really know what you're looking for, but definitely having, like, above 50%, I think, is kind of, like, a given in most cases. Unless it's, like, one-off, there's a boss where you have, like, 6 healers, and you've got, like, a 90 damage parse because there's nothing to heal. Okay, yeah. But if, like, all of your logs, there's some healers that have, like, all gray and green logs, and they're like, oh, healer parses don't matter. It's like, well, yeah, healer parses don't matter, but you're just bad. Like, that kind of thing. Recent experience, very little. You were in a World 5 guild in literal vanilla, and you raided some in Legion BFA. Yeah, any sort of prior experience like that helps. I will say, like, I've been in many guilds over the years, and there's always, like, even across multiple different guilds, when an application comes in that is, like, I'm not saying this is your case, but I'm trying to give you an idea of, like, how guilds approach recruitment. And I've been rating pretty consistently at, like, the US 300 level, give or take. When an application comes in that's like, oh, dude, I was so good back in the day. Like, trust me, bro. I did all this cutting-edge content, like, 10 years ago. But I haven't rated all for, like, 5 years. But trust me, dude. I was, like, the best back in BFA. Some people do actually genuinely submit apps to, like, high-ish end guilds with that as their experience. And they expect to get invited. And it's like, yeah, you can't jump straight in there. But having past experience is very good. You just got to know where to apply. So if you apply to a, like I would say early on, get to a guild that has heroic on farm. Always, if you're looking to get into cutting edge, don't just start right out of the gate, look for an AOTC guild. Yeah, no, exactly. I know what you mean. But yeah, look for an AOTC guild right at the start. Have it on farm, and they're doing some mythic bosses. Get in there, you know, farm heroic a bit. Obviously, this question also, the context is weird because, like, you're asking it right at the end of the season. So current season stuff will mean very little soon. But if you join a guild that is, like, maybe midway through Mythic, and they really, really need healers, some people are going to be fucking desperate. Would the Mythic title achievement be a big deal? Depends on what you mean. Like, Mythic title as in what? Because that could be very broad. Mythic Plus title. Like, which Mythic Plus title? Like, are we talking 0.1%? Or, like, triple threat? So, obviously, 0.1%, yeah, says that you're a pretty good player. Triple threat, yeah, oh yeah, if you have the 0.1% title, yes, that... I'm not going to say it's like a huge deal as in people are going to be like, oh my god, get this guy in here right now. But yes, that will help. That will make your application look good. If you can say, hey, look, I'm good at the game, I've healed very, very, very high-end Mythic Plus keys, yeah, that helps. Definitely helps. I think the main thing that I would need to drive home, I guess, the main thing that is really, really, really important to say is when it comes to getting into Mythic rating, you need to not be afraid to springboard. Eventually, you're going to reach a level where when you are comfortably getting cutting edge, find a guild that you like with people you enjoy playing with and stay there. Right? That is how I like to play at this point in time. But when I was first getting into Mythic rating, way back when in, like, the Legion days, you better believe that I springboarded all over the place. Because the reality is, if your goal is cutting edge, and you join a guild that's not getting cutting edge, it's okay to be like, hey, look, this is not what I'm looking for, and just get some experience there, and step up. And there are going to be guilds who, as long as you can demonstrate, hey, I joined this guild, got some experience, I'm looking to progress. If they need a healer, they may give you a shot. There's a lot of guilds out there. And you can keep climbing up. And people have, if they're really dedicated and, well, really good, climbed up. And if you have the 0.1% title, yeah, especially, I would say that a lot of times... Ooh, okay. Rare Spiny Lizard. I would like to get this. A lot of times, I think people act like Mythic Plus... Ooh, that's a lucky miss. Oh, I can't hit him. I have to pass and then do this. Oh, this might kill. Wait, do I... Oh, no, I can't trap it. God, I don't have traps yet. Unlucky. Well... Surely I'll find another one. Damn. Is it doing that? Battle pets healed. I just... Okay. Well, that's annoying. Oh, does it... I have to talk to the stable master? That is the way it wants me to heal it? Oh, fucking hell. Healer YouTube seems to think Disc missed the call for Season 3. Are people down on Prez? Okay. So, obviously, yes, Disc always is pretty good. It's very rare where Disc is not good. And usually when Disc is bad, people are rioting in the streets, and Holy is usually at least solid. Yeah, Disc is obviously good. I have heard good things about Mistweaver too, yes. But I'm very surprised if you haven't seen people talking about Prez, because Prez looks very good. Yeah. I would say, yeah, Disc, Mist, and Prez are the three healers that I've heard the most about. I think I would imagine if you haven't seen people hyping up Prez, it's probably because they think that Prez is so overpowered right now in raid testing that it's probably going to get nerfed. However, most people I've talked to seem to think that even if it gets nerfed, it's still not going to be nerfed enough to make it not good. So, I would be very surprised if Prez was not run. I don't know if it's going to be as broken as it was in, like, Narugar Palace, where you were running 2 Prez and they were just blasting out shitloads of healing. So, I don't know if it's going to be that good, but I have heard very good things about Prez. I've even seen raid testing logs where Prez is just doing ridiculous numbers, yeah. So, I suspect that. I haven't really heard much else about the other healers, so I don't know, but generally, obviously context, right? And I don't know how much of my stuff you've watched, but if you're asking me, I'm guessing you know at least a little bit about my experience, since you're asking me for, like, Mythic Raid advice, which, like, I'd like to think I'm a good person to ask for stuff like that. But as far as healer stuff specifically, although I have now dabbled with healing a bit because of the Keystone Hero challenge, I am not a healer player. I am a tank main, through and through. Now, I still know a decent amount about healing, largely because, oh, Dor just typed something in chat. So there you go. Dor is one of the healers in my guild. And listening to the you know, discussion that he and the other healers have in my guild's Discord is where I'm getting a lot of this info. So Dor there is one of the people who has been hyping up Prez. As someone who's in your spot in 9.0, lower mythic guilds have a lot of churn and healers are more rare. Healer prices are fake, but bigger numbers good on Warcraft logs, so playing for HBS is good. You know? Use the recruitment Discord as well, that'll be your best bet for finding a home. Yeah, true. True. Lots of good guilds looking in the guild recruitment Discord. Definitely good advice there. If you search North American recruitment Discord, you should be able to find it. Unless you're in Europe, which there is also a European recruitment Discord, so... I said good words, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, good advice there from Dor. Yeah, like I said, like Dor said, there's a lot of churn, and like I said, don't be afraid to springboard. Now, the one thing where I think this is where some people will debate it, every person knows that there's going to be turnover rate, and not everybody's going to want to stick around in, like, you know, a mid-tier mythic guild that isn't getting cutting edge. I think the people in those guilds recognize that. There's two types of mid-tier mythic guilds. There's guilds that, like I said, they get AOTC and then they get as much into mythic as they can. And those guilds, I don't really think they give a shit if people leave. I think they expect it, and as long as they get AOTC, which they usually can, they're chill. The guilds that I think would kind of flame you or whatever, which, I mean, it's just a reality in World of Warcraft, there's going to be toxic people. You can't avoid that. But those are the people who really want to be a cutting-edge guild, but just don't really know how to lead a cutting-edge guild or organize or build towards it. And they're going to be really pissed off if you're a really good healer, you join them, and then you leave for a better guild. Because a lot of those people will, like, feel entitled to having you in their guild. And you know what? Fuck them. If they aren't able to run a good enough team to get cutting edge, that's on them. I think that some level of constant churn, like Dor said, is to be expected. And the only thing that is maybe a little bit controversial, right, as to whether or not you should or shouldn't do, is how transparent you are. The obvious best thing that you can do, most ethical thing that you can do, is when you're applying to a guild, you could be like, hey, look, I'm trying to get cutting edge, right? So that's my end goal. And if your guild can't get cutting edge, eventually I will leave. And there's going to be some guilds that will just be like, okay, yeah, I understand that, and I'm willing to have you heal here for a time. I'm not going to say it's common. It's not necessarily going to be something that you're going to encounter all the time. So the other thing that you could do is just not say anything and, you know, just leave that part out and just say everything except I will eventually leave your guild once it has served its purpose. It's kind of one of those things where a lot of people know that's how it is if you're just getting into mythic raiding, but how transparent you want to be with that is up to you. Now, generally, I am of the mindset that I think you always just, and this applies to literally everybody, I think you need to look out for yourself first. Don't be an asshole, obviously, but, you know, you need to look out for your best interests. So if you are joining a guild and it seems pretty good and you feel that if you were to bring that up, it would like ruin your chances at getting that spot, you don't gotta say it. You can just leave that part out. Because, yeah, you never know. Maybe you do end up really liking it, and you end up staying in that guild. Who knows, right? The choice is yours. But I think it's better to keep your options open. That goes for literally everybody. And that's one of those things where, yeah, you know, it gets into murky territory where some people will say, like, oh, that's not super ethical or right thing to do. And like I said, you gotta look out for yourself first and foremost. Don't be a dick, but do keep your best interests in mind at all times. If the goal is Mythic Raid in Midnight Season 1, is it best to wait until right before that or a few months into Season 3? I mean, I guess it depends on what you're saying. Are you saying, like, guild hopping or getting into raiding? Because, I mean, I would say the obvious answer is, in both cases, now. The more progress you make now, the more effort you put in now, it will pay off. If the question is, would it be easier in terms of time investment, that's a very difficult one to quantify. I think the obvious answer would be that if you waited until midnight, in theory, you would have to invest less time into working towards cutting edge. But the trade-off there is that you're not necessarily guaranteed to find a good guild right out of the gate. And you might end up in a position where you join a guild early on at midnight and they're shit, and now you're kind of stuck in this guild and you're trying to like scramble to find a new one in the middle of the tier, and it sucks. Your obvious best position, if your goal is cutting edge end of midnight, and for the record, if you put in the effort, you could get cutting edge next tier. You're going to have to put in a lot of effort, but it's very doable. But if all you're trying to do is get cutting edge by midnight, if you spend this season grinding your ass off, working your way up through better guilds, and you end up in a position where by the end of this season, you have, like, clearly demonstrated that you're, like, really good at whatever healer you're playing, then yeah, you should have no trouble finding a solid guild for the start of midnight. And then if you're entering the expansion in a good position like that, what more could you ask for? It sucks that I found a rare spiny lizard in my second attempt. Seems fine as long as you're not bold-faced lying. Yeah, but obviously, I would not lie to people ever, right? I would never... I guess it would be uncomfortable, obviously, if somebody directly asked you... I guess if somebody were to ask me, like, in an interview of, like, do you promise to stick with this guild and never leave until the end of time? I would probably be honest and say, I have no idea what the future holds, right? But most people don't really ask that in interviews, right? So I think that would be kind of a ridiculous thing for people to ask or even expect of you. I guess in that context, right, the other thing that kind of goes along with that is to not be a dick. So when I'm saying, like, you know, don't be a dick, but keep your best interests open, if you are going to guild hop, never just ditch a guild last second. That is a dick move. So, like, I'll give you an example, actually. So, like, Door here in chat is in my guild, but for most of Undermine, I was raiding in 2 guilds. And I was raiding in a morning guild with my Prot Warrior, and they were nice, but that guild was struggling. And we had already gotten cutting edge with the guild that I'm in with Door, you know, like that guild hell of a lot more. But I didn't want to ditch the other guys until they got Gallywix, because they would have had a lot more trouble without me there to tank Gallywix. So I stuck it out until the end of the tier to help them out. Honestly, I think I could have probably just told them earlier on that, like, hey, you know, this is killing my sleep schedule. I would really like to step out. But, and I think as long as I gave them heads up, that would have been acceptable. But I waited until the end of the tier. And then after we killed Gallywix, I messaged one of the officers and I told them, like, you know, The morning schedule was rough, but then I said, hey, if you guys need me for re-clears for like a week or two, I can stick around and like smooth that transition process as you find like a new tank to replace me. Now, they had people who were able to play off tank, so I didn't need to do that, but I did leave the offer open, and they said, like, if we need that, we'll let you know. They didn't. Awesome. But, I mean, as far as I know, I'm still on good terms with them. They, one of the officers messaged me and said, you better make a really good leveling guide for Midnight so I can kick the asses of everybody else in this guild. So, you know, that felt nice. But yeah, I mean, as long as you do it like that, nobody's going to be upset. Wouldn't leave in the middle of the tier? Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. I think you could leave in the middle of a tier. That's what I mean, right? You can definitely leave in the middle of a tier. That's when I say, like, when you springboard, don't make that mistake of, like, oh, I need to commit to this guild. Because like I just said, I stuck it out with that guild until the end of Gallywix, but that was also, like, and I knew for sure that they were going to get Gallywix in a reasonable time, and it also helped that I really enjoyed playing Prot Warrior. So it was kind of fun getting to play both Prot Warrior and Prot Pally. I did enjoy it. But I really don't think that anybody would have been too upset if I had give them like a 2-week heads up. I think that's acceptable. The only time when people are mad, and having previously led raid teams before, the stuff that really pisses me off is like, it's raid time, I'm like, where is this person? And it's like, oh, literally like a few hours before raid, they server transferred to go raid with a different guild and didn't say shit to me. That is like infuriating. That is, okay, I fucking hate you and I will never speak to you again. But if somebody lets you know well in advance and gives you time to replace, if somebody is mad at you for that, they are the asshole. You are not an asshole for doing that. I deal with that all the time. I've had friends do that to me. I mean, not even for like switching guilds, but burnout. I had like I read a late team, or I led a raid team in Castle Nathria, and I had like multiple friends who promised to help me run the guild. Every single one of them burnt out. It's Shadowlands, right? Like, what can you expect? But I ended up like, by the time that we reached Council of Blood, every single one of my friends had quit. Some of them just one day said, I'm done, I can't do this anymore. But a lot of my friends did tell me, like, ahead of time, hey, look, I'm kind of burning out here. I don't know how much more I can play. And then I'm like, you know, can you stick through the next week until I can recruit for your spot? And most of them were like, yeah, I could do that. So. Harldan was a bit psycho with his commitment to his guild. If you give a month or 2 weeks heads up, it'll be okay. Yeah. Yeah, well, I definitely, yeah, like Dor said, I definitely went a bit above and beyond to help that other guild, but I mean, they were nice, right? Generally, my stance, though, is if people are assholes, I do not care. Like, I was in a guild in ICC, Classic, right? And those guys were massive fucking racists, for one, but the guild vibe was just awful. I really did not like the raiding environment that they had there. And I forget what it was, but there was something that I needed to do in retail, and I just couldn't make one of the raid days. So I let the raid leader know, like, a week in advance that on this one day I would not be able to make it to raid. It wasn't even, like, an important day. But he was like, he gave me a little bit of shit about it, but he was like, fine, whatever. And then whatever it was that I was doing in retail, I was streaming it. And then while I was streaming, he messaged me in Discord, like, flaming me. Not even messaged me in Discord, messaged in the guild Discord and pinged me. So, like, he tried to make it public, like, shit-talking me for, like, oh, so you can't make it to raid, but you can, like, do something in retail. And I'm like, holy fuck. Like, not only did I literally tell you why I couldn't make it to raid, I wasn't specific, but I was like, I need to do XYZ thing for retail. But it's like, I let you know about this. You said it was okay. Like, fuck off. And that guild, literally on the spot, G-quit. Left the Discord, literally logged over to Wrath Classic to G-quit in his face, just as a gigantic fuck you, while I was streaming. That was like egregious shit. That one, I wasn't even planning on leaving that guild, but yeah. If somebody posts out and you, like, harass them, yeah, you deserve to have that person leave your guild. So, I generally, if people are nice, though, which, like, you know, the guild that I was helping and undermine was really nice people, obviously, yeah, you know, did it wreak havoc on my sleeping schedule for, like, a good month? Yes. Was it worth it in the end? Yeah. No, I definitely don't regret helping them out, but that, yeah, obviously, yeah, a bit of a above and beyond situation. I should probably use different level 1 pets. Especially because do I have a second pet slot now? Oh, yeah, I have all 3. Okay, I can do that. Okay. The experience from this is not very good, but... Okay, let's level up the Anubisath idol. Gotta get that out of the way at some point. And... let's go alphabetical order. Rare spiny lizard on the second one. Okay, so this is a weak matchup then. I could probably still win this just because, like, rare. Oh, it's unlucky. If this next... I'm gonna switch it out. Yeah. I also missed the other thing Doris said. You said, you haven't been playing for 2 weeks, it's not happening for 11.2. Definitely still can happen. Definitely still have time. And Doris said, you might be able to snipe a higher end Mythic Guild late this tier if you have good parses right now and make a post in the Discord. Even beyond that, like, that's why I said, you absolutely can get cutting edge next tier if you put in the effort. It's going to be a lot of effort, but when I say put in the effort, I mean you would have to actively guild bounce. Like, find a guild right now that's like AOTC with mid-tier mythic progression. I would say look for a guild that is hard stuck on Sprocketmonger lock and stock, would be my advice right now. Because if there is a guild currently that is still hard stuck Sprocketmonger lock and stock, they are probably going to take literally fucking anybody. Especially, you know, if they need healers. If they need healers and you're like, oh, I have really good Mythic Plus experience, those people are desperate as hell. They will take you. So, get into that guild. Get some boss kills just, like, last week or so. Easy farm. And then that will be... That guild, theoretically, should at least be better than a random fucking pug at the start of Manaforge fucking whatever. I forget the name. Manaforge something. Should be better. So, you get in, you get, like, some kills on Heroic, Manaforge, whatever, and if the guild sucks, let them know, and just, like, for stuff like that, honestly, for a non-serious guild, they expect churn. If they really, 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 really drop the ball, right, you could just let them know immediately after the first week, like, literally after, let's say they raid Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, after Thursday, let them know, like, hey, look, I'm gonna look for another guild or something. And the nice thing is, if they're still doing Heroic, Heroic is flexible, so you're not going to be fucking them over at that point. Look for a guild that did better in Heroic. Join them. Then work your way through early Mythic bosses, and you'll probably need to guild bounce 3 or 4 times. But I had a friend who guild bounced like 4 times in a single tier in Aberrus and ended up getting Cutting Edge, starting off with like nothing. I think they had previously gotten Cutting Edge in like expansions ago, which I said was your situation, but they hadn't played in a while. But by guild bouncing a lot like that, they managed to get it. It was a late Cutting Edge, but they did eventually get there. And I'm not even saying if you don't care that much until midnight, that's totally fine. But it would still help to get into a good position. Even if you're in, like, a, you know, a really, like, solid smack dab in the middle of prog guilds, and you have good logs, which is kind of the more important thing, I would say. That's more than enough early on. And then, at the end of the tier, then slowly start looking for a guild to eventually get Cutting Edge with. Yeah. You're mostly saying midnight because it doesn't seem realistic before then? Yeah, I mean, the thing with that is there's inherently going to be luck in the equation, right? So you could get really lucky and get Cutting Edge this tier, or not, well, not Undermine, but like Koresh. And you could get really unlucky, and like you join a guild that gets like Omega griefed, and you don't even get Cutting Edge at midnight. Like, that is entirely possible. Is it definitely more realistic by midnight? Sure, but anything's possible, really. I just want, like, one of these fucking rare pets. You've been good at other games and you know you'll get good at this? Yeah, I totally get that feeling. I mean, especially for MMOs and stuff. Like, if you have a good amount of experience in one MMO, and I think, obviously, I don't know exactly how you are, but, like, for me, I would generally like to think that I'm just really good at learning stuff. Like, when I pick a topic where I'm like, I want to learn how to do this, I will... I mean, it takes time, right? But I know that I have the patience to just research every last drop of info on that subject. I will do everything in my power to be, like, the most knowledgeable person on that subject. So if you know that you have that mindset, then, like, yeah, you kind of can just do anything. You can pick literally whatever the fuck you want and just be like, I am going to learn how to do X. Common. Dor says, if you're more lazy like me, yeah, on the other side of the equation. You take the best guild offer in your Discord inbox rather than sending out apps, healer privilege. Yeah, true. Obviously, I can't really speak to exactly how it works as a healer. It does sound like it's usually easier to find spots for healing. As a tank, it's fucking rough, because guilds only have 2 tank spots, and especially the higher up you go, a lot of guilds tend to have, like, one locked-in tank that they've had, you know, since the dawn of time. Like, that fucker was rocking Thunder Fury back in Encourage, and he's still kicking somehow to this day, and hasn't really been replaced. So, you're not getting his spot. You better hope that you can be his co-tank at best. So it's very tough finding tank spots the higher up you go. You know how to learn how to get good at these things, and you know you'll put in the time? Yeah. You wouldn't focus on Bis meta healer, just one that you can get good at? Yeah. Yeah, obviously, because I know that you said earlier, Crude Gamba, that you have all 6 healers prepped, but, I mean, you know, like, I'll use myself as an example for tanks. I play every single tank, and I'd like to think I'm pretty damn good at every single tank. But I can definitely say that there are tanks that I am better at than others. Like, generally for me, honestly, Prot Pally and Prot Warrior are probably my 2 weakest tanks, which is one of the reasons why I really liked getting to play them this tier, because historically, I really liked them, but I've just never really gotten a chance to play them as much. So it was really cool. Basically, this year I got to prog on my 2, in my opinion, weakest tanks. And I feel like Prot Pally especially, I've gotten infinitely better from the start of the tier. I made a lot of, I feel, solid progress. But, like, Brewmaster is one of those things, like, yeah, you know, playing Brewmaster to me is like breathing. It's just... It feels so intuitive, so normal. It's easy. So, especially if you are in a position where you're getting into Mythic Prog, and you aren't used to Mythic Prog, there's going to be a learning curve there in terms of, like, just learning the mechanics and stuff like that. And it really helps, even if it's not necessarily the best healer, the one that you are just the most comfortable on. The one that you just... Like, for me, Brewmaster... When I'm playing Brew, I don't even need to think. Like, my fingers just go to the correct shit every single time. It just feels so instinctive. And that makes it insanely good for Prog, because I can 100% focus on the boss mechanics. I'm not even thinking about what I'm doing. I'm just hitting the correct shit. So if you have a healer that's like that, I would recommend starting with that. Oh, okay. Thanks, Blizzard. I really hope this isn't one of those situations where it, like, chain DCs me. Because it happened when I entered a pet battle, so there's a chance that it's just, like, a super-duper bugged shit thing. Okay. I think that happens if there's, like, a weird obstruction. We'll try that again. Alright, there we go. Can I just, like, one-tap it? Yeah. Yes, I can. You're gonna play all 6 to figure out how they work and what you like, but you expect to play 3? Yeah, and I mean, kind of like I said, it's good to have knowledge on all of them, but do not put all your eggs in one basket, and it's much better, especially early on, to be really, really, really good at one healer than to just have general knowledge of everything. Because when I started playing, like, so when I first got into Mythic Prog, I didn't immediately start trying to play every single tank. I first really got into tanking in WoD, and it's when, I've mentioned this before, my friend Paul, who was like a top world raider, like, wanted to train me to be his tank for his challenge mode team. And, like, even Paul didn't try to teach me every single tank. In fact, early on, I had the same mentality of, I want to learn every tank. And my friend Paul was like, no, fucking stop playing your bear. Every time I would hop into my Guardian Druid, he'd be like, get off that fucking Druid. Stop playing Druid, get back on your Blood DK, and practice. And that was what he always told me to do. And I ignored him. I'm like, I want to learn how to play every single tank. And he's like, you're a fucking idiot. You're not good enough at Blood DK to start playing Guardian Druid. Practice. So he told me, learn... Well, I initially liked Blood DK and Brew, and they were pretty good. So he was like, those are your 2 tanks. Learn Blood DK and Brew, get really fucking good at those, and that's what I'm going to have you play for challenge modes and stuff. And so I practiced those. I got really good at Blood... Well, relatively speaking, for a relatively new player at the time, pretty damn good at Blood DK and Brew at the time. But, well, as I said, I kept my Guardian Druid on the back burner. I dabbled in other tanks, but I didn't really play... I barely played Prot Paladin. Prot Paladin was, like, the last tank that I ever picked up. But I had my Warrior Anji for a while, but I didn't really play Prot Warrior that much. And obviously Vengeance wasn't out in WoD. But I kept my Guardian Druid on the back burner, and I mostly played Blood and Brew, and then Legion rolls around, and guess what tank became really fucking good in Legion? Guardian Druid. So I had that ready to go. So then, start of Legion, I liked Brewmaster. I still did. I love Mop and WoD era Blood DK. That spec bangs. But unfortunately, I hated the Legion rework, so I dropped my Blood DK immediately. And then I went all in on Bear. And then I played Bear nonstop until Midnight Holds, and then I'm like, yeah, maybe I should try this new Demon Hunter thing. And then I basically exclusively mained Vengeance Demon Hunter and Brewmaster Monk for like 2 years. I basically only ever played those 2 tanks. I played Vengeance Brew in Nighthold, I played Vengeance Brew in Antaurus, I played Vengeance Brew in Uldir, I played Vengeance Brew in Dazara Lore, I played Windwalker Monk in Ashara's Eternal Palace, I played Vengeance Brew in Nyalotha. Vengeance, mind you, not a good tank back then. Vengeance was considered to be the weakest tank, and yet I was one of the best Vengeance Demon Hunters in the world, so I kept playing it because everybody was like, oh, Vengeance Demon Hunter, Vengeance sucks, and then I would just absolutely gap their DPS by a mile and get a rank 1 parse, and they'd be like, wait, what the fuck? This spec does damage? So, oh man, I cannot wait for Legion Classic. Give me back Legion Vengeance Demon Hunter, and I will do disgusting things with Spear Bomb. That's gonna be a fun time. But I'm getting sidetracked. But yeah, I played pretty much only Vengeance Brew. And then I had been dabbling with Prot Warrior a little bit in BFA because it was good. And then the first tier that I ever actually really seriously played a different tank for Mythic Prog was I played my Prot Warrior for Castle Nathria, and I played my Prot Warrior for Sanctum of Domination. But then I eventually swapped back to Brewmaster. And, you know, same thing, Brewmaster, I've been playing that spec since the dawn of time. And then I played Brewmaster again for Sepulchre, the first ones. But then, you know, the Blood DK experience came back because you needed Blood DK for Anduin. So I dusted that off, and I played that for a few prog fights. And then I think it was around that point in time, like end of Shadowlands, where I'm like, okay, at this point, I've kind of mastered Brewmaster. Like, I have gotten the spec down basically perfectly. And Vengeance Demon Hunter was dead to me the moment they started changing it. Though I did come back and get a bunch of rank 1 parses in Aberrus when they got the really fun tier set. And that's when I'm like, I should probably learn how to really play the other tanks. So, you know, I had always said, like, yeah, I can kind of play all 6 tanks, but I had never really tested that. And now I have gotten cutting edge on every single tank over the last 2 expansions. In Vault of the Incarnates, I got cutting edge on Brewmaster. In Aberrus, I got cutting edge on Vengeance Demon Hunter. In Amir Drasil, I got cutting edge on Blood Decay. Durobar Palace, I got Guardian Druid. And Undermine, I progged cutting edge in 2 different guilds and got it on Paladin and Warrior. So I can now definitely say, yes, I can play all 6 tanks. But I've been Mythic raiding for a long time, and as that story shows, it was not immediate, like, oh yeah, I'm just going to play all 6 tanks, right? I wanted to. It was always a thing that I really, really wanted to do. So I finally, literally, as of this tier, kind of accomplished the goal that I've had since WoD, of being able to, like, efficiently play all 6 tank specs. But for a good 2-3 years, I found the 2 that I was really fucking good at, and I played those exclusively. And, like I said, Vengeance Demon Hunter, not a good tank. Objectively, the weakest tank for multiple tiers in a row. And I still got invited to guilds on my Vengeance Demon Hunter because I was just that fucking good at it. If you are just rank 1, or, you know, no to be rank 1, but, like, close to that, really, really, really good, even at an off-meta spec, yeah, people will say, fuck it, yeah. Sometimes just to see what you can do. You know, they've never seen somebody play that spec before. They just want to see how it works. So, it's definitely better to pick the one that you're just really, really good with. Mistweaver is likely good next tier, but with high APM, Prez probably will get nerfed and will feel less good in M+ than other healers. Yeah. I mean, Prez, having recently played it in M+, it's really fun. I really like Prez. But yeah, it is wonky in M+. Unless they have fundamentally changed how its, like, lifebind windows work. That feels really weird to get going in M+, especially when other healers can just, like, do the same shit with fucking Radiance and stuff. How much XP per hour with pet battles? Fucking garbage. This is not a speed leveling strat. This is a terrible speed leveling strat. Do not do this. I am literally doing this for fun. This is not an efficient leveling method. God, fucking Blizzard. At least having Surge of Power this early is nice. It's because I can just one-tap all these battles. But I'm not really getting experience from this. Okay, there we go. You asked about Perez, I was scrolling Twitter. I didn't, like, ask so much as I kind of just ruminated on the idea of, like, how it's going to play in M+. Because I did, obviously, play it recently, and I don't know if, like, if lifebind windows and stuff are changing much, if that's still going to be the main way that you heal M+, then I'd imagine it'll still feel a little bit janky. I am curious about Mistweaver, though. Because, like, you guys have been saying that Mistweaver's pretty good. And, I mean, I saw the logs you linked. It seems good. But, I gotta say, how good is it? Because Brew is also looking really solid. Obviously, for, like, our personal raid comp, that'll depend. But I'm more just, like, I think it's fun to speculate, like, Race the World First stuff. And I feel like unless Mistweaver is just insanely broken, so I feel like Blood Decay almost definitely gets a tank spot. You definitely don't bring Prot Warrior. So, right now, it's looking like either, like, if Mistweaver's really good, then I guess you probably could bring Prop Alley. And, like, you know, Mistweaver's your monk buff, but then it would need to be good enough to be, like, a guaranteed pick on every single boss fight, especially with the buff to monk buff. There's, like, absolutely zero chance that you sit monk in, like, any fight now, right? So So, like, if Mistweaver is so good that it's, like, every single boss you bring it guaranteed, then, like, maybe? But, like, yeah, Shadowpan Brew is kind of cooking. I have no idea how good Windwalker is, but I can't imagine that Windwalker is going to be tuned to be very strong after last year. But who knows? I mean, it's not impossible. Historically speaking, though, it's probably going to be gutted. Man. Mr. River won't be Gigabis, but yeah, they're still tuning to go. Yeah, I think it's like... The thing is, Brewmaster is a much safer pick, right? Because Brew has always been solid. I feel like... I don't necessarily know if... Ah, yes! Okay. Let's swap to a Nubisath Idol. I need to be very careful not to one-shot this. Okay, that does 74 humanoid damage, so I definitely can't do that. Shit. Do I just Sandstorm a second time? No, but that's 66 flying damage. Fuck. Okay, Arcane Storm should be enough. Has a chance to miss. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. Okay, it's in trap range. At this point, I just chuck traps and... Okay, first try, easy. Alright, that is our first pet down. The first wild pet I've actually got. Nice. Dung Beetle, pretty terrible, though. But, I mean, you're gonna catch it. Catch a rare one. But yeah, I feel like an interesting thought is, if Mistweaver and Windwalker had not been insanely broken, would Brewmaster have been a Race the World first contender? And I think the obvious answer is, if you were in a position where you needed to get monk buff from somewhere, Brew was probably, like, it wasn't amazing, but it was, like, fine. It was not bad in Undermine. It just wasn't high damage compared to the other tanks, and, you know, just better ways to get monk buff. But, like, it was still insanely tanky, and it was not terrible damage. So you definitely wouldn't have felt bad running it to get a guaranteed monk buff, but I think they would have needed to be considerably worse, the other specs that is, to not bring, or to justify bringing a Brewmaster, because Prop Heli I think you needed to run, especially because of Muggsy, and Prot Warrior doesn't necessarily bring anything special to the equation, because Prot Warrior just does, or did, it still kind of does, crazy damage, and was unkillable. But Brewmaster is also unkillable. So that would have been fine. It would really just be a damage thing. So I think if you needed monk buff, you probably would have just dropped Prot Warrior and brought Brewmaster and been okay. But obviously, the theoretical situation now is like, okay, if there's a better way to get monk buff. That said, Brewmaster damage does look pretty good. So there's also a world in which you just always bring Brewmaster because its damage actually looks relatively competitive now. And it guarantees that you have monk buff, and then maybe Mistweaver you still bring on some fights just if you really need the healing. But it's not like the way that you get monk buff. But I don't know. I think Brew is looking really good. There's, like, I don't really think they're going to nerf Brew. Because it's not, like, Brew doesn't look broken. Brew just looks really solid. It's the same kit as it's always had. It got, like, a mini rework, right? And the changes buffed Brew's survivability, which God knows it did not need. But it has higher survivability now. So it's even more unkillable than it already was. And its damage, which was kind of its main problem, is now getting a pretty sizable increase. So, yeah. It's also way more consistent, because Brew was a very RNG damage in, well, previously just because of Facepalm, but also with the tier set. But the new stuff it's just insanely consistent. The other thing is that Brew has incredible burst damage with the new tier set, which obviously, especially for damage amp fights, which I've seen that there are some, and just priority damage in general is very important, especially for Race to World First stuff. Brew could actually be like the damage tank. So I actually think there's a world where like you just always, or for Race to World First specifically, you always bring Brew, but then also with the amount of grips that are needed, Blood DK still looks fine. Blood DK still, you know, notoriously unkillable. So if Blood DK does solid damage, it's unkillable, and the grips are good utility. I really think that Blood DK Brew is like the play. And then I think, if anything, I'm leaning towards, if there's a fight where, like, unless there's literally a boss, which I haven't heard of that being the case. I don't know if there's a boss where it's like, you need to have spell warding and grips. Like, it's super mandatory to have both. Obviously, we haven't really seen Dementius, but that's the only situation where I feel like Blood DK Brew is, like, necessary. Obviously, if that is Dementius, then you build around that. But I feel like, if anything, if there is a fight with a mandatory spell warding, and there's another fight where grip really helps, then you just have the guaranteed Brew, and then switch in Prop Heli or Blood DK depending on the boss, and that's like your flex second tank spot. Kind of like, you know, Muggsy. But admittedly, Prop Heli was just good for everything in Undermine. Yeah, true. Split... Ooh, good point. Yeah, because split platforms, and I have seen that Saldahar has split platforms, and I think I heard Max say that based on the Dungeon Journal, you can see Dementius has split platforms, so that is a good point. Having a second monk, actually, second just buffs like that in general would not be bad. So, ooh. Yeah. And especially the last two bosses, it's extra relevant. So maybe that is just the play, you just bring two monks, Mistweaver and Brew. Why am I fighting dung beetles? I already have this one. I need to be hitting spiny lizards. I mean, I'm gonna be completely honest. Like, it's... I really hope we find the other tank soon, because, like... I will sit here and think about this stuff endlessly. And it would be so much nicer if I could just, like, plan ahead and know at least generally what I'm gonna play. Because obviously I'm you know, I'm gonna flex around whatever the tank that we get is. If we get a Blood DK one trick, well, okay, like, that's what we gotta work with. So I'll have to play around that. But I guess the only thing that I really hope we don't get, and admittedly, it's very rare, so the chances are low, is I hope we don't recruit a Brewmaster one-trick, because if I had to pick, I am very, very excited about Brewmaster next year. I think it looks pretty good. So that's not necessarily what I'll play, if that's not the best choice, but I think if I have the flexibility to play something, I'd rather it not be like, oh, you know, the new guy we recruited only plays Brewmaster. And then I'm just like, oh, fuck. Oh, you already found the other tank, really? I did not know that. Are they in the Discord? Because I guess I didn't see anybody join the Discord, so then is it somebody who is already in there, like a friend or something? That's interesting. Oh, it isn't. Wait, are you... There's no way. Did you actually convince Boosted to do... Or are you griefing? I thought boosted was like, fuck no. He actually is? Oh, shit. Is he playing Prot Warrior, though? Like, I mean, boosted's good, don't get me wrong. But Prot Warrior is looking super tuned. It's sick, though. I guess if boosted is willing to play other tanks, though, like, we don't necessarily need his warrior buff, because obviously we have Brokkar, right? So Brokkar brings the warrior buff guaranteed. So that flexes it up. Oh, nice. Yeah. Well, obviously, because has he played? I'd imagine he's played other tanks, because I've seen he has other alts. I've only ever seen him play as Prot Warrior, but obviously I haven't been here for, like, super long. And I think I've only ever seen him play, like, third tank for Rick. And then I looked at some of the logs, obviously, before I joined, when he was still playing. But that is honestly such a relief. Because one of the other things, like, so, it's always nerve-wracking getting to, like, know a new co-tank, right? Because you have to communicate with them a lot. But, like, I already know Boosted. Boosted's cool. So that is, like, a weight off my shoulders. Because having to, like, rare spiny lizard. Okay, how do I not kill this thing? Okay, this could crit, but fuck it. Yes, okay. Nice. Alright, that is... Are there any more pets in Orgrimmar that I can catch? Org. Can't wait to get yelled at by Boosted. Searing Gorge. Oh, it's gonna show Siege of Orgrimmar. It's like Orgrim. It's still gonna show Siege of Orgrimmar stuff. Okay, Scorpid is somewhere in Orgrimmar. Toad is somewhere in Orgrimmar. Lower healing on him than Leek's pet. Maybe he plays Blood Decay. That way he doesn't need to even worry about whether you heal him or not. And I mean, Blood Decay's looking pretty good. It's pretty spicy. And honestly, if Boosted plays Blood Decay, that would work out perfectly. Now, on one hand, I kind of, I'm greedy. Like, in a perfect world, I'd be able to, like, clone myself and play both tanks at once, because I also am really excited about Blood. But if I had to pick, like, am I more excited about Brew or Blood? It's definitely Brew. But I think it would actually work out really well if he played Blood, because then he could just go all in on Blood, and then I can get Brew Prot Pally ready, so then I could just flex both, depending on the situation. I think in terms of, like, what the optimal stuff would be, unless, obviously, if he wanted to do it, but I think most people aren't crazy enough to gear up 2 characters at the start of a season. So this is probably near the water in the middle of the city. I did think about that, but then I considered, like, all of the pets in Org are level 1. At this point, it's a good idea because I gotta go fight Zunta. So there's gonna be slightly higher level pets out in the wild, and most of the pets in Org are also in Durotar. So this way I can start leveling them up a bit more. You'd personally play Blood DK tank? Yeah. And I feel like, you know, Blood is one of those where it's like I was saying in the healer chat, or was it the recruit? I forget which channel, but Blood is like the easiest tank to find people for. It's so easy to find, like, a Blood DK one-trick. They're everywhere. So... that makes sense. I think I'll start leveling up Chrominius, because I'm definitely going to need this one. Let's look for a rare Creepy Crawly. You tried pet stuff in BFA, ain't your thing? That's totally fair, yeah. I've always enjoyed pet battling, but... so the reason I'm doing this is, like... one, the whole two birds, one stone, like, fun way to level a character. Also, I do want to get a lot of really good pets set up for MOP, because pet battling isn't, like, it's not mandatory, but it's nice to have. There are some good things that you can get. Also, decent money, right? If you can get, like, some of the rare pets early on from the pet battle supply things, you can sell those, so... if... wow, that... okay, that was a fast... Creepy Crawly. I don't think this one-shots. Yeah, no, it doesn't. The Sandstorm one-shot. Yes. Okay. I mean, I guess I just need to do this and hope I don't crit. Don't crit, don't crit, don't crit, don't crit. Yes! The collecting rare pets thing is just, yeah, for fun. Why not? Oh, nice, cool. Okay, so I got my Creepy Crawly. It was pretty fast. But yeah, another thing... and this, I would recommend everybody do. Although you don't need to get, like, a shitload of pet stuff set up, like I'm going to try and do, I would highly recommend, if anybody cares about day one leveling, if you're looking for something to do in pre-patch, get at least some pets leveled up. Because the pet battle pre-quests are a thing now. Those, like, quests that you can turn in anywhere in the world, you complete them on your account and they scale with your level. I mean, they're available now. So obviously, for launch day leveling in MOP, those will be relevant. So, if you care about getting, like, as much experience as possible day one, you should be doing that. And it does take a decent amount... it takes some time to set up, right? Like, you can't just walk in, grab the quests, and you're out. You have to do the entire unlock chain, and then go fight the trainers after that. So it'll take you, like... I'd say it'll take you an afternoon to get that unlocked. But, I mean, those quests are nice to have. If you are like me, and you plan on playing this, you know, until Classic ends, in whenever that'll be, then, you'll need to do that for every single expansion release going forward. So, it's good to have that out of the way now. May as well. Pets were great for money-making in Legion? Yeah. Another time pets are really good for money-making is, Warlords of Draenor in Tanan Jungle. Tanan Jungle had a lot of really difficult pets with good rewards. I made a lot of money doing those. There's also... Now, I don't think that this is the case in MOP, because I'm pretty sure that in MOP, there aren't any reputation things tied to pet battles. Don't quote me on that, because it might be the case. But pet battles are really important a lot of times in future expansions. BFA is one that comes to mind, where a lot of times the pet battle world quests give reputation. So it's really good to get those done if you're trying to, like, farm a certain rep before raid. The one that really comes to mind is whatever the Nazjatar rep is. I did all of those pet battles, and I literally, I actually had so much fun with that, because I had to figure out strategies for all of the Nazjatar pet battles that worked with tradable pets. So what I did for Nazjatar is I figured out strats on my own, like on the launch week, so there were, like, no guides out yet, and then I would find a team of tradable pets that worked, and then I would have my guildies come one by one to the pet, and I would just, like, package the pets, trade them to my guildies, and say, learn these, fight the pet with these pets, and then afterwards they'd recage them, give it back to me, and I'd pass it on to the next guildie. So I literally loaned out my pets to help my guild get their pet battle world quest done for rep. And that was really fun. Not only because, like, I generally just like doing that stuff, it's fun to feel helpful, but also the whole, like, figuring out the right strategies for, like, what works with tradable pets, not, like, ones that, like, wild pets, which obviously you can't trade, or, promotional pets and stuff. Only, like, BOE sellable pets, so that I could give them to people. So figuring out, like, strategies that only use those was pretty cool. Especially because one of my go-to world quest, like, difficult pet battle world quest slayers is... Sorry, my phone just beeped. I think that probably picked up on the mic. Is Emerald Protowhelp. And Emerald Protowhelp, being a wild pet, obviously is something that I cannot trade. So I could not use that in any of my strats, which was, it's fun to have restrictions like that. But it's like, I've always said that people always, like, recommend all these different challenges and stuff. And I like a good challenge, but to me, the most fun type of challenge is a realistic challenge. Like, that was a fun challenge, because that was a problem that I had to solve that served a practical purpose. I wasn't just, like, randomly kneecapping myself and, like, I can only use pets for, whatever reason. There was a real, tangible reason why I could only use tradable pets. So it was like a fun little strategical modifier that actually had a purpose. And that was really cool. Why no cat? Oh, what, like, why no cat on the stream? Fun fact about that, so if anybody's watching on Twitch, I would highly encourage you to go look at the YouTube version of the stream. Just look at the thumbnail. Fun thing for that is, on my second channel, when I streamed the Blood DK 85 to 90 run, like a month or so ago, I mentioned at one point during that run that my cat was watching, and at one point he tried to paw the screen, and that's the picture. I took a picture as he was doing it. At the time, I posted it in my Discord, but then when I was, like, trying to think of, like, what random thumbnail do I throw up for YouTube, I'm like, oh yeah, I have that picture of when Finn was pawing the screen. Like, it fits perfectly. So, that's what that picture is. You played when Vanilla came out and quit 2 months into Kata, was just burnt out by then. You took a 10.5-year break, came back about 3/4 of the way through BFA, played Shadowlands, you were just done again after that. Yeah. That's unfortunate. You missed all the really good expansions and came back for BFA and Shadowlands. That is unlucky. But I guess, yeah, if you're back for the classic re-releases, then that's definitely a good choice. Because now you get to play through all the really fun expansions that you missed out on the first time. You think they will stop at Legion? So, me personally, I think I stop at Legion. However, I honestly think Blizzard will just kind of keep this going forever. Because you have to think about this from a, like, Blizzard will do whatever makes the most financial sense for Blizzard. And as crazy as it may sound, I genuinely believe that it would make financial sense for Blizzard to do classic Shadowlands, even, as long as they can add a digital deluxe bundle that has a retail mount that collectors will pay money for. Because it costs very little for Blizzard to actually develop this, right? They don't have to put in that much effort. Especially for Shadowlands, I think they know that nobody will give a fuck. But if they just release it, slap a store mount on there, it gives them, like, a solid justification to make a really pricey store mount. And as long as some people play it and buy the digital deluxe bundle, there you go. That's more than enough reason for Blizzard to do it. Do I think that it would be interesting? No. But it's all about whether it makes financial sense to Blizzard. That's why you got into it for the rep, but the tokens made bank? Yeah. Yep. Definitely. You played Vanilla BC and Wrath. There was a lot of grinding and 40-man raids and shit. You were just burnt. Yeah. That's definitely fair. I played those expansions, but I was very young, so like I didn't seriously do anything as a kid. So I kind of got the best of both worlds because I got like as a kid I got to experience like that sense of wonder and exploration that the early expansions offered. And then as it shifted into Kata and Mop, I'm like, yeah, I want to try this raiding thing finally. Wouldn't you know it, Mop, which is when I first really got into raiding, is when, well, when raiding, I would say, got really good. I mean, I got into raiding in Mop, but I was kind of shit. It wasn't until WoD where I think I would call myself, like, a good player. I was kind of shit in Mop, to be frank. But, you know, all the more reason to play Classic, because it's cool to come back and experience this content for real. Uh... 60 Hunt, 60 Lock, and 60 Warrior. Oh, jeez. Yeah, playing that in, like, original vanilla sounds like hell. You were not a kid when vanilla came out, you were Gen X in your late 20s? Yeah. Definitely a lot to juggle then. Let's see here. I could probably get another kill on my rabbit, just, There's a lot of pets down there. Are they ones I need? There's a hare... No, I need a hare, so... Rare? Ooh, okay. Fuck yeah. Played the OG Warcraft in your teenage years and loved it in the lore. Yeah, that's definitely one of the shameful things that Blizzard has done, is all the damage that they've done to the lore. Oh, fuck. Miss. I god damn it, fucking I fucking hate myself. I got... It was bound to happen eventually. Sitting here distracted. Yapping. Murder the rare bunny. And fucking bunny, too. That would have been a really good one. Oh, we'll find another one. Yeah, I played World of Warcraft before I actually played Warcraft. Well, I've never played the original, but obviously I read the lore and stuff like that. But I did go back and play Warcraft 3 later on as a kid, and I loved the lore back in the day. Just responding in Discord real quick. I saw a big cluster over there. Maybe you can help me out. You're screwing around working on some rep achieves, trying to do the Argent Champ achieve. How are you supposed to do Argent Dawn when there is no Argent Dawn? Is that still... I think Argent Dawn's still a thing. If it's not a feat of strength... Yeah, so I did Argent Dawn back in the day. I believe Argent Dawn is still a thing. I'm pretty sure the way it works, if it's the way I'm remembering it correctly, you do the questline in Eastern Plaguelands, and there's a quest that you get once you reach Light's Hope Chapel if you just follow the campaign in this zone, and you have to kill like a ghost or something, and then it sets you to it automatically puts you at either like honored or revered with the Argent Dawn. And then the final few ranks you grind out by just doing other quests in the zone or doing like Stratholm, I think. So you should get it eventually, I believe. You're on your Gnome Prosticate 85 and pretty geared, so just flying through? Yeah, you should definitely get there soon, in that case. Right, well, it looks like my guildie Boosted, who Dora was talking about earlier, and is going to be my co-tank in the next year, which is pretty cool. He is still ride or die on the Prot Warrior train, which is interesting. But honestly, it kind of works out well for me, because if he's set on Prot Warrior... Here, actually, I should ask him. So, hypothetically, if Blizz murders, or if Blizz takes Prot Warrior out back, what's your number 2 pick? Just so I can plan. Because if he is like ride or die Prot Warrior, then that means that realistically I need to prep Blood Brew and Paladin. Which, like, I mean, I don't mind per se. But I did ask him, like, if he is going to switch, what is his second? That way, if he's like, oh yeah, you know, if Prot Warrior gets fucked, I'm definitely gonna play Blood or something like that, then I can focus more on Blood and Prot and Brew. We'll see. But it does give me some flexibility, at least, since Prot Warrior was not one of the tanks that I was prepping. At the very least, Colossus looks like it'll still be pretty solid damage, because the tier set looks very strong. So, I don't think it'll be a terrible option, but you will be very much at the mercy of healers. Oh, hey. Treasure chest. Oh. Alright. You can get swim speed potions out of chests? Huh. That is interesting. Went to a commercial as soon as I started reading your last text. Now, all I said is, if you're on a level 85 and you're doing the towers, then you should get to that quest that I'm talking about pretty soon. Shouldn't be too far off. Okay, interesting. Looks like Boosted's second pick is Paladin. That's interesting. You know what? That would be ideal. Because, kind of like I said, the two tanks that I'm the most excited about are Blood and Brew. So... Alright. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. If he's getting the prots, honestly, I was like, and you know, if he does need to play prop alley for a fight, I feel like that would be fine, right? So, if Boosted's taking care of the shield tanks, and I can focus on Blood Brew, that's kind of ideal. That is like my perfect situation. You're trying to finish out your heirloom stuff and you want to do one monk DPS and one monk tank. Never done a monk? Well, if you're working on heirlooms, the nice thing is that it's the same. Generally, tank stats are a little bit weird. I think there are still some situations in MoP, in specific situations, where, like, dodge and parry have their place. But I'm pretty sure it is, like, just... Honest, I have no fucking clue what Guardian Druid's doing over there. I haven't really looked into MoP Guardian at all. But Blood DK and Prot Warrior have some value for dodge and parry because of Riposte. But, like, Brewmaster does not like dodge and parry at all. Not even Mastery. So, Brewmaster, you just build damage stats. So whatever you're going to grab for your, yeah, whatever you're going to grab for your Windwalker, it's the same exact thing that you'll use on Brew. You don't need to worry about that. Sack pet supplies. Yeah, monks are very fun. Definitely, I'd say monks are probably my favorite class. Definitely, as far as, like, this era of WoW, monks are my favorite class by far. I haven't played in 3 months, was working nights. Yeah, there you go. It's always fun to, like, come back to WoW and just get to, like, binge it. Just fuck around and do fun stuff. Alright, I would like to get all Duratar pets before I go. If there's pets that are, like, the same in the Barrens, then I can just get them in the Barrens. I'm still pissed at myself for fucking up that hair. Because I don't actually know if I have any blue rabbits. And I really like the rabbits. Let's see, sort beast, or a critter. Yeah, I don't have any blue rabbits, and I really need a blue rabbit. That being said, if I get a blue rabbit and it's not a speed variant, then it's useless, because rabbits are only good if they have speed. But speed rabbits are the best critters in the game. To this day, in retail, so. I need to get one. See, there's not a lot of pets in this area. It'll be interesting at higher levels. There's a lot of pets I know that are like really, really rare and hard to get. Some of them will be easier, like Unborn Valkyr and Minfernal and stuff. Those are rare, but they're only rare in terms of like it takes a while to spawn. And on all of these dead servers, it'll not be hard for me to find one of those up. Like, I can get that easily. But there's some that, like, you need special weather effects and whatnot. I forget the entire list of all the different pets. Like, one of them, I know there's a Sandstorm in Silithus. I think there's, like... I think Winterspring has, like, a special pet. I forget what the conditions are, though. It's been such a long time since I've gotten all of them. I should probably switch out the brown rabbit. I think this might level it up. I'm not sure. Oh, it misses? Fuck. Oh, there's an adder over there. I'll get my... Yeah, because it's about to level. I'll get my brown rabbit up to level 6, and then I'll switch it out. Just typing in Discord real quick. Oh, Toad. Nice. And Water Snake. Okay, Water Snake is one of the ones I'm missing. I would imagine that you can probably only get in this area. Let me switch. I'll put a Nubisath there. Chuck a Celestial Dragon there, just in case. Probably one tap. Yeah, it has a 100% hit chance. Oh no, it's not enough. Ah, come on. Is that a rare? No, just a quest mob. Toad over there. Careful, because Keg Smash will kill these. Off the one shot. Water Snake and Toad. I need both of these. Water Snake. Haven't encountered a rare for a little while. I'm gonna get a Nubiseth idol up to level 5, and then I'll start using the Celestial Dragon. Should be a few more battles, I think. Swap that in, and what do I want to level next? Level one of the whelps. I definitely want to get a moth up at some point, but I'd rather level the rare pets first, because those I will never replace. But like if I level an uncommon pet, and then I get a new uncommon pet, I'll just use that one instead, so. It's not like that easy to get stones this early on. It's a water snake. Oh, rares. This will be useful for capturing some of these pets. Because that way I don't need to worry about, like, perfectly timing the damage. I can just let it tick down a little bit. This should kill, I think? Yeah. Oh, and with the crit. Easy peasy. Another water snake. No rare. I'm gonna do one more hit of this just because I don't know how many hits my Crimson Whelpling can take. So this guarantees that I kill it, they level up, they get a full heal. Just makes it a little bit easier. Yeah, actually that was probably the right play. I think it would have died to another 2 hits. Perfect. Oh, also at some point I finally leveled up, so I've gotten the first The first actual level from just pet battling only. That's... Do I have Terrible Turnip? No. Terrible Turnip is... Oh, ooh, this is a blue one. Terrible Turnip is the Tiller's farm, I think. So, I will be able to get that in MOP, but not in pre-patch. Is that... Yes. Yeah. It says World Drop, but I believe it's a random drop-off whenever you harvest your tiller crops. Okay, I need to make sure I do not fuck this one up. I don't want to repeat the hair situation. The frog healed too? It can do that? Oh yeah, it has healing wave. Huh. Okay, that's awkward. That does mean that it should be easy to catch. I shouldn't... Like, the risk of me messing up is low. This does more damage, but I'm unlikely to one-tap it, even if I crit. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Oh. Okay, that's actually good. I want to favorite that, because I don't know if I have a blue toad. Check. Actually, I do. I have Mojo. Okay. It's toad. I would end up going with whichever one has higher speed. Or, you know, I could just use both, but... That is good to have. Because that is, like, an actual pet that I would use, unlike all the other rares that I've gotten so far, which are just, you know, trash for the collection. You love your Tiller's farm so much, you had, like, 20 characters doing ores and cloth? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I really enjoyed the Tiller's farm just in general, but I'm definitely going to be doing it in MOP, because it is a really good way to make money. And I have a decent amount of vaults set up. I don't know why I did the toad. I already have this one. I'll just kill it, why not? Alright. There is another water snake. Yeah, so I can ignore toads now and just look for water snakes. And there's one south. Careful. Uncommon. Okay. After leveling this one up, it should be nice, because Moonfire is going to be a really good early burst. And this should level me up. Windwalker items aren't good for Brew, though. They reverted their mastery, and it seems to be their priority stat now. Well, so... I don't know when you sent that, but... When I said that, I was answering a question in Twitch chat about heirlooms. And in the case of heirlooms, there aren't mastery heirlooms. So, in that specific case, my point was basically... Don't focus on the tanking heirlooms, which I'm actually not even sure if there are agility tanking heirlooms at this point in time. I don't think there are in MOP. But my answer to that question was you don't need to get heirlooms for Windwalker and Brewmaster. You're just getting heirlooms for monks, because Brew and Windwalker use the same heirlooms. But you are correct, yes. If we're talking general gearing priority, yes. Mastery, I do believe you're right that with the change, it's Windwalker's best stat. And Mastery is very bad for Brew. So that is true, but different context. Yeah. Yeah, there's no tank leather, and It's not worth using the strength stuff. I think, like, a lot of the tinking heirlooms in retail have just, like, they switch between strength and agi. But also, I mean, most of them in retail have versatility, which isn't a bad stat. But dodge and parry, I'm not sure when warriors and DKs get riposte. There's actually a case to be made that if they don't get riposte until higher levels, then you would still use the DPS heirlooms on them. Because, like, dodge and parry are not good stats. They're, like, fine. The only reason that you use them on DK and warrior is because you're basically just getting critical strike. You're getting, like, a lot of value out of crit, but then you're also getting, like, some tanking stuff. So it's just a better survivability stat. And, like, technically, if you're going for parses, you're still stacking crit. But if we're talking about, like, being ethical for prog, then, yeah, you know, it makes sense to go dodge and parry. Let's do Snatchling. That one's pretty good. Oh. It only has a 90% hit chance. I feel like they changed some of this later on. I feel like a lot of the 90% hit chance abilities are just 100% hit chance, because it's like... that stuff's just annoying. And I never got the sense that it was 90% hit chance. I'd imagine they just did some tuning. But I don't think it's worth killing. Most of these low-level rare mobs drop fuck all. Okay, another water snake. That's what I need. Oh, there we go. Alright, how do I want to do this? I mean, realistically, I just hit it again and hope I don't crit. Alright, yeah. Nice. Like, the traps have a chance to fail, yeah. It definitely has a chance to fail. I have not had a single trap fail yet, though. Wait, it said uncommon. It is a rare, though, right? Yeah, it's a rare. I don't know why the pop-up said uncommon. Nice. Shit pet, but, you know. One more down for the collection. Now I can move to a different area. Okay, have creepy crawly. There's definitely... I need to get my hair, finally. Killed it earlier. So I know I still need that. I think there's one other pet that I still need here. Just search. Durotar. I can't type. Durotar. That's not a real one. Okay, so it's just adder and hair. Man. I'm so fucking pissed at myself for killing that hair. No, there were a bunch over here. There is none of the pets I need there. I think I can hop here. Ah! I don't know why I did that. It's safe cross over there. But I thought I could make the jump. Check down south. There's bound to be some more pets this way. So many creepy crawlies. Are there water snakes over here? In this area? Snowballed Runt from Ice Howl also has Weakening Blow. If it's... Yeah, so... They haven't implemented a lot of the other pets yet. They haven't even implemented... I don't know exactly when it was added, if it was like a mop thing, but they just haven't introduced it. The furthest the raid pets go is the... I can show you. Raiding with Leashes 2. So, Tempest Keep, Karazhan, and Serpent Shrine Cavern is the farthest that the raid pets go. For some reason, actually, they also have Naxxramas, which is technically Wrath, but none of the other raid pets are implemented in Mop Classic. The only one I'm missing is Lady Vosh, because she is impossible to... You can't even multi-box Lady Vosh. I tried really hard to, I brought, like, all my Warlocks, and I tried to, like, position them at key locations, but the timing to do Lady Vosh is so fucking brutal. The thing is, to realistically do Lady Vosh, you would need 2 people tossing the orb, because Blizzard hasn't fixed it. That is weird, because I have found proof that back in MoP, the Lady Vosh thing was fixed to be soloable, and they haven't implemented that in what's it called? Classic. So you can't do it. In theory, if you had 3 actual people playing at the same time, you could 3-man it. You might be able to 2-man it if, like, you had another person who was, like, really working with you super coordinated, but it would be very tough. But 3 people would be safe, because then you'd have 1 person to just kill the water ellies, and then 2 people to just do the hot potato mechanic. But I could not do it with all of my alt accounts, just because the amount of time that it took to, like... I couldn't reliably kill the water ellies. It's just way too much mental bandwidth on top of doing the orbs. And having to, like, switch between, like, windows to, like, pass the orb back to myself, way too much time, and eventually... The fastest I got it is I got Lady Vosh to only reach 58 stacks, and I still got 1 shot. Her scaling just gets ridiculous. And even as a Blood DK, death striking every hit. Eventually she roots you, runs out of range, and then 1-taps you. And it's like, okay. That's cool. So, that pet is currently 12,000 gold in the auction house, and that is a price I am not willing to pay. I'm also just hoping that at some point Blizzard fixes it, makes it soloable. But, we'll see. It was added and returned to Karazhan? Oh, okay. Yeah, so then... I wasn't sure if it was like they forgot to add it in Classic, or if it was just much later on, but yeah. And Trial of the Crusader is a Wrath raid, so... Wouldn't be for a while. If you're already looking, can you see when they added the Black Temple pets? I'm curious if that was MoP, or if that was like WoD or something. I would imagine... I suspect that it's probably WoD. But, hard to say. Because Black Temple has a bunch of interesting ones. Black Temple has the fragments. It's like Fragment of Desire, Fragment of Suffering, and stuff like that. One of those I still use sometimes for retail pet battles. Oh, my character is backwards. 7.0.3. Ah, interesting. Yeah, so I guess this is all we'll have to work with in MOP then. There are a lot of good pets that were added, or well, added within like Pandaria itself. So I will be able to get better ones later on, but ideally I'd like to have a fairly well-rounded roster of pets before the expansion launches. I think I have like enough though to make that happen. I'm trying to think of like outside of Terrible Turnip, which Terrible Turnip is good, but I never really used it for high-end battles. If I recall, the best thing for Terrible Turnip was catching pets, because it lets you get them down to 1 HP. And then you can get a guaranteed catch. I'm trying to think. I know Kunlai Runt is very good. That one, there's no real alternative, I think. It's a pretty unique pet. So that will be nice to have. That's Pandaria only. There's obviously... There's, like, the Beasts of Fable pets. There's the Celestial pets, which obviously we won't even be able to get until the end of MOP. So there are those that are, like, really good. I feel like a lot of the really good staple pets... At least enough of the really good staple pets are obtainable now. To where I can cover, like, all-important situations. I'm actually not even sure if Beasts of Fable is on launch. Because if I recall, Beasts of Fable, technically speaking, was 5.1? I don't think it was in launch. But for Classic, it might be in launch. It's hard to say. And then, like, the only thing that you really need a lot of pets for is Celestial Tournament, but there's plenty of time for that. Isn't catch rate based on attempts? What do you mean? Like, the more attempts that you try to catch a pet, the higher chance it is of getting caught? In theory, yes. I think I've gotten very lucky, and every single catch attempt that I've done has been successful. Now, it is... I do know that the lower health the pet has, just like, you know, in Pokemon, the higher the chances of it being successful. And I have gotten most of the pets pretty low health before attempting a catch. I don't know exactly how it scales, like, what the percent chance increase is proportional to the pet health. But I suspect I have gotten pretty lucky on all my catches so far, yeah. How much is a token in Classic? Right now? 12,000 gold. Yeah, so... Basically, right now, the Lady Vosh pet costs 20 bucks. There you go. I believe Lady Vosh pet is, like, the single most expensive realistic pet. Because I think on the auction house, I looked earlier, there was, like, one person who, I guess, somehow managed to kill the Darkmoon Rabbit at this level already, and they had that for sale. And the Darkmoon Rabbit was up for, like, you know, 99999 gold, whatever the max is. And then somebody was selling a Darkmoon Eye for 100k. There were only, like, one or two of those. Now, technically, Darkmoon Eye is not incredibly rare, but the time in which you could have gotten a Darkmoon Eye is very low. People would have had to get their pets up to max, and then farm the Darkmoon Pet Battle, like, immediately upon the pre-patch launching, when Darkmoon Fair was active. But I suspect that the price will tank the moment Darkmoon Fair comes back around tomorrow, so... But beyond that, I think it was, like, the most expensive pet. At least on Fairlina. Which, considering it... Yeah, it's just, there's no real gimmick with that one. It's just, like... Yeah, it's really hard to do at the moment. You have to kill her, and then you have to get it to drop. And killing Lady Vosh is a pain in the ass. And it requires the help of multiple people, so... Anubis Idol is also pretty expensive, but I think Anubis Idol is like 8k right now? The price has gone down. That one is definitely nowhere near as difficult as Lady Vosh, because some classes can solo Twin Emperors. But that's kind of interesting, because it's a very, very difficult boss to solo. Second hardest next to Lady Vosh, and it's also a very desired pet. So that's definitely keeping the price up a bit. So many fucking creepy crawlies. Here's an adder. I should switch pets. This one's level 5 now. Switch out to my Crimson Whelp. Alright. Chuck another level 1 pet in there. I saw there was another one out here, creepy crawly. There's a hare. Yes! Okay. Do not fuck this up. Don't crit, don't crit, don't crit, don't crit, don't crit, don't crit, don't crit. Yes! Hey, the streak continues! I have one shot every catch attempt. That is a good one. Air. Hell yeah. I'm actually just going to immediately check that one in and start leveling it. It looks like it's high speed, too. I think that is... That's speed breed. I don't know for sure, because I don't know the level 1 values. But it's whatever is 325 speed at level 25. Which I guess we'll find out. There's another adder. I'm gonna switch it out so it doesn't die. Still need the adder. I'd imagine there's probably significant overlap with Barons. Adder is... Okay, yeah, Adder's in Northern Barons, so I'll just switch over now. Here's was Hare. I would imagine Hare is probably Barons too. Ah, it was not, actually, yeah, so I definitely needed to get that before I left. Cool. So we'll head to Northern Barons. Northern Barons. Interesting. Okay, Cheetah Cub I definitely need to get. That's Northern Barons only. Emerald Boa. That's also Harpy Youngling. I don't remember this one being a thing. Harpy Pet. Cool. Prairie Dog is in a bunch of places. Small Frog in a lot of places. So the big one is Cheetah Cub and Harpy Youngling. That I need to get. Cool, cool. Trying to remember some of the names that I had in retail for a lot of these pets. I remember my Chrominius was always named Nuke. And then obviously Middens. That I remember. What did I name my Darkmoon Zeppelin? Oh, I forget. I think it was Gunship. It's been a while. Something like that. Sure, the rest will come back to me. Yeah, those are the ones that jump out. I remember my moth names. Yeah, my moth names I remember decently well. My bunny names I also remember, but I want to save them for now. Oh, interesting. The Korkron stuff is already here. Huh. Let's switch pets. Yeah, I'm getting farmed by this prairie dog. Fucking hell. Okay, this should kill. Yeah, alright, there we go. Okay. Harpy younglings, I'm guessing, are going to be in this area. Cheetah cubs probably underneath those trees, I would imagine. I need to head down to Dagra the Fierce. I would imagine I need a team of level 5 pets. No reason to really rush that. There is another adder, which I still need. I wonder how much it disrupts the questing experience here with all the Korkron stuff existing already. I'd imagine most of it probably still functions the same. Ooh. Countered. Oh, getting the bunny leveled up. Prairie dog. Dog adder, yeah, I think every single pet here I need. If I all turn barons, yeah. Need every single pet in the sim. Should level me up. Nice. Burrow's pretty big. Now, if they burrow on me, I can just... Actually, I think burrow versus burrow, you actually do get hit undergrounds, I believe. It has burrow. It's not using it, though. It's just gonna die. Alright, sure. Okay, my hair should, yeah, now be level 5. Cool. Now I'm gonna swap the Whelpling in, and... So let's put the Dark Whelpling that up. I think this probably levels the Crimson Whelpling. And then I'll pick a different pet. Ooh. Yeah. Alright, cool. Cypress, I guess. Okay, there should be cheetah cubs over there. I saw a pet, but I couldn't get a good look at what it... Oh, I can see it. Yeah, cheetah cub. Perfect. I'm gonna switch to Dark Whelpling, because I'd imagine this will do more damage. I might need to have middens. Yeah, I'm gonna just switch in middens. That one. Let's go for that cheetah cub. This pet is interesting. I glanced at the abilities and it seemed pretty good, but I haven't looked into it too much, and obviously it's a fairly new pet, so... haven't really actively pet battled in retail in quite some time, so I'm not super familiar with new ones. Okay, that's not good. I want to at least tag this so I get credit, and then switch in middens. That leveled them up? Even middens levels up, but not the other ones. Okay. Let's put Dark Whelpling first then, so it doesn't get double hit. I saw a prairie dog up north. Add her over here. Unfortunate. This shouldn't one-shot me. Yeah. I'll just tag it and then swap. Tag this a few times. I kind of want to bait the second burrow, just so Middens doesn't take that to the dome. Okay, well, now I definitely need to swap. It's fine. And it fucking burrows. It's fine. Tap it here anyway. And I think I should heal, yeah. And then they level up, so they heal, so I still don't need to use my healing ability. Nice. I'll go over there. Surely I will find a rare... no. Eventually. If I get all the experience, yeah, that levels up my Dark Whelpling. Cool. This might I think this one-shots. Yeah, nice. That also levels up my Dark Whelpling. Cool. Then I should switch it out for... Let's get the Darkmoon Tonk leveled up, because that is another really important one. The worst set of time-walking dungeons. Definitely not WoD. It's a good question. Legion or BFA? I'm gonna be honest, I haven't done, like, much BFA time-walking at all since it got added. I haven't bothered with it. It used to be Legion, so... I've heard that a lot of the BFA dungeons are kind of slow in time walking, but it's also hard to say how much of that is the dungeons themselves and the fact that they got introduced with a lot of the time walking scaling changes. But it definitely was Legion before. WoD is so much worse than BC? Yeah. Yeah, WoD's definitely nowhere near the fastest. I think the problem with WoD is that it has some good dungeons in the pool, but... there are some real stinkers in there. But, like, Legion doesn't really have any super good dungeons. MoP is similar, but I would say MoP more often than not has good dungeons, and then, yeah, like, both, generally speaking, Wrath and TBC are pretty good for time walking. I think I would lean towards TBC probably being the best. And then Cataclysm is like, fine. Issue with WoD is if the dungeons are weird. If people understand Grimrail Depot, it would be amazing, but everyone gets stunlocked and confused with the canon event. Yeah. Yeah, even just like the canon events, obviously, yes, if people don't know the mechanics, it can take a really long time, but even if you do it properly, it eats up more time than just like holding W through a TBC dungeon, so yeah, that one's rough. Yeah, oh, fuck, yeah, Auchindoun's in the pool. Yeah, Auchindoun's a rough one. Yeah, I don't know. It actually may be second worst. Legion's definitely worse. I really do not like Legion time walking. But yeah, that's pretty bad. I forgot about that. Don't burrow. Nice. So, I will say, the one nice thing about WoD, though, is... And this is like a weird case, but WoD has a lot of valuable low-level twink items. I don't know how much this is the case now, though, because they did change a lot of the ways that, like, low-level twinks work, so that may not be true anymore. But previously, even though WoD wasn't great, it was heavily farmed by a lot of low-level twinks. So... you would get into a lot of runs where it was more common than not to get into runs with a level 11. Now, generally speaking, I'd never take that into account when rating stuff, but it was undeniable that you had a higher chance previously of getting people in your time-walking runs who would just blast the fuck out of everything when it was WOD compared to other ones, whereas Legion was not desirable and is slow. Nowadays, you might just be fucked no matter how you slice it. Guess you'll be questing? Well... If we're talking about leveling speed, time walking was never the fastest way to level. Time walking was never a good way to level outside of turbulent timeways. Well, good is subjective, but never the best way. That I can say with absolute certainty. And during turbulent timeways, you get your XP buff and then you fuck off and start questing. And that was before the changes. With the nerfs to time walking, oh god, yeah, oh no. It's definitely slower now. Obviously, you know, if you found my stream, I would imagine that you know where to find my leveling guide, and it should go without saying that, yeah, if you follow that route, you're golden. Definitely faster than time walking. I guess I could have done lock on and then killed it next time. Twitch was being weird? Gotcha. Yeah, I know Twitch sometimes, especially with ads and stuff, can be a little bit weird. I got level 5 on Darkmoon Tonk. Zeppelin. I'd imagine, I think there's cheetahs around this tree, so should be cheetah cubs. Surely. No? Alright, then. I think there's another tree on the other side of that hill, so I'll try to go there. And then I'm guessing the harpy younglings would be in that harpy area, logically, you know. There's another tree over there. I don't... Are there? Yeah, there's just burning blade mobs down there. So I'm unlikely to find pets in that area. You hope they do WoD Classic? You want to try the garrisons? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of garrisons, but I am pretty sure that they will do WoD Classic. I will say, I think a lot of people have said, oh, if they do WoD Classic, I can't wait to, like, set up my garrisons and make a ton of gold. With how active Blizzard has been with changing the way that certain mechanics work, I would be very surprised if garrisons shipped as they were. Because garrisons did have a lot of problems, and it was kind of one of those things of, like, at the time, there's not a lot that Blizzard could do about it, because if they changed how it worked, they'd be closing the door for anybody who didn't exploit early, exploit often. And I mean, these days, they do kind of do some stupid shit like that, but back in the day, they made the decision to just be like, yeah, fuck it, you know, we'll just let a shitload of raw gold ruin the economy. I would be very surprised if, with hindsight, the Classic team let that happen. There are still some neat things to garrisons, regardless, but... Ooh, nice, rare. Finally. Let's switch to Cyprus. I can't remember. That's okay. 42 damage. I just do this until it's low health. I'm gonna hit it one more time. Don't crit. Nice. Ah, the streak continues. Alright, prairie dogs are kind of shit, so I definitely don't care about, like, adding this to favorites, but... One down. Get out of here, Blizzard fucks it up, say it ain't so. Water is wet, fire is hot. Well, so, to be fair, I actually don't think that garrison changes would be a bad thing. I wouldn't necessarily say that's, like, Blizzard fucking it up. Because I would argue that the original implementations of garrisons was unhealthy for the game. Now, I would hope they still leave the core mechanics intact, so people who enjoy that type of gameplay still can interact with it. But you could farm an obscene amount of raw gold if you set that up correctly. That I just do not think is healthy for the game, period. It destroyed retail's economy for years, and God knows Classic's economy is already fucked up enough with botted gold and GDKPs and stuff, so the last thing it needs is another push. I think if they tone down the numbers but keep the mechanics the same, I honestly think that would be good. You have a sub so it's not ads, but it keeps reloading chat and saying messages failed. Interesting. Maybe because you're on a VPN? That's possible. Even if you don't use any consumables at all? Yes. Yes. Nizal, come on, man. I've demonstrated that. I've demonstrated that. I did the fresh account run. 0 consumables, fresh account. It was still fast. That was before time walking got nerfed into oblivion. I don't know if you're playing devil's advocate, but like, you definitely heard, and I'm pretty sure watched me on those streams. Yeah, it's definitely true, like DQ said, the game knowledge, for sure, but, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like, it's not very hard to just brain off Silverpine Hillsbrad. People make it sound like, oh my god, following my route, like, you know, requires you to have all this memory. Like, Silverpine is an extremely linear zone. Hillsbrad is also a linear zone. There are some bonus things that you need to keep an eye out for, sure, but it's really not that complicated. Relatively speaking, Silverpine and Hillsbrad, both extremely straightforward zones. Alliance side, too. Alliance side, there's like a little bit more nuance, but it's like, oh, you need to know where to find the Explorers League documents. Well, in my video, I literally show the locations of every single one of them. Ah, fucking Blizzard. Like, obviously I'm biased. Don't get me wrong. I am biased. That's no secret. But I would like to think that if you're just leveling with my video pulled up, and you just refer back to it, it's not that hard. And especially like in Mop Classic, a bunch of my friends have leveled their characters using my route. And they've found my route simple enough to follow. And that being said, Mop Classic, infinitely more intricacy to leveling in this era. Because there's like shitloads more levels and zones you need to do, and also in retail everything scales, so you just hold W and everything scales with you. There have been times where like my friends will ask me, okay, like I'm at this level, what should I do? And there are certain like level breakpoints where if you're really trying to optimize, yeah, there are certain decisions you can make, and I try to cover some of that in the guide, but interesting. It's very difficult to cover every single little nuance in a guide like that. But there's definitely more, like, game knowledge required to do, like, proper mop classic leveling. Because there's a lot of more, like, small stuff. But in retail? In retail, you go to Silverpine and you hold W. That's it. Come on. The abilities on Harpy Youngling. Counter-Strike, a Liftoff, Wills. It's interesting. It's a bunch of really good flying abilities on a humanoid. Because if you have a fast one of these, if it can reach 325 speed, 325 speed with flyby, liftoff, and quills is actually a pretty good setup. This is not a pet that I've ever really used on retail, so I don't know. But that's doesn't seem bad. Is Silverpine still efficient in MoP with all the XP mods you get? Yeah, so Silverpine in MoP is weird. It is still a good zone. So I've leveled a few characters from 10 to 20 at this point, and I would say that definitely if you're starting at level 10, yes, Silverpine is good. You still get a lot of good quests. Silverpine is like, you have to remember that Silverpine, a lot of the good efficient stuff is like in the middle. And if you have, even with heirlooms, if you start Silverpine at 10, and you only do a single Ragefire Chasm queue at, like, level 16, you're gonna be fine. Like, you will still be able to level there effectively. You probably will want to ditch Silverpine at 19 and go to Hillspread immediately, but you'll still get good experience there, and it's better than the alternatives. Like, certain add-ons that will not be named are recommending Ashara, which is, like, fucking demonic shit. Ashara is not efficient. So, I don't get that at all. It's just not. Silverpine is definitely a little bit wonky, but it's not bad. And the other main thing is, unquestionably, the best 20 to 30 zone, pretty much, is Hillspread Foothills. And if you are already in Silverpine, then the travel time required to get there is cut down. So, you're saving time. You're going to have to go there anyway. The most awkward point for Silverpine, which, admittedly, is an issue for all of Horde's other options, is if you are leveling a panda or a goblin. And in that case, because I like this character, right? I still went to Silverpine, but what I did is I quested in Silverpine up until, like, 16, and, like, basically here. I got to, like, here at level 16, with, like, 1 bar off. Then I queued for dungeons, and you always get Ragefire Chasm. Then I did Ragefire Chasm, I turned in the quest that I had already pre-completed, and that got me to, like, 18 and a half. And then I just killed mobs to get from 18 to 19, and then I went to Hillspread Foothills. It's a little bit awkward, but again, what are your other options, right? Like, you could go to the Barrens, but the Barrens is 10 to 20. You're going to have green quests in Silverpine, you're going to have green quests in Barrens. Barrens, I think you might be able to go directly to, like, some disconnected hubs that might give you a little bit more XP, but it's the fucking Barrens, right? It's shit way off in the middle of nowhere. There's a lot of travel time required to get there. Again, we already covered that you're saving time because Hillspread's good anyway. Ashara, same problem. All the starting stuff around the Gate of Orgrimmar is going to be green. Your situation's not going to be all that much better there. So where else do you quest? Right? Alliance, it's not that bad, because the thing with Alliance, right, is Alliance, if you're a panda, and you exit at 14 with heirlooms, then you just go straight to Red Ridge Mountains. Panda without heirlooms for Alliance is a little bit awkward, because you're like level 12-ish, but then you just do a few things in Westfall, you get to 14, and then you go to Red Ridge. So it's really not that bad. But where else is Horde going to quest? Silverpine's 10 to 20. Ashara is 10 to 20. Barons is 10 to 20. You don't have a 10 to 15 zone for Horde. I think. Like, yeah, that's all. Yeah. Yeah, Horde doesn't have a 10 to 15 zone. So you don't really have any great options if you're Panda. If you're not Panda, and you're going here at level 9, then this is just the best leveling zone. It's not even close, because you get all the really good stuff in the middle. It's still very good. If you are Panda, what else are you going to do? It's still better. So yeah, it is a little bit awkward, but Horde just doesn't really have any other good options. Yeah, that's a Harpy Youngling. I need to switch out Gunship. The Cypress is also... Also, keep in mind, this character has Dread Pirate Ring, so all of the stuff that I just said, even with XP modifiers, even with Dread Pirate Ring, which most people will not have, exiting the Panda starting zone with 5% more experience, and getting 5% more experience from 14 to 20, I still chose to level in Silverpine, and... I mean, it's anecdotal, right? But I'd like to think that my anecdotal evidence for that... Like, yeah, like, I will admit, right? I have not sat down and for Pandas mathed it out exactly, but I'm going to be honest, Silverpine's just a good zone. I know it's a good zone. I definitely know it is unquestionably the best if you're starting at level 10. But I did some cursory testing, and anecdotally for me, it felt like it was faster. And that's enough for me. And I'd hope for most people with my experience, you'd think that's enough for you. But let me try it yourself, right? Like, go to Silverpine. The quests are green, but it's still a good zone. Let's swap to Emerald Whelpling. The attacks are weak, so I might be able to just finish this off with Emerald Whelpling, but I can swap in Middens if needed. He's getting 3 hits. That could be bad. I'm going to try to not swap in Middens. Okay, yeah, this should be good. Unless it misses, no. Hey, level up. That's 2 full levels just from pet battling so far. I'll keep using these. That wasn't a gray pet. They might not have been able to 2-man it, but it's should be fine. The only concern is if it's a rare. If it's a rare, I could just chip away at it. Should be fine. Okay. Definitely swap to Emerald Whelpling now. Moonfire. Is this? Yeah, okay, it still kills. Pretty sure that's enough for a full level. Yeah. Cool. I suppose at a certain point, I'll probably just end up like starting a pet battle. If it's not rare, I just leave the pet battle immediately. But obviously at this point, like I gotta level my pets anyway, so it's not a big deal. But once I've gotten every single pet in my favorites to 5, which I added a lot of pets to my favorites, so actually, yeah, we're probably covered for a while. Some of these are redundant, though. Like, I don't need to level every single one of these cats. Is that enough for a full level? No. The next one definitely will be. I think I hit it one more time. The next hit could kill me, though, if it gets another really lucky quills. Which it did. Do I have an executive summary? As far as I know, my guides only exist as 20-minute videos or 50-point lists, which makes it sound a lot more complicated than it really is. The fuck is an executive summary? I would argue, and I think anybody who knows my speedruns would say this is fair, I would argue that my guides are an extreme simplification of all the stuff that I do for my runs, right? Like, there's a lot that goes into the speedruns. And, like, there's a lot of small intricacies in the route that I obviously don't bother covering in the guide, because it's, like, way too much for a new player to pick up on. And the guide is meant to only give, like, the basic gist of the route. I don't really see how else I could shorten the guides without losing crucial information. Unless you want, like, a literal... what is just only the zones in that order? In which case, if all you care about is knowing the exact names of the zones in that order, you could just look at the timestamps, right? At least for the retail guides, right? Obviously, for the way that I did the timestamps for the MoP Classic guide is I did it in level chunks. But MoP Classic is just infinite more complicated, so it's... I'm not going to do that zone by zone. There would be like a billion timestamps, and I think then it would just look cluttered. But the retail timestamps are like Silverpine Forest, Hillsbred Foothills, WAD Intro, etc. So if you just look at the timestamps on the video, you don't even need to watch a second. You can just see the zone order if that's all you care about, unless I'm misunderstanding what you're asking. Common one. Oh, fuck, the Harpy Youngling. really wanted to die to my kick smash there. I tried. Now they're uncommon. Fucking hell. Alright, well this will get the Emerald Whelpling to level 5. We have next. Gotten a lot of the important ones down. Let's see. Try some of the ones. Like Glove is just a water strider. That one's important to get. But then Joyous, I remember, had a pretty unique moveset. That'll be fun to play around with. Or at least there's like a shitload of Harpy Younglings in this area, so it's not hard to get. I was worried it was like a Minfernal situation. Some of these pets are just very rare. These are pretty common. Okay, I'm gonna do one hit, and then I'm gonna get out, because I'm pretty sure Quills would actually one-shot me there. This could one-shot me. No, okay, we're good. Yeah, maybe 2 aquatic pets at the same time is perhaps ambitious against a flying pet. Or at least one that has flying moves. It's fine. Should level them up. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. Right, well then, at the very least, I'm gonna put Chuck in the leading position so that he doesn't get double hit. Still no rare. To swap this out right the fuck now. I don't like this. Yeah, fuck it. I might have been dead there if it had done Quills and gotten a triple hit. Actually, doesn't matter that much because I can just use my revived pet, and it's not like I need to use it every 8 minutes, considering I haven't used it for like over an hour, but no. Would have just sucked to lose the XP. But we're fine. I didn't get the heal on Mins. You share my guide, people brush it off as hard, especially compared to time walkings, press until I hit 70. I mean, like, if somebody looks at my guide and says this is hard, there's no way that I can simplify it for them. They're either extremely lazy or extremely stupid, because my guide is not hard to follow. If somebody would rather do time walking, I mean, that's fine. People have their own personal way of leveling. Like, if somebody says, I would rather level in time walking, and you're, like, showing them my guide, like, no, trust me, this is faster. It's like, well, yeah, it is faster. But sometimes people just prefer to level in time walking. I mean, for years now, time walking has not been faster, and people still leave comments on my videos trying to, like, argue with me and be like, ah, no, but, like, this one time, I had a pretty fast time leveling in time walking. I'm like, look, it's cool if you like it. Doesn't mean it's faster. But, like, people just prefer it. Now, some people prefer it, and they're okay with that. They're just like, yeah, this is just the way I like leveling. I don't mind if it's a little bit slower. A lot of people feel the need to, like, justify their inefficient leveling. And they can't just, like, use the justification of, I find it more fun. They have to try and, like, force some wacky explanation to say that, like, but, like, actually, it's faster if you do XYZ. It's like, no, it's not. You might have more fun with it. That's cool. But it's not. But, I mean, if somebody looks at my retail leveling guide and is like, this is too complicated, that person is beyond help. That route is very straightforward. There's nothing I could do to simplify it more for them. If it said, if the guide was literally like 2 minutes, hey, go to Silverpine, then go to Hillsbrad, then go to Rod Intro, blah, 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 then they would just look at that and say, it doesn't explain enough, there's not enough detail, I don't know what to do, blah, 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 time walking's easier, right? You can't win. If people are going to be lazy, they're going to be lazy. There's fuck all I can do about that. And I don't really think there's any point in, like, trying to force people to follow it. It is what it is. Like, and see, that's the problem with stuff like that. I know that you're looking at it from a perspective of, like, oh, how would I get those people to look at my guide? But when I look at it from, like, I don't know, just, even if you want to call it, like, a business perspective, I don't look at it as, like, how do I get those people as, like, you know, users of my guide? I view those people as just a waste of time trying to convert. I'm not going to try and, like, dumb down my guides to appeal to, like, people like that. And this is actually something that I put a decent amount of thought into when making my guides. A lot of times, I'm like, do I want to explain extremely basic concepts? And oftentimes, I cut those sections from the video, because I think, like, there is a certain level of basic understanding for my videos where, you know, I want to make it at least easy enough to follow, where if somebody is, like, brand new to the game, and they want to do, like, a tiny, tiny bit of Googling to explain, like, super basic beginner concepts, that I should give them enough detail to follow along. Like, I'll explain how to get to the zones. I'll show you where Silverpine Forest is. I'll show you, like, take the Zeppelin, blah, blah, blah. Or in the case of, you know, retail, take the Silver Moon Portal, etc. A lot of experienced players may already know that. They won't need my explanation, but I want to include it anyway. But my main market for those guides is people who already know at least a little bit about the game and are looking to level up, like, one of their alts in a reasonably efficient manner. And they already know enough about basic leveling concepts, and they're just like, okay, I want to level a character, I want to get the fastest route, I'm going to go check out this guide. And I don't want to, like, handle people with kitty gloves and treat them as if they're completely stupid. I'm going to explain the thing as it should be explained, and hope that they care enough to listen. You'll wait till Legion remixed the level? Fair enough. And see, and that's the thing, right? Like, by that exact logic, Door, you're not my target audience. Like, if you just do not give a shit about leveling alts at all, then there is no amount of, like, summary or extra detail or whatever on either side of the, you know, the weight. You know, I can't add more or summarize more or whatever. Nothing I do will be able to convince you to level right now. So instead of, like, worrying about, like, how do I convince those people to watch my guides, I'm just going to make sure the guides are the best that they can possibly be for the target audience. And for people outside of that target audience, I don't give a shit. They're probably not going to use it anyway. You're saying it appears too complicated? My guide is basically do Silverpine, do Hillsbrad, do Wanatro, do Garrison. Yeah, but, like, I guess, how do I put this? Unless you have a specific suggestion on the way that I worded XYZ thing is too complicated, how can I change the fact that to some people my guide looks really complicated? Like, I mean, I don't think it is. Obviously, I don't think my guide is too complicated. I think I did a pretty good job breaking things down into simple terms. So, if the suggestion is, make your guide less complicated, my response to that would be, it's already as simplified as it can physically be, by my own personal judgment. Unless there is a direct suggestion of, this one section is, too wordy, or you suggest, like, if you suggest it to someone, and they're like, I don't understand this particular step, this recommendation, like, the Orb of Translocation, I don't know how to find it. Something like that. Right? Like, oh yeah, what a good example. So, Door, who's in Twitch chat, so obviously you can't see Nizal, but one of my guildies in Twitch, when he was leveling a character in Joyous Charities, I told him to go to Hellfire Peninsula at level 58. And then he sent me a screenshot of his dead body surrounded by a bunch of elite demons outside the Dark Portal, and he said, I don't think that this is going to work. And then I realized I forgot to mention that after you cross the Dark Portal, you're supposed to pick up the breadcrumb quest and talk to the nearby Flight Master to fly to Thrallmar or on Holt. You're not supposed to hold W out of the Dark Portal and run through the roleplay elite level 70 demons and get yourself killed. So that was like a specific thing where I'm like, oh, my instructions there were not clear. So then if you look at the final version of the leveling video, I include like a quick 10-second segment of after crossing through the Dark Portal, pick up this breadcrumb quest and speak to the nearby Flight Master to go to Thrallmar or Honor Hold. And, it's like, what is it they say? There's always like a reason behind like different warning signs or whatever. So, the reason why those 10 seconds were included in the leveling guide is because Door accidentally got himself killed by the level 70 elite demons at the Dark Portal. So that is like a specific example. There's always a dumbass. Oh god. But yeah, that is like a direct example of a like suggestion of like, oh hey, yeah, I can make this part more clear. But unless I know this is the thing in the video that somebody found unclear, how am I supposed to make it less complicated? You know? Am I looking forward to housing? I guess it depends on what you mean. So, I am not like... There's a lot of YouTubers out there who are going absolutely apeshit about housing and are making, like, a bajillion videos about, like, player housing is gonna save WoW! And it's like, look, from what I've seen about player housing, does it look pretty cool? Yeah, it looks pretty cool. Do I think I'll play around with it and, get a house and do some cool decorating? Yeah. When I was little, my mom was obsessed with HGTV, and she would just, like, have it on all the time. So I've watched, like, a ludicrous amount of hours of, like, Love It or List It, and, like, a bunch of other home decorating shows. So, like, when I played Final Fantasy XIV, yeah, it was fun decorating my house. It's like a fun little thing that I like to do. But is it something that I, obsessed with or really excited for? Eh. Basically, if player housing is a complete dud, I will not care at all. I would be disappointed, but it would not be any concern to me whatsoever. You also like HGTV, guys. Yeah, my mom was, like, obsessed with home decorating. And then she would always make, like changes to the house and stuff. Like, she would always, like, show me a bunch of different, like, types of countertops, and she'd be like, which type of marble countertop do you think looks better? I'm like, I don't know, they all look good. But eventually, I mean, I don't know, it's interesting enough. Definitely, like, some of that, interior decoration obsession like, rubbed onto me, I guess. Your grandmother had that on all the time? Nice. You hope they do achievements on the wall, like AOTC and C heads that you could put up? That would be sick. Yeah. It would be cool if, like, Hall of Fame gave you a special decor. It would give, like, an extra little incentive for getting that every tier. Which, like, I've never really cared too much about Hall of Fame. I've only gotten it twice, and on a technicality both times, but, you know. It'd be like a, you know, an extra little bonus. If, like, you get to put up Gallywix's head on the wall. Maybe not the most fancy decor, though. A little trophy for having lost boss? Yeah, would definitely be cool. In your opinion, you think you could summarize the guide in 90 to 120 seconds short with maps and circles for experienced or returning players? Fuck no, that's insane. Summarize the entire guide in 90 seconds with maps and circles? I mean, like, look, as a challenge, I could do that. Would that be practical? Fuck no. First off, so we need to break down that suggestion into two parts. As a short, fuck no. That would not do well as a short. That is something I have played around with. That one, I can say with extremely high confidence, that would not perform well as a short. Informative shorts like that are not really good. People like shorts for, like, entertainment. They like it to watch, like, you know, a short clip of somebody talking about something funny or maybe, like, slightly informative. Like a, you know, an interesting bit of info that you just hadn't heard before. But like a very detailed guide squashed down into 90 seconds, people would click on it, they'd be lost after 15 seconds. They'd be like, what the fuck am I listening to? And then they'd click off. And then that would tank the click-through rate, and then that short would die. Are you fucking kidding me? 2 misses? Jesus. Alright, Middens will have to take this one. That would not do well. Now, if you want to say, theoretically, would a extremely short-form video summarizing the route do well? Also no, but for a different reason. Because why would some, like, think about the idea. How would you summarize all of that into a short period of time? There's only 2 ways to go about it. Either you squash down so much information into a tiny, tiny segment, but 90 seconds, relatively small. You're maybe overestimating a little bit how much clear, concise information you could squeeze into 90 seconds. You either break it down into a point where it's practically useless, or you, what's it called? You just shove a shitload of information into that period of time, you bombard the watcher, and they aren't able to really pick anything up without pausing and looking at what's demonstrated on screen. And, I mean, at that point, why bother, right? It's not worth it. The problem, yeah, shorts, so, this is one of those where I think you just, it's an agree to disagree from somebody who has experience with YouTube to people who don't. A lot of people are viewing shorts as, like, the magic solution to everything, and I have played around with shorts a lot. I have experimented with them extensively. I have a short on this YouTube channel that has 786,000 views. So it's not like I don't know how to make YouTube shorts, and it's not like I don't know how to make YouTube shorts that do well in the algorithm. Having experimented with a wide variety of different styles of YouTube shorts, I feel at least reasonably confident about which ones do well and which ones do not do well. And the type of short that you're describing is squarely in the does not do well category. The best short that I've had that roughly falls into the category of guide, or at least it serves the purpose that you're recommending, of a summarized thing that directs you to a video. When Dawn of the Infinite came out, I made a YouTube short about, like, the speedrun gauntlet, where you have the, like, all the little balls that, like, if you get hit, it teleports you back to the start. And I made a YouTube short that was like, oh, in the new Dawn of the Infinite dungeon, there's, like, the speedrun gauntlet, and blah, 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 blah. And it was, like, a 30-second, you know, showcasing the run-through, and, like, you have to dodge all the shit. And, like, then at the end of it, I'm like, you know, if you want a detailed guide on how to properly handle this mechanic, as well as all the other new bosses, I made a Dawn of the Infinite dungeon guide, right? And that short got like 100,000 views, which may seem like a lot, but you have to keep in mind that A, short views are considerably easier to get than actual YouTube views, because replays are counted as views. I don't know the exact number, I forget the ratio, but YouTube counts it as like 10 short views is 1 regular view. So if you want to understand in terms of roughly how many video views a short view is worth, in terms of like algorithm, knock a 0 off and that would give you a rough estimate. So, the high view counts on shorts are a little bit misleading. And then, also, and this is one of those where, like, obviously it's not something that you think about unless you're doing YouTube as a job, right? But shorts make fucking no money. Shorts are literally only there as a way to basically get people to your channel. So then if the argument is, okay, well, it's a proper marketing tool for, like, getting people to the guide, in that case, I would argue not really, because in that particular instance, right, the Dawn of the Infinite short got 100,000 views. My Dawn of the Infinite guide got, like, I don't know, 5,000 views or something like that. Like, the people who watched it liked it, but it wasn't, like, by any metric, a popular video of mine. So the quote-unquote success of that short, relatively speaking, did not meaningfully translate into views on that video. And especially for something like my leveling guide, which is an infinitely more complex subject, one, and also would not really translate into visual spectacle. Like, the reason why I feel the Dawn of the Infinite short did well compared to others of that format that I've tried is because as I'm talking about how this mechanic works, my character's bobbing and weaving through all these fucking bullet hell mechanics. Like, it is neat to watch. It's a nice thing to go on in the background. If somebody was looking at a short and bombarded with maps, you need to consider the way in which people engage with shorts. When people are looking for a leveling guide, they search for a leveling guide. When people are scrolling, like doom scrolling through YouTube shorts, they're not looking for like a leveling guide. They're not looking for a short that's like, here's a 90-second summary on how to level fast in World of Warcraft. They're just going to be like, I don't fucking care. Next. If they see something very early entertaining, if they see a character bobbing and weaving through bullet hell stuff, or somebody telling about a story about how their wife thought they were cheating, something like that, you know, if you get a good hook, somebody who's just sitting there in bed, doom scrolling on their phone might be like, okay, this seems like it might be entertaining, I'll watch it. That is the audience for YouTube shorts, not people looking for guides. This is one of the, you know, if you are entrenched in that opinion, by all means, you're welcome to have it. I am telling you as somebody who does this as a job, I've experimented with it enough for years to know that it is not as simple as you may think it is. And that is just from the YouTube short side of things. Not even getting into whether or not I think a summarized version of the guide would really help that much, right? So. It's, I don't know. And it's one of those things where it's always impossible to say exactly what's going to do well, what's not going to do well. Is it possible that I make a short like that, it does well, it brings some traction to my leveling guide? Maybe. It's not impossible, right? You never exactly know how the algorithm's going to shake out. It's impossible to say with any 100% certainty. But I also only have a fixed amount of time with which I can work on stuff. And I can't just, like, sit here and say, like, oh, yeah, that is a good investment of my time. I just don't think it is. Because the amount of effort that it takes to make a short, especially a short like that, right? A short where I'm trying to extremely, like, highly script and condense info and do video editing to, like, show maps and routes and stuff, that would require a shitload of video editing and scripting for a short that is unlikely to perform well and is going to make probably less than $5 with how much shorts make, which is fucking nothing. In that time, I could probably make, like, 2 actual videos that would make, like, literally 100 times the profit of that short. That is the world that I live in. That is my job, and those are the decisions that I have to make when evaluating what to spend my time on. So I'm just telling you that it is, at least for me, not even remotely a viable solution. Now, on the topic of, like, you know, how to make my actual leveling guide more clear, if you do have suggestions for that, I am open to it. But the solution is not to make a completely separate YouTube short video as a summary. For starters, again, I do not think that fundamentally solves the problem. Beyond all of the stuff about YouTube shorts, short explanations, the guide, I do not think that making a summarized version, even in 90 seconds of the route, is going to meaningfully solve the problem of, again, converting people to the route. If people cannot sit through a 15-minute video on 2x speed to understand the very basic steps that they need to take to level quickly in retail, they don't give enough of a shit to level in retail. They're not going to watch a 90-second short. And if they do, they're probably going to be left with more questions than answers, and they're just going to say, fuck this, I'm just going to level in time walking instead. I gotta try and beat my leveling record time with Legion Remix this year? I mean, I don't fucking know. I will probably try and set up... Well, so I'm gonna make a Legion Remix leveling guide, probably. Just because I'm sure people are going to ask me to do that. So, am I going to try and optimize Legion Remix leveling? Yeah, almost certainly. If Legion Remix looks like it has ways to level really quickly, which, keep in mind, is not a certainty, it is entirely possible that Blizzard decides, oh hey, Mock Remix was too fast, we want to tone that down a little bit next time. That is very possible. I still suspect it will be, like, fast for leveling, but, you know, like 30-minute times? I think most people are expecting that there are going to be significant nerfs compared to what we were doing before. So, if it is possible to get sub 30 again, I would be incredibly surprised. You also have to keep in mind that in order to get the sub 30 time, I had to do some absolutely ludicrous, like, borderline exploity stuff, and the odds of us finding so many things that line up perfectly to even make a time like that possible are extremely low. Basically, a theoretical version of that route almost doesn't exist. Not to mention, right, you have to keep in mind that a lot of the strategies that we used, Blizzard is onto us now. They know the stuff that I did last time to break out of it. A lot of the things that I did were directly afterwards patched by a Blizzard dev in my Discord who was watching my videos as I posted them to see what he had to fix. Unironically. So you would hope that this time around, they're a little bit wiser, and they know what to look for, and they're not going to make it quite as easy to just break the game in half. WDev. Some of the stuff he fixed I thought was a little bit of a dick move, but yeah, the problem is, I wish they invested as much time into fixing the bad parts of the game as they did into immediately patching all of the fun shit that I find. Hey, Six, good to see you. I'm a generational yapper. Zed and I noticed this oozing in passion. Well, thank you guys. Yeah, I can talk forever. That I can definitely do. One of these days, I'll get a fucking rare Harpy Youngling. Certainly, eventually. Does this have 90% hit chance? Okay. I guess I probably should have used Magma Wave just so I didn't miss. That has a 100% hit chance. This should one-shot. Also, Dor, I'm surprised you're still awake, because didn't you say like 2 hours ago that you were going to go pass out? Let me make sure that this one is first. Did Middens level up? This is level 6, nice. Wait, you slept for 3 hours? Oh, so you actually did sleep and then woke back up. I see. Slept for 3 hours and slayed the monster. Jesus. Did you do the Wordle yet? Oh, you did. Oh, yeah. I remember now. Yeah, we had that conversation. Yeah, okay. Oh, now I remember. Yeah, because then you spoiled Clown. Right. Oh, boy. Oh, you haven't slept. Okay. I don't want to resort to Middens. Yeah, Dor's in his mentor arc now. Teaching brand new young healers the way of standing in lava on Muggsy to pad their parses. He's replicating now. Well, I guess Whittle taught him first, so really he's just spreading Whittle's teachings. Actually, that's a good question, Dort. Were you always, like, a degenerate healer? Or did you only start doing that after Whittle started doing it? Like, what came first? God, these fucking Harpies. You don't think that works with the way the shorts algorithm functions? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's really hard to explain unless you've, like, done it yourself, right? And I would hope that I explained enough of why that doesn't really work for shorts. And the thing is, like, I fucked around with it. I experimented. I did give it a fair shot. And then I just said, yeah, no, this doesn't really work that well. And then I stopped doing it. But there are people who, like, will just genuinely sit there and slam out, like, 1 billion shorts, magically hoping the next one does better. And it's like, you know, definition of madness, right? Chicken and egg situation, I see. The degen started on Evoker on Teros. I'm producing, you just consume, yeah. Yeah, I meant, like, in terms of, like, making shorts. Because, you know, one thing that you obviously need to do, or, well, I mean, you don't need to do it, but you should, for YouTube, is, like, looking at other people's channels and seeing what they're doing. What they're doing right, what they're doing wrong. And every now and then, I'll look at somebody else's channel, and I'm like, oh, that's actually pretty smart. Obviously, there's a difference between, you know, I guess, studying the competition and directly copying. Some people will directly copy. I'm more talking about general trends. But, like, the stuff that I will look at is, like, okay, this person has posted, like, 50 shorts in the last month, and none of them have cracked 5,000 views. What are they doing? Like, after short 25, at least, surely you thought, okay, maybe this is just not a good solution. Like, there's one guy who I looked at who had patch note reading shorts. Literally just, like, 30 seconds reading, like, what are the shaman changes in this patch note? And he did it for, like, every single class. And they all had, like, 500, 700 views, right? Which, keep in mind, those aren't even real views. Those are, like, the YouTube algorithm forced the short into somebody's feed, they saw it and immediately swiped off, and it counts as a view. And then it does that for, like, 5 minutes. You get, like, a bunch of really quick views, and then it just axes the thing and kills it entirely. And then it never gets shown to anybody else. That's, like, how the algorithm works. So, really, a short that has, like, less than 5,000 views, give or take, is basically, like, nobody actually watched it. And this person did this for, like, an entire month. And I'm just like, what are you doing? And then, ironically, the only short that person had that actually did decently well is they uploaded a short of, like, one of their raid members falling off the platform on Sinner. This was back in Dragonflight. And that short had, like, I don't know, 7,000 views or something like that. Significantly more than all of their other ones. And yet they still kept uploading the patch note shorts. And I'm just like, you clearly, like, surely, if you just analyze the data in front of you, gee, all of my, like, info dump shorts did terribly, and the only short that I did that was, like, mildly funny actually did well, you might come to the same conclusion that I reached of, like, oh, hey, shorts that are, you know, trying to be informative generally, at least if they're info dumps like that, do not do well. People like shorts for, like, you know, funny little clips. And this is why I look at other channels, right? Because I'm looking to see, are there other people who have done this, right? Who have made, you know, here's a summarized version of my guide. And I have seen countless YouTubers do that, and none of them do well. So if I found an example of, like, okay, this guy is doing it really well, then I would watch his short. Like, why are these doing well? What format does this person use? Maybe there's, like, a really good trick for summarizing the info that they use that nobody else does. And it, for all I know, it might exist. There might be someone out there who does that. I have not found it. You kill Galley on multiple alts for renown. I don't think so. It should be account-wide. If you haven't gotten renown in a while, though, you should get, like, catch-up renown. So you should get, like, multiple weeks worth of renown from a single kill, I think? I might be doing a bit of misinformation here. I'm pretty sure that's how it works, though. Correct me if I'm wrong. Shorts function similar to longform, but it's a completely different thing that may as well be a different website. Transferring people between shorts and longform basically doesn't happen, and shorts demand very specific things, such as requiring no context or background. Yes, exactly. That's a big one. Being able to, like, that's why, you know, small, funny little things, basically, the stuff that I've seen do well in shorts is, you know, entertainment stuff of, like, funny haha stuff. Obviously, you don't really need context most of the time for a funny clip to be funny. Or just an isolated, informative tidbit. Something where it's just like, oh, huh, I never knew that. So, there are some videos that are like, you know, small little tips on WoW. So, hypothetically, if there was, like, a really interesting, you know, singular, isolated leveling tip for World of Warcraft, I can't think of anything off the top of my head that would work for that. But if I were to make a short, it also, usually it's something genuinely interesting. So, I'll give you an example of something that I don't actually think would be interesting enough to make a short for, but would fall into the category of, like, did you know that if you made if you made a new monk in Mists of Pandaria Classic, and you, at level 20, teleported to the Peak of Serenity, there's a vendor that sells all of this really powerful food that, you know, you could get, and with the Panda racial, that also amplifies your food buff, so it's extra powerful for Panda monks. That's like I said, this is a pretty simple tip. That's not the type of thing that I think actually would do well as a short, but that's, like, the type of format I'm talking about. Of, let's say the information I just said was actually, like, really interesting and most people didn't know about that. If they clicked on that and it was a really simple tip that they didn't know, they'd be like, oh shit, that's actually pretty cool. I didn't know that. And then maybe they'll look at your other shorts. Are there any other really quick tips that you may know about? something like that, yeah, could do well. If I were to make shorts like that, yeah, that would probably be the format I would consider. Who knows? But, like, honestly, if anything out of my Cataclysm leveling guide would work well in that format, it would be something like the Blackrock Depths detention block spam. You know, if you're leveling in Mod Classic, you might know that you would need to think about a way to really summarize it. If you're leveling in Mod Classic, the 50 to 60 range is an absolute slog, but if you dungeon spam at blah 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 blah, you can only do Blackrock Depth detention block and blah blah. And if I summarize that in 30 to 40 seconds, maybe that is something that potentially could be good. And then for more tips like this, go check out this leveling guide. That is a type of format that could work. You take like the most informative, like hooked section of the guide, make a short on that, and then say, if you want more like this, check out the full guide. Something like that could work, I think. But that is the type of stuff that you would need to do for YouTube Shorts. That food vendor tip was huge? Yeah, true. I guess I did tell you guys that, so I feel like that one isn't earth-shattering enough to make a good YouTube short, but I mean, it is a good tip, and I do include it in the guide, so, Not sure about catch-up renown, but your buddy who started late was permanently behind, so he's just -5 levels. Oh, really? There actually isn't a renown catch-up mechanic? That fucking sucks. Yeah, the other issue, and this is like more of a weird one, where this is like, so this is a bit esoteric, and this is the kind of thing where it's like the whole unlisting YouTube videos, right? I can't say with any absolute certainty that like me unlisting older videos actually helps. I've seen enough anecdotal evidence to think it does. There's enough YouTube channels out there who do it and say that they also think it helps, that like in certain situations, I think it is good. But there's no real way to know for sure. I have noticed a few times that when I uploaded a short on my main channel, it like fucked with my overall channel views. And I don't know exactly how the YouTube algorithm prioritizes that, but I think that unless you're like actively uploading a shitload of shorts and a shitload of regular videos to the point where it kind of just averages out, a short's performance can like really fuck with your channel's overall performance, which is the main reason why I stopped doing that. All of my recent shorts, the last short I uploaded on my main channel was like back in Emirjacil. If I were to make a short like that, I would probably make it on the channel I'm streaming on now, the archive channel, because that is where I usually experiment with stuff. And technically speaking, the effect would be the same, right? Because I'd be uploading it here, and I'd be saying, check out this guide. And, people would look for the guide, which would still be on my main channel. So, like, the overall impact, if that were to do well, would be the same. It may be for us because our characters existed at the start of the patch. He's put in ticket after ticket about it, and of course nothing. Yeah, Blizzard support is fucking worthless. That really sucks. I'm surprised it works like that. Shorts hurt long form from... Okay, yeah. If you've heard other people saying that, I'm glad I'm not crazy, because that has been my impression from doing it, which is why I stopped doing it on my main channel. So if other people had the same experience, then that's reaffirming to hear. I think also something like I said of like doing it on my second channel honestly would be fine. Because like I don't post any serious videos on the archive channel. The archive channel is just like, I upload whatever the fuck I want. Now, I've actually had some videos here do surprisingly well. Right? Like the the gearing guide has done incredibly well. The gearing guide hit 30k views. Which, like, keep in mind, I recorded that, and like I recorded that over the span of like 2 days, and then threw it together in Adobe Premiere in like 30 minutes. Because a lot of people were asking me for gearing advice, so I literally just, off the cuff, as I geared up my rogue, narrated what I was doing and gave some tips. And I'm glad I did, because I've gotten overwhelmingly positive feedback from that, so I'm definitely glad people found it that helpful. Honestly, I probably spent more time making the thumbnail than I did editing the video, but overall, I think it's pretty good, and the reception to that seems to show, but I never even remotely expected that to do that well. Frankly, if I thought it was going to do even remotely that well, I probably would have posted that on the main channel, but, yeah, you know. Still happy. Still glad that, so many people found it helpful. 5 of those are you. Awesome. Yeah, I don't know, it's a shame because, like, on one hand, I gear a shitload of characters, and I like making gearing guides, and my main channel gearing guides were some of my bigger videos back in Dragonflight, but it's such a complicated subject now, and I often feel like I don't have the time to dedicate to, like, really properly explaining it, but considering how good that video did, and how much demand there seems to be for actually good gearing guides that aren't just, like, complete dog shit, like so many of the ones out there, I probably will make a gearing guide for 11.2, just because a lot of people seem to like that, so I'll definitely make that a higher priority than it has been for the rest of War Within. I can tell you why that probably did well, aside from being a useful topic. If you actually need the info, you really need to watch it multiple times for hours, so retention is probably high. Yeah. No, you're definitely right that it is. Yeah, it has really, really, really good watch numbers. So. Very good watch numbers. So that's definitely a good point. Now, thing is, though, I have no idea what format I'm gonna adopt for the next gearing guide, because the 3-hour-long, like, over-explanation was more of a necessity than something I intended to do. I do generally like to explain things in a really detailed, summarized way, and, like, condense it down into, like, 15-20 minutes. But a lot of people actually seem to like the super-duper over-explained format. I feel like, obviously, if I really heavily edited that video, I probably could have chopped an entire hour off it, because there definitely was some rambling in there. I think I did a pretty good job staying on topic, all things considered, but whereas before I was kind of holding myself to only doing, like, extremely tightly edited short videos, relatively short, I think that if people like that format, then there's like a shitload of other channels that just throw out like 10 to 15 minute, like, I'm just going to read off the dungeon journal and tell you what item level different things drop. And the problem is, even though I don't make my videos like that, you know, like, my videos are, even when they are tightly edited, I go through, like, all of the stuff that people will just ramble about really quickly. And I cover infinitely more ground in my 15 minutes than other people do. But if you're just looking at, like, the videos in the YouTube recommended, and you see a bunch of different 15-minute long videos, you're going to look at one and just be like, yeah, you know, that one has more views, I'll probably click on that. I think part of the reason why, in hindsight, my video stood out is because you have all these, like, 10 to 15-minute long gearing videos, and then one of them is fucking 3 hours long. So at the very least, you know, okay, this person had 3 hours worth of shit to say for catch-up gearing, right? So that at least tells you that it goes into more detail. And like I said, I think there is some sort of middle ground there, probably. But yeah, I think that, maybe making it long, in that case, I don't know, wording probably not ideal there, but a longer video could actually be an ideal solution there, because it would just, its very existence indicates to people that this is, like, where you go for, like, a detailed thing. And I always like going into more detail in that stuff, because I fucking hate when people are just like, oh yeah, get basic gear, and then go into Mythic Plus, and then, just push your key from you know, 2 to 10, and that's how you get gear. Guide done. Ho ho. Now go into Mythic Raid. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's really helpful for like a brand new player that, you know, is trying to learn the game and understand basic shit. Like that doesn't help at all, obviously. So yeah, I like to explain all the small stuff anyway. So maybe that is what I'll do. We'll see. Used to do a midway between those. You write an outline but not a script and then riff each section 3 or so times. Yeah. I didn't, like, for that particular video, I have done that in some cases. Honestly, parts of the mop leveling guide, because, like, that thing is a fucking monster. The mop leveling guide is 39 minutes. I'd like to think I still managed to condense it pretty well, but by necessity, parts of that, I had to do it like that. So there were like 5-minute sections where instead of taking the time to write out a script, I like did bullet points of this is the stuff that I need to cover, and I just hit record and just rattled off like a, you know, off-the-cuff explanation that included all of that important information, and then tried to, if I rambled a little bit, trim it down in editing. I think in most cases in the video, it seems pretty natural. And there's probably some sections where you could tell it's maybe not 100% scripted, but I don't think it's, like, incredibly obvious, which I think is good. So I do like that for some of those sections where I'm just like, if I scripted this video, I'd die of old age before I actually got it done in time. But for that particular leveling guide, it was zero script at all, literally just rambling. And then I chopped down some lengthy sections in editing. Like, the raw footage was, I think, 4 hours, 15 minutes. So I cut down some stuff that I was like, yeah, kind of a little bit repeating myself. But yeah, I think I probably could use that format for, like, a main channel leveling guide in 11.2. Something like that would probably work well. Speaking of dying of old age, I'm never going to find a rare pet at this rate. How did I know you were going to say something, Dor? Oh, boy. On this. Thing is, I don't really care all that much if I find, like, the rare version of the adder, because there's going to be other ways. Oh my god! Okay. Unlucky. I think I can still finish it off with this, and then get all the XP for the Gilnean Raven. Rip Hoplet. That I shouldn't need another one of those. Prairie Dog. It's just, I don't really know what other areas of this zone have Harpy Younglings, so I'm also wondering if they have, like, a long respawn timer. Because I'm not seeing many of them. There were a lot of them around here before, but now they have kind of all dried up. So I'm starting to think that actually they have a pretty decent respawn timer, and obviously I'm on a dead server, so there's, like, no competition here. So I might have exhausted the entire Harpy Youngling population, which would not be good. Because I still haven't gotten one. Let me actually Google this. Harpy Youngling. Oh, Jesus Christ, it does have a long respawn timer. Oh, boy. And apparently it's only in the dry hills, so this is the only spawn point. Oh, fuck. I have actually murdered the entire local population of this pet. It didn't drop it as what it is. I can always just come back another time for this particular one. I'll do one more loop and see if there's any that have respawned, and if not, so be it. Yeah, I think I've killed all of them. Alright, well, at least this forces me to move to a different area. Right now I'm on, I think, Sky Fury? I think is the character that I'm currently playing. Like, if I wanted to, I have a million dead server alts that I could just run here and build stuff on. But, yeah, it's fine. The goal was to get every single pet in each zone before moving on. I just didn't think it would be that difficult to find a rare version of that. What I can do here, I'll check these two adders, and then I am gonna quickly check this spot on one of my other characters. Someone is bored? What, you mean me bored doing all this pet leveling? I mean, I gotta do it at some point. What I can do is fly over here. What would be the fastest way to get here from... I guess I could check Aranicus first. That server's dead as fuck. And that one, I could just go from org. Yes! Okay, we finally got another blue. Progress. Resetting your body clock since you're now going from days to nights. I've been in that position before. It is not easy. You need a lot of coffee. Okay, how do I want to do this? This should get it down pretty low. Don't crit. Nice. I really don't want my Raven to die. Ah, trap finally failed. Finally happened. Alright, let's switch in the Hoplet. Come on. Ah! Don't die, Hoplet. Oh, fuck. Nice. Okay. Even though it's burrowed. Perfect. Okay, well that's one pet down, at least. I'm gonna go check the other server, just because I would rather not have to circle back here. So we're just gonna knock that pet out, and then move along back with this character. You hate coffee, you slept a lot yesterday, and you've been up all night. Got a couple of energy drinks. Fair enough. Energy drinks work well, too. Personally, I love coffee. Definitely more than energy drinks, but that is personally how it goes. Come on. Alright. There's definitely going to be Harpy Younglings up, because this server, if you haven't seen me play in this server before, this is where I'm going to be leveling, by the way, 85 to 90. This is the entire population on Horde. There's like probably 5 other people on Alliance. And a good chunk of the people here are only there to camp rare mobs. Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention this. One of the things that I got is... I found Dormus the Camel Hoarder. I posted a screenshot on my Discord, but I actually forgot to mention that on stream. So, on, not on this server, but on Sulfurous, one of my other dead server characters, I found the camel figurine that teleported me. The server is super dead. And this is like peak hours, pretty much. At like 3 in the morning, nobody is on. I basically have the server all to myself. I would imagine that it's probably going to be a little bit higher on launch day, but I figure it can't even pass 50 players. I've never seen more than like 20 players, roughly, on at the same time. So I should be pretty safe on launch. Do I have my... Is there a pet battle trainer in Crossroads? I hope there is. I forget that you have to learn it on every character in Mock Classic. Let's see. Can you learn pet battling from the Stable Master? I might just need to go back to org. I'll look around, you never know. Do I have my hearth set in org? I think I do. Yeah, I'll just do this, save a little bit of time. Whatever. Oopsie. You can actually get multiple of that, huh? Okay. Okay, I don't need to manually unlock all 3 slots. It's just you need the training on every character. Sure. So, Cheetah Cub is the main one that I want to get. Honestly, I probably won't worry about Small Frog, because this guy is fucking everywhere. Emerald Boa. I kind of want to get this just because, like, Uldum and Ungoro are, like, higher level. So there's not that many locations. So I will... If I get Small Frog, cool. If I happen to pass one, I'll fight it. But these 3 I want to get before I leave. Kind of wanted to get into mount farming in Mock Classic because you don't play retail. Which mounts are the easiest to farm? Well, I will say, I am probably the wrong person to ask for mount farming stuff because I am not a big mount farmer. But I mean, I don't know. Like, it's hard for me to understand mount farmer mentality. Like, are you looking for number go up, or you looking for cool mounts to farm? Because cool mounts, like, go solo some old raids, try to get, like, Ashes of Alara and stuff. The easiest mounts would obviously be the racial ones. Cool mounts, because you don't have any. Yeah, try to solo some old raids. Tempest Keep actually might be quite challenging to solo at the moment, depending on your class. But there's a bunch of other ones. Like I said, I'm the wrong person to ask for that. I don't really look into mounts that much. The best way would just be to go to Wowhead, look at, like, the database for all the different mounts, and just look at one that jumps out at you as like, oh, that's sick. And then go farm that. I mean, that's kind of my approach to mounts. The easiest cool mounts... Well, I mean, we're kind of mixing things here. I said the easiest mounts to get would be all of the racial mounts. So, like the orc wolves, the troll raptors, and stuff like that. Like, those are easy to get. If you want to just, like, increase the number of mounts that you have, do that. If you're looking for cool mounts, I mean, I can't really help you there because that's subjective. What you and I find cool might be different. There's a series of NG mounts. Yeah, but those are, like, really expensive. So I would definitely not recommend going for the NG mounts. It's also, like, you're not really farming those mounts. You're just kind of swiping your card, pretty much. They are cool. I'll give you that. And yeah, I agree, coffee goated. Man, this fucking rare Harpy Youngling does not exist. Surely. Like, I don't think this pet has lower odds of being like, rare in the wild. I think I'm just getting kind of unlucky. Was there a Harpy Youngling back there that I missed? There is. Nope. Another one over here. Game is forcing me to pull an Anakin Skywalker here. But, like... come on. Trying really hard to not accidentally thunderclap a Harpy Youngling. Used to mass craft them, but I guess that was in WoD Legion, so it's different in MoD. Well, like, they're, relatively speaking, they're not, like, insanely expensive. You have to remember that the price of gold's really, really, really deflated in WoD. So a lot of the price for those NG mounts is fixed because it's tied to like vendor items. So it gets like disproportionately less expensive when the value of gold is low. Supply and demand doesn't have much of an impact on that. Yeah, exactly. And garrison gold. Yes! Finally! Okay. Holy shit. There we go. Kill the kids. I need to be very careful to not fuck this up. Do not crit, do not crit, do not crit, do not crit, do not crit. Okay. Hey, let's go. Alright. I only had to commit a genocide and a half, but we got the Harpy Young one. Back to the leveling character. That is on Sky Fury. Do you know how many people play Classic relative to retail? I don't think so, not exactly. They don't really publish that info anymore. It's a rare. That's Ray. Prairie Dog. Oh, okay, Emerald Boa. So they are in the Oases. This will get me a level 5, and then I'll swap to the Hoplet. Cool. Here is Small Frog, okay. Why's my damage ass? I mean, yeah, it is just jab. Just can't really use Keg Smash near the... That's... Okay, Moonlight does, like, no damage. But it does give me a 25% magic damage amp, so that's something. Another bow. I guess at some point I should probably go into the actual pet tamer here, but I think they're level 5 pets-ish. So by now I'll have more than enough to have like a team to beat that tamer. Way more than enough. This probably levels my hoplet, and then I switch it out. I've done like 4,700 pet battles this stream. I think there's a tracker. I haven't done that many. Battle. Yeah, 166, not bad. Are you saying by the end of this stream? Which, you know, keep in mind, I'm not going to do all 1 to 85 at a single sitting. But by the end of the leveling process, I probably will have done quite a few. Yes. You were close, yeah. It's another one I want to level. Let's level Joyous. Actually, I'll start off with Joyous, then switch in Harp Youngling. Off. What? It's only a small frog. The range on that is fucking crazy, though. Oh my goodness. Okay. I feel like I'm gonna get crogged any turn now. I'd rather, yeah, use the water jet on me. Just fucking heal. You got me on your laptop monitor, you're doing the Argent Dawn rep on your main screen. Nice. Actually, yeah, because I remember when I looked at the achievement when you asked. Apparently I did Argent Dawn back in Wrath. I don't remember doing that. I wonder when I... Oh, you know when I think I did Argent Dawn? The Wrath pre-patch. I think all of the Wrath pre-patch quests gave, like, Argent Dawn rep. And I did, like, at the time I did a leveling run where it was, like, the zombie apocalypse leveling run during Wrath pre-patch. That was a fun one. It's a shame because, like, Blizzard fucked up the Wrath pre-patch. They fuck up, like, every single classic pre-patch. They at least kinda half-assed that one, but they messed up the zombie plague event. Would have been really good if they didn't, but it was still pretty fun. And leveling a paladin during that was, like, honestly peak class fantasy. Running around just getting to, like, save people's lives by cleansing the zombie plague off them, or just running in and holy wrathing a bunch of zombies that were chasing somebody. So much fucking fun. You haven't done pet battles in 10 years, but that dude was goated? Yeah. I will admit, I am not the biggest fan of Anubisath Idol. I feel like, so, I generally think that people overrate the hell out of it. It's really, really, really good in PvP pet battles, and it is like a hard counter for a handful of pet tamers. Where it's good, it is pretty good. But it is not like a super duper consistent, reliable pet. Like, for instance, anybody who regularly does hard pet battles, should know how god tier Emerald Proto-Whelp is. Emerald Proto-Whelp will just hard carry you through basically every fight in the game. That thing's a fucking Swiss Army knife. So I love Emerald Proto-Whelp. But by comparison, Anubis Seth Idol, it's good. But it's not like Emerald Proto-Whelp where I can just throw that thing up against literally any team and it will just win. There's also better humanoid pets, I feel. Like, my favorite type of humanoid pet is the ones that have fast attacks and what's it called? Fast attacks and an interrupt. So, Flayer Youngling, which you get in Hellfire Peninsula, has Blitz. So if you have a fast variant, it attacks extra when it goes first. It has Deflection, so it has the Anubis Seth Idol thing, and then it has Kick. So if it goes first, it interrupts the opponent's turn. So it has a spammable ability that does good damage, it has an immunity, and it has an interrupt. Really, really, really good. In many cases, just a better Anubis Seth Idol. Gonna challenge streamer to a pet battle and clap their cheeks in the Anubis Seth Idol. In PvP? Maybe. Although I will admit, I am not up to date with a lot of the PvP pet battle strategies. I'd imagine it's still good in MOP, because I did dabble in PvP pet battles back in the day. Mostly fighting guildies in between boss pulls. There was like, I remember this one spot in Siege of Orgrimmar where in between prog pulls, it let you pet battle. So like in the back of the room, me and guildies in between pulls would like sneak in a quick pet battle. That was pretty fun. That's when I like really got into pet battles, because then I started researching it so that I could destroy the other people in my guild. And then I was like, actually, this is kind of fun. You always used to gamble with /roll instead? Well, yeah, these days, that's what most people do. In retail, I've seen a lot of people do that. You did most of the tower quests till you got to Light's Hope, and you found a repeatable rep quest in Strat. All you had to do is clear a path, don't reset, rinse, repeat. Nice. Yeah, I was pretty sure that's how it worked. It's like you got the bulk of the rep from the quest line, and then for the last bit, you just kind of farm stuff in those dungeons. Strat makes sense for it. Emerald Boa. Uncommon, but not rare. I probably can't solo it with just Joyous. Take it to the dome. Now I'll swap in the Harpy Youngling. Okay, I think it's gonna burrow again. That's fine though, especially because I've debuffed it significantly. Nice! And the crit. Are you by chance doing the I'm going to get to max level without being Alliance or Horde thing? Like the double agent panda strat? No, I have no interest in doing that. I'll say what I always say with challenges like that. So it is neat that stuff like that exists and that people try to do challenges like that. I don't really like doing challenges that are just tedious. I like doing challenges that serve a purpose. Like this thing. It's not like a strict challenge, I'm not adhering to a specific rule set, but this is like a neat little way to level, and I gotta level up my pets somehow, so it's like a practical leveling challenge. I'm not doing this just because, like, you know, I'm trying to torture myself. Yeah, it is cool that people like doing stuff like that, but yeah, it's not for me personally. You wouldn't be up for a challenge like that either, but it's cool that it exists and has been done. Yeah. And actually, that's another thing. I do not really like doing challenges that have been done already, just because it's like, I think a lot of the fun for certain challenges like that is is this even possible elements? Can you even do something like this? Like, the obvious example, the Mop Remix sub 30 speedrun, right? I know I cite that one a lot, but one of the main draws for me doing that in the first place is this even a thing that you can do? Can't you get sub 30 minutes? Nobody had done it. I wanted to try. We already know that the double agent thing is possible. And obviously, you know, the original dude to do it, the fact that he was crazy enough to have that idea and pull it off, that's really cool. But at this point, it's well known that it can be done. I just, you know, be retreading existing ground and nothing really to be gained from that. I also, you know, personally, like I said, I don't find it fun because a lot of the... Ooh, that's scary. A lot of the fun for me in terms of challenges like that is the solving process. You know, the Mop Remix thing was really fun because I had to figure out a route that was even theoretically viable, and then I had to do tests to see, like, okay, is this actually something that can work in practice? And that process, that problem-solving process, was really fun. You've seen my content for a while, and you know that's in the wheelhouse of what you really enjoy, a novel challenge? Yeah, exactly. Novel challenge is definitely a good way to describe it. Didn't Blizzard fix it to where you can't do that? That guy said he max leveled without picking a side. No, definitely think the double agent thing is still possible. I think you still can. Oh, my Joyous hit level 5, so I can swap pets. I will say, I think... What did I say? In one of my channels, yeah. I did say at one point, like, years ago, that if I ever get, like, 500,000 subscribers, I'll do a panda herb picking stream, so, you know. That's never gonna happen, but if it does, there's your answer. That's what it would take. I have it pinned in one of the channels on my Discord. I always, like, I can never remember exactly which, you know, arbitrary milestone I said it would be at, but 500,000. And I think it's 50,000 for a Mechanome speedrun. Oh, fucking goddamn it. Does my Deathwing still get XP? No. Oh, it does. Okay. For Terragosa. Is there any Emerald Boas? It's all frogs here. I'd imagine the area around the Barrens probably has some more of the snakes. That section's a little bit bigger. Oh, Surge of Power, okay. Am I able to swap? No. Okay, so probably shouldn't be using that until I can safely one-shot with it. It's fine, though. Ouch. Really don't want this to miss. Nice. What's the threshold? 132. So I should be able to one-shot from here. Nice. How goes pet battle leveling? Pretty good, overall. Obviously, not expecting anything super crazy fast from this, but I want to do it eventually. This is... So that seems pretty consistent. 2 breaths and then Surge of Power. That kills. Nice. And I guess I'll head over to the Wailing Caverns outdoor area. I think there should be more. That's there. Still need cheetah cubs, though. Cannot leave the Barrens until I have Emerald Boa and cheetah cub. Right? Yeah. Small frog I can get elsewhere, but... Can I go into Southern Barrens? What's that again? No, that's 30-35. I would get slapped around. That's small frog. There's so many small frogs. Not a lot of emerald boas. After I figure out this place, I'm gonna go look for cheetah cubs, and then I'll circle back to these areas and see if I can find any. There's an emerald boa. Common. What does this hit for? 25. Okay, no, so yeah, regular breath is definitely way more. That's Terragosa done. Do Court Fire Imp. Yes! Okay. One more down. Fucking God. Fuck off, frog. crit. Fine. I mean, I can capture it from here. I'm okay, or I just first try it again. Fucking hell. Nice. Okay, just emerald boas now from here. Also, this one goes into favorites, because that is another... Frogs are pretty good. It's a rare one. It may... Oh. That's annoying. Don't miss, please. Fuck me. Thank you. Are there any circumstances where you use old flying in retail or skyrising 100? So, in theory, if you could swap on a dime, there would be situations where you would use old flying. Unfortunately, you can't. And the situations in which you would be able to use old riding to save a tiny amount of time are not actually faster if you have to sit through the entire cast to switch to regular flying, and then the entire cast again to switch back. So in practice, unfortunately, no. There are no situations where you use regular flying. I'm gonna swing by that area to see if there's any remaining emerald boas, but I think I've killed them all. This comic said, "Good morning, nice chill stream to have in the background while you do some overtime work, mostly lurking. Wanted to say, hey, appreciate you stopping by." Yeah, this is definitely a pretty chill leveling run, all things considered. Finally, a run that is, objectively speaking, not a speedrun, because there's absolutely no way that you could even remotely try to make this fast. Watching all those pet battles makes you want to do some pet battles. It's fun. I really like it. Now, this part of it, I mean, I like the collection process of pets. I'm not a big collector of stuff in general, but I really like collecting things that actually have value. So I like... The stuff that I like collecting is I really like collecting toys, and I like collecting pets. Because pets I can use for pet battling, toys have, like, weird niche use cases a lot of times, and they're gonna be useful for challenge modes and stuff, so I have collected a few of them. I love collecting practical stuff. So I do like this, going around collecting, you know, actual useful pets. But I think that pet battling in general is pretty fun. Like I was saying earlier, the thing that I always like about pet battling is, you know, solving, like, the really difficult battles in an interesting way. So I think that some of the endgame ones can be pretty cool. You did say almost. Fair enough. In non-speedrun gameplay, you sometimes use old flying when you're picking herbs or mining. Yeah, exactly. And funny you should say that, because in a speedrun, in theory, that is kind of what you would use it for. There are certain quest objectives that if you could just, like, hover over and grab the quest objective without having to land, it would be faster. but it's just, you can't do that. And any time that would be saved doing that is lost having to switch. That's the problem. But yeah, it is definitely useful for that purpose. Old flying is also pretty useful for pointing in a direction and going AFK. You're not wrong. It is definitely a vibe to do that. Speaking of interesting and useful items, there's a weapon in the new raid that has an active where it loots mobs 40 yards away, similar to the engineering looterang. Yeah, the Saldahar weapon, right? It, like, consumes all nearby mobs or something. I did see that. That looks pretty cool. The appearance is also pretty cool. It's like the collapsing star, but on a stick. Really, really, really cool. I wonder if Emerald Boa also has a low respawn rate. If I can't get it, I can't get it. Is what it is. It's in other zones. It'll just be annoying to have to come back. I'm gonna look for a Cheetah Cub, though, because Cheetah Cub I need to get. It's only here. The LFR version may be useful for leveling in Midnight. Yeah. Prairie dog. You can bind the active on all your abilities. Huh. Okay, that... Yeah, if it's something where you literally, it's just entirely passive, you just automatically, permanently, like, AoE vacuum and loot, like a Path of Exile character or something, that is actually significantly more useful than I thought. That actually would be pretty good. Like, really good. More so than, like, situationally niche helpful. Interesting. Especially if you are able to... Because at that point, not only would that save time, but if you can literally disable the part of your brain that tells you to loot items... You'd still technically... yeah. Even if you have to click it, if it's like you said, you can just passive macro it into everything, that's still pretty big. Because then you can just shut off the, like, loot mob part of your brain. And a lot of the problem that I have with leveling is you can't fully shut that off because there are quests that will force you to loot mobs. So if you are just on full autopilot of, like, I'm going to ignore all the loot, then you might forget for one quest, oh shit, I have to loot mobs this time. And then congratulations, you just wasted, like, 2 minutes. So being able to just literally full autopilot, I'm always going to loot every quest objective every time, pretty good. It's actually wider than regular AoE looting. Okay, that's actually extra insane. Fucking hell. Alright. That I did not know. That is fucking wild. I feel like that's the type of thing that gets fun detected nerfed into fucking oblivion. But that's spicy. Maybe that's one of those things that, like, if I make a tips and tricks leveling for Midnight, I don't put that in there. Because I have a pretty good track record with those types of videos of getting things obliterated. Like, I made a video like that for War Within, and I got the Tuft of Yakfur nerfed. Oops. Thankfully, they only nerfed it, like, a week or so after launch, so the trick still worked for launch, but it's now dead. Fan of cub pets. Come on. Fucking prairie dog. Right. Major downside is it's a two-hander mace, so only those classes can wield it. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, no use for monks. Yeah. I guess that does make it a little bit awkward for speed leveling because, generally speaking, launch day leveling runs, what do you want to play? Monk, usually Brewmaster, but not always. Brewmaster, Windwalker, probably both fine. Demon Hunter, again, Havoc Vengeance, either's fine. Warrior, I would say the rest depends on tuning a little bit. Mobility matters, but it's not always the only thing that matters. And especially, relative power level is a little bit finicky because gear kind of covers a lot of ground there. You don't need to play a spec that is normally super overpowered. Usually something that can be a tank, right? But what is something that is traditionally not an efficient leveling spec? Blood Decay. And Blood Decay is the obvious choice for something like that. Theoretically, Guardian Druid, though... Yeah, Demon Hunters came out in Legion. Guardian Druid can use two-handed maces. But I believe it's not like best in slots, right? Actually... Mana, Forge, Omega, Weapons. I believe it had strength on it, right? I'm gonna have to look into Cheetah Cub. Cheetah Cub. Is this also Cheetah Cub? Is this also a rare spawn pet? And I've exterminated the local population. Oh, there's one. Okay, so it seems that if you... Okay, there's a lot of different spawn points, but it does look like the Cheetah Cubs are a rare spawn. But apparently you can kill the cheetahs, and there's a chance that when they respawn, they'll respawn with a cub. Interesting. Oh, Maw of the Void is strength or agi. Did I go to the pet trainers? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Okay. Thanks for the link, Goose Comics. So it is like best in slots. Huh. Okay. That is spicy. Yeah, well, Feral Druids... I mean, Feral Druids are fine, don't get me wrong, but the big one is Guardian. That means that now Guardians can use that, and what is a historically pretty good leveling option? Guardian Druid. It's an uncommon one. Yeah, so that is good news. Now, that doesn't necessarily automatically make Guardian Druid the best leveling spec for Midnight. There's a lot to be seen there, but... I mean, Guardian Druid was still arguably the best leveling spec 70 to 80. It's up there. So, if it's still pretty good, could tip it over the edge. Hard to say. Guardian definitely edgy. Taskmaster Fizzle. Why is there a level 30 elite over here? Huh. Odd. Alright, I gotta check every possible respawn for these cheetah cubs. I would prefer not to have to go out of my way to, try and farm the respawn. I really don't want to do that. So if I can't get them... If I can't get them, I'll check Aranicus, and I'll just fly around and find one, but we'll see. It's from an old rogue quest? Interesting. What's my take on the dragons are ugly debate? Is that a debate? That it's not one that I've heard. I mean, like, are we talking Warcraft dragons? Because Warcraft dragons are not ugly. Exhibit A, Alexstrasza. Exhibit B, Ysera. The Dragonflight ones? What, like Razagath? Yeah, Razagath is ugly as hell. You think the Titans brought order to this world? No! They shackled it. What they could not control, they imprisoned. Just as the Axefax did to us. Yeah, fuck Razagath. You're on Team Ysera? Yeah. For like the traditional dragons? Please direct me to the person calling them ugly. Because they clearly have clouded eyesight. Oh, the playable race? Oh yeah, Drakthi are ugly as shit. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, Drakthi are ugly as hell. I mean, it doesn't help that they have terrible transmog options, but... Yeah. I think there should be a lot of cheetah spawns as I go further south. Like, there should be some down there. You like Drakthir? If you'd roll another class, you'd make it one. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate Drakthir a lot. It is a lot of the transmog stuff. It's that they just have no transmog options. It really sucks. Oh, hey, Cheetah Cub. Time to die. Not rare. You hated them at first, but they grew on you? You think they're fine now? Yeah. I don't hate them as much as a lot of people seem to hate Drakthir. But also, like, when all of my Drakthir are based on the Total War Warhammer dragons. So, like, my Evoker is Miao Ying, and I have a Xiao Ming. And I like those just because I like the Warhammer characters, so, you know. That makes it easier to not hate them, but, I'm not the biggest Drakthir fan. The racial ability to, like, you know, have permanent double jump glide is pretty good. I also generally like Demon Hunter, so. They'll just say she can put you to sleep anytime. Oh boy. Your wing flap is good in M+. Oh, like the CC knockback? Yeah. Yeah, their racials are generally just pretty good across the board. They have, like, what, flat mastery? They have a CC ability. They have technically slightly faster forward movement by just doing glide hopping. They have glide permanently. So they're able to do things like the Galliwix bomb deposit on Mythic. Yeah, they're pretty stacked in terms of racials. Yeah, longer CV than Evoker, but still, as a just free racial ability, definitely very powerful. Very, very, very powerful. Can I get up to where Humar the Pride Lord is? Not sure if this connects. Maybe shimmy up the cliff. Nice. Not the pet version. Are Cheetah Cubs. There should be some more in that direction that I can check. I'd imagine there's probably some Cheetah Cubs this way that I want to scout. Thorn. Your human form is top tier. That's solid. It's not my favorite. I think one of the things that annoys me is, like, you have to have some sort of scales on your human form. I don't like that. I mean, personally, I think it's just always been kind of a really stupid cop-out why you're not able to just pick your visage, period. Like, why can't you just choose any race as your visage? I don't really see how hard that would be to implement. Just give people any sort of race character customization. If you want to be, like, really pedantic about it, Blizzard could also just restrict it to your faction. So, like, yeah, okay, you can't have, like, a Goblin Visage as an Alliance player. Personally, I don't really think that would matter at all, but, yeah, whatever. But I've always felt that was really silly. Oh, Cheetah Cub. there. No other cheetah cubs. No rare still. Level 5, okay. Clockwork Gnome. I feel like I need to check some spots that don't look like they would have cheetah cubs, because I think they are still spawning on, like, their old locations. Despite the Korkron change stuff. Should definitely be some closer to the crossroads. I'll loop back around, and then I think what I'm going to do is head up here, head down to Wailing Caverns, check this area, then head over to Stagnant Oasis, check this area for Emerald Boas, and then check for cheetah cubs in this section. And if I don't find anything after completing that loop, then I switch to my high-level character and just run all over the place and mass murder the local population until I find the rare pet, and then we move on. Surely there's a cheetah cub under this tree. Oh, come on, man. Dogs. That, yeah, that's a cheetah cub. Okay. I'm in. What does this do again? No real point in doing that. Or at least a regular attack. For Stone Rush, it would do it. Human form nasty. You didn't imagine pet battling loving would involve hunting, looking for pets to battle? Well, yeah, that's the goal. Like, I mean, think about it this way. If I were just leveling entirely, like, only pet battle XP the entire way, that would be the most, like, ridiculous, stupid, insane bullshit ever. Like I said, I don't do challenges just for, like, the sake of it. The reason I'm doing this is because it's not like I am only doing pet battles to level from 1 to 85. It is, I am leveling as I do pet battle stuff. And the main thing that I need to do is I would like to collect every single wild pet. So I'm just going to go through each leveling zone as I'm reaching that level, and I'm going to 100% the zone. 'Tis the plan. every rare pet. Because I want to do that. So, like, I could go on my max level character, and if I don't find a rare spawn pet, then I'll check on my max level character, see if I can find it. On a different server, that is. But I will at least exhaust my current server, my leveling server, until I resort to doing that. I think Emerald Boa probably also has a slower respawn rate. Head out here, we'll check the final few locations for Cheetah Cub, and then I will check Anji. I think Northwatch Keep is an Alliance town in Cataclysm. I've never done the Alliance quests in Southern Barrens, so hard to say. Ah, shit. I think there should be some Cheetah Cubs around... Yeah, this is the level 30 area. Should be some more Cheetah Cubs around this general area. I don't know if there's any down by the shore. I don't think there would be. But I'm hoping to find at least one more in this little area, because there's a bunch of the little cheetah trees. Prairie dog. Definitely cheetahs here. Another prairie dog. Early. One more, come on. Adder. Adder. Nope. Let me check my alt on a different server. Storia Aranicus. Let's fly. Check the cheetah locations first. Yeah, it's a prairie dog. This is a potential spawn point, but nothing there. That is Adder, Prairie Dog. Looking for the snakes. Frog. Yeah, I'm not too concerned. If I don't find the Emerald Boa, it's fine. That one's not that big of a deal. Especially because the Emerald Boa I could get at a higher level in a different zone. So it's not that big of a deal if I don't find it. Cheetah Cub I need to find, though. So spawn points around here. There's a Cheetah Cub. I meant to hit Devastate, curse my stupid fingers. With my luck, that was the rare one. Fuck. Okay, Cheetah Cub. Alright. No Thunderclap this time. Alright. Now you can die. Let's check the other spawn locations. Also, I think I'm gonna finish Barons, and then I'll probably call it for this particular stream. I don't know how much of this specifically I'll stream. We'll play it by ear, I think. I'll probably chip away at this a little bit off stream. Because, like, you know, if I'm sitting here watching Netflix or something, obviously this is, like, prime, you know, watching Netflix leveling material. I'm sure there'll be... Yes! Ha ha ha! Okay, that did not take long at all. This character is fucking blessed. Okay, I cannot overkill it. I think if this doesn't crit... Ooh, that's awkward. Because of the reduced damage. That's fine. Don't crit. Nice. Perfect. Trap failed. We're gonna switch to the Elementium Geode. Nice! Forgot how important finding rare blue pets was in early pet battle history? Yeah. Yeah, these days it's like piss easy to get pet battle upgrade stones. Not so much at this point in time. Yeah, it is not easy. I definitely want to keep that as a favorite. Cool. Yeah, even though you can get upgrade stones, especially outside of Pandaria, it's going to be really rough. So, like, at this early stage, I need every bit that I can get. But... yeah, it's, like, technically speaking, you don't need to get rares. But, you know, I'm a perfectionist, right? If I'm gonna invest time into leveling these pets, I would want them to already be the best they can be, and not have to use a stone later on and then partially re-level them. Because that's another thing that they have changed. When you use a stone on a pet, it actually de-levels them slightly. So if you upgrade a pet, it becomes weaker. So yeah, it is... Oh, nice. There's an Emerald Boa. very costly. Have I seen your data for Azeroth pet collection? Every single one is blue? Yeah, fair enough. It is really satisfying. Yeah, I think what I probably will do over time, like for some of these later pets, I'll probably settle for like uncommon. If it's a crappy pet. Like Cheetah Cub I really wanted. So I definitely wanted that one at blue. And for any pet that I actually really want to use, definitely going to get it at blue. Actually, I didn't even notice this little cluster here. This, does this have Cheetah Cubs? Actually, this is a Raptor area. Okay, yeah, probably no Cheetah Cubs then. Check for Emerald Boas. If I don't find it, I don't find it. Okay, there's 2. Remember trying to find the Infernal Pet in Felwood? Yeah. Oh, shit! I started the battle, then read your message in chat, looked back up. It's just that easy. Okay, I need to make sure I don't fuck this up. Okay, maybe I did not expect that to be so fast. Maybe I actually do the next zone, too. As I said, Barons only, but that was easy. Alright. Sure. That is Northern Barons done. Yeah. Yeah, I think for some of the later pets, the ones that are like just generic, like, you know, brown spotted fucker snake, like, those ones, I don't really care. I'll probably just get it in my collection and then move on. But if it's one that I actually want, I would like to get it rare. Alright, back to the actual leveling character. Brown spotted fucker snake goes on. There's not a vanilla classic server anymore. There is a vanilla classic server, yeah. Yeah, there's Era. And there's Anniversary. And then, yeah, TBC Classic there is not, but the Anniversary servers have already been confirmed that they will eventually progress into, in the TBC. Should consider getting all the things from Mop, but set it to only find pets. I'll look into it, yeah. I'm not going to set that up right now, but I'll try to remember. I generally don't use all the things, but I actually have been collecting quite a lot of shit in Mop Classic, so might be worth it. Let's go knock out Dagger the Fierce, and that should be good. I guess, where do I go next? There's like 2 different options, right? I could head up north into Ashenvale, or I could do the other low-level zones. I think, let's look. What do I still need? So, Ashenvale. Ashenvale has a bunch. What about Ashara? Oh, goodness. There's a lot in Ashara. Is there another easy zone that I can knock out? Stone Talent. No, Stone Talent has a fuckload as well. Tears Fall. Tearsfall has a shitload too. Eversong Woods. Okay, Eversong Woods is doable. Yeah, most of the Eversong Woods ones are like super duper common. So the main one that I would need to get is Ruby Sapling. And then Cat is in lots of places. What about Silver Moon? Are there any... Yeah, so these are in Silver Moon. What about Ghostlands? There is Spirit Crab. That's on the island, I think. And most of these are super common. Larva. Okay. So Larva and Spirit Crab. I think I'll do that next. It has more features in Moth than retail does because the main creator prefers playing Classic. Oh, interesting. That's pretty cool. Alright. Dagra is primarily beasts. So, what do I have for mechanical? Oh. Right. I am about to fuck her shit up. Oh, it's critters. Okay. That was one side.
Greetings. Go with honor.
Annalyn. Where's Annalyn? Is that one of these? It's Annalyn again. No, because it's in the same general area. It should probably tell me. Oh, Ashenvale. Right, yeah. Yep. Finally got pet battle bandages. That's good.
I got the best deals anywhere.
Alright. Let's do the Blood Elf Fairy. I'll also check for Lost of Lordaeron as I pass through. I think the Undercity Zeppelin's about to leave, fortunately. How many pets are in Silverpine? Silverpine. Are there any unique Silverpine pets? Infected Squirrel is a niche one. I probably don't make that in time. Maybe? Problem is I can't really roll up here. Ah, fuck. Yeah. Blighted Squirrel is unique. Lofty Librum. This is actually one of my I use this one fairly often in retail. Infested bear cub. Red-tailed chipmunk is a fairly rare one. Obviously, I'll have to do the DBZ questline. Snowshoe hare? There's a handful of pets only in Hillsbrad. Undercity. Okay. What else could I do right now? Oh, Gilneas? Oh. Gilneas. Alright. Not many pets there, surprisingly. I guess there's the Alliance zones, too. Could go there. Darkshore. Darkshore Cub. This is my go-to bear pet in retail. And it has the same moveset as a lot of other stuff. That one's only Darkshore. It's an Alliance quest. Wrathy Highlands. That's unique to Wrathy. Tiny Twister, that one I always liked. Yeah, Wrathy doesn't have too many. Wetlands, how about that? Black Rats. Mountain Skunk. That's a unique one, the Wetlands. It's interesting that most zones have at least one unique pet. Did Well-Connected Friend get nerfed? I don't think so. Not to my knowledge. Yeah, that's unique to Lockwood On. It does seem like pretty much every single zone has at least one unique pet. Does Durotar have any unique pets? Can't remember. Yeah, I guess Spiny Lizard technically is unique to Durotar. Elwyn Forest. Black Lamb. Yep. Westfall. Tiny Harvester. Duskwood. Dusk Spiderling. You generally found 11s harder than you described them, but Well-Connected Friend is completely free. I mean, as long as you CC him properly, he's actually not that hard. The problem is, if you don't get the first CC, he, like, snowballs really quickly. And especially with, like, early gear levels, it can be very hard to kill him fast enough before he gets the cast off. He's free on Mage, yeah. Chain Poly, oh yeah, that's good. I never even thought of that. Western, Blighthawk. Eastern Legolands. Festering Maggot. Scarlet. Enclave. Yeah, there is a unique pet in every zone. Jade Oozling, I know, is Hinterlands only. That's pretty cool. I actually never knew that. That there is actually a pet that you can only get in literally every single zone. Yeah, I mean, this one I know, Lost of Lordaeron, you can only get here. What would... Stun Moreau. Irradiated Roach, yeah. And Snow Cub. And Twilight Highlands. Bunch of Highlands stuff. But yeah, and then there's that one. There's a lot of unique Twilight Highlands pets. Holy shit. Badlands, Searing Gorge, Burning Steppes. Badlands. King Snake? Yeah, that's unique. Searing Gorge, Ash Spiderling. Yep. And Molten Hatchling. Steps. It's a quest. Yeah, Lava Beetle. Red Ridge. Deadwind. Well, Deadwind has Arcane Eye. That one I already know. Red Ridge Swamp. I'll just double check Deadwind. It's... yeah, Arcane Eye. Oh, and Restless Shadeling. Yeah. Deadwind has some good ones. Both of those are very good pets. Fledgling Buzzard. Okay. Swamp of Sorrows. Swamp. Oh, that's Isle of Thunder. Swamp Moth. That's Swamp of Sorrows. And Blasted Lands and Northern and Southern Stranglethorn. Scorpling. Yeah, some of these are a stretch. Panther Cub, that's a pet, a quest pet. Northern Stranglethorn. Or, Giraffe Calf is the Southern Barrens one. Ghost. Stranglethorn. Cape of Stranglethorn, that's what it's called, right. I know you're not doing Collector's Bounty, but it's really surprising how many people are in Shadowlands. That's pretty cool, yeah. It's definitely nice that it's getting people out into, like, older zones. And yeah, I don't know, there's, like, not really that much in retail I really care enough to collect at this point. I've gotten all the main stuff that I really care about. Alright, here. I don't need to level any pets. So I'm gonna do the same thing that I did on my main, and we're just gonna do some good old-fashioned murder. I'll check all the pets, see if there's any rares. If there's not, we blast them. Check this bat. Hey, okay, nice. Fortunately, all of these pets I've chosen are high level, but that actually works out really well. Boom. Alright, that's over and done with. One more. Don't need bats. Oh, lost the Lordaeron. Oh, it's over there. Okay. It might also be in the tunnel, I guess. I figure I may as well get this pet while I'm passing through, right? Lost of Lordaeron, if I recall, is also not that bad. It's like a pretty standard ghost pet, but There's not that many, like, super powerful undead pets, so you take what you can get. You never CC'd him, you're just DPSing with healers? Interesting. Maybe they did nerf his health. I don't know. I wonder if they spawn... Gonna look... This little cubby area. They spawn, like, out here? I don't know where that Lost of Lordaeron is. It looks like it's clipped into the wall. But they definitely spawn out in the, like, scenic section of Ruins of Lordaeron, so... Oh. Wait, Blizzard forgot to take out the Kor'kron Overseers from this area. Huh. That's funny. Yeah, because in early versions of the MOP beta, they had, like, all of the Siege of Orgrimmar mobs already set up. And then they removed it later on. Okay, this is, I think, the one that I was looking at. They removed it later, but it looks like they forgot to take out the ones in the Ruins of Undercity. Just because, like, who goes here? I mean, frankly, I didn't even know that there were Kor'kron guards in this section of the city. Nobody literally ever goes here. Kind of cool, though. I make this a little hot. Ooh, hell yeah. Let me switch also to lower level pets so that I can actually reasonably kill them. You go there? The Kor'kron might be the ones from the Wrathgate? No, they're level 90. It is a pretty cool area, I'll give you that. See the Undercity rats down below. Why am I in combat? All the guards get raised to the expansion level cap, and those have the old armor. Possibly? You have to remember, though, they did replace the Undercity guards. That is like a Siege of Orgrimmar thing. Ah, yes, there it is. So... Yeah, it does look like most of them have old armor. I don't know for sure, though. Because at the same time, I vaguely remember that being what the Corcoran guards looked like. But I don't remember that much. But I do know for a fact that in MOP, they did replace the Undercity guards with the Corcoran guys. Nice, first try. This guy definitely gets favorited. That's, yeah, pretty good abilities, so favorite. Let me go down to the Undercity and get the Undercity rat while I'm here. Oh my god, people. Actually curious. Other than these guys, how many other people? Yeah. This is the entire server. Literally, 3/5 of the entire server just met randomly at Undercity. It's actually pretty funny. The odds of that encounter were not high. And one of the other dudes is farming TLPD, as is tradition. Alright, where are Undercity rats? I think I'm gonna get this pet. Oh, there's also Maggot. Okay, so there's a few different pets. I'm gonna get these, and then I'm probably gonna stop for today. Maybe I need to play the lottery tonight? Perhaps. Because, my guild is doing a Dragon Soul raid leader tonight, and I have not slept, so I'm gonna take a nap, and then I'll be ready to go for that. I also need to transfer my Blood Decay, because they need it for the run today. My Blood Decay is, I think mostly ready, but there's also, one or two small things I'd like to get done on that. Am I streaming the raid? I'll think about it. We'll see how I'm feeling. I'll give it a solid maybe. If I'm feeling like shit, if I wake up and I feel like garbage, then probably not. But if I'm feeling alright, then yeah, sure, I'll stream the raid. It's not going to be, the cleanest Dragon Soul ever, but we are going to try to full clear Heroic. We did everything but Spine last week, but also we didn't really attempt Spine at all. Everything was pretty easy, but then we got to Spine, and then a bunch of people are like, oh, we definitely can't do this, it's gonna be too hard, but then I really think we could have. We just didn't really try. Drank 5 pots of coffee and you should be fine. Oh yeah. To be fair though, I've desensitized myself to coffee at this point. I like coffee, but it doesn't have quite the same effect. Hate coffee and sushi. I feel like those are two very different things. Because I'm also not a big sushi sushi person, but I love coffee. Undercity's the best city. Undercity's definitely a vibe. I don't dislike it. I don't think it's the best city, though. I'll be honest. Best classic city, or, well, best classic Horde city is Thunderbluff. And I'm going to be honest, if you disagree with that, you're just wrong. Thunderbluff Biss. Ironforge is kind of the undisputed, like, best classic city. Period. It's really hard to top Ironforge. But I love Thunderbluff. We had 4 level 60 Tarns in vanilla. Fuck Ironforge. I mean, I'm a Horde main at the end of the day. I definitely prefer Horde cities, but Ironforge, I gotta say, like, that city's so fucking cozy. It's really, really hard to beat Ironforge. Not a sushi person, you're unsubbing. Joke's on you, you're not even subbed. Ah, gotcha there. From South Louisiana, you eat normal seafood? Yeah, it's... I mean, I'm sure this will be a slightly controversial opinion. I've just never been a seafood person in general. I don't, like, hate it. But it's just never been my favorite. And, like, my sister loves seafood, so... I've tried it, because there's been a lot of times where we go to seafood places, and she's like, oh yeah, the seafood place is amazing, and I'm just like, yeah. Sushi is technically seafood, but you don't put it in the same category? Let's see. To each their own? Exactly, yeah. To each their own. This face seafood nasty. I don't know if I'd say it's nasty. Like I said, I don't hate it. It's just never been my thing. And that said, you know, my sister balances it out because she also knows like a bunch of super fancy like gourmet cupcake and cookie places. So my sister is just, you know, super knowledgeable about fancy food options just in general. None of these are rare. Come on. That area is obstructed. Oh, come on. Round 2 uneven. I just want, like, one blue pet. I'd settle with that. Any of these are blue. Ah. You're currently working in Nebraska, but between Iowa and Nebraska the last 2 years, you miss your Cajun food every damn day. You go home maybe twice a year. And when you do, you just go balls deep on the food. Yeah. I can imagine just in general, you know, missing the type of food that you eat at home. I definitely feel that. I don't know. Does New Jersey have like a special type of food? Hot dogs, I guess. We have damn good hot dogs. That's maybe it. It's like super iconic. I guess we have a lot of waffle places. I think I've exterminated the entirety of the Undercity. Not seeing any other pets. Oh, there's one more. A few have respawns. Ah. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna check that last Undercity rat, and anything else in that quadrant, if it's active, I will check it. But after that, I think we'll call it, because as we know, with the whole Harpy Youngling fiasco, sometimes the game just does not want to give you a rare pet, and you can be here for a long fucking time. Come on. Ah. Check the rest of this quadrant. I don't know. Can pets spawn in this area? Not seeing any, unless they can spawn like in the sewers up above. None are appearing on my tracker. I'll go grab some food and probably knock out the rest of Undercity. It's just doing a loop, trying to get the stupid roaches and rats and stuff. Midwesterners love their salt, no other seasoning, just freaking salt. Next one will be rare, I believe. Unlucky. Yeah, some of these can be really, 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 really annoying to get. We'll see. Like, this kind of falls into the category of, like... What did I call it? The fucking stupid snake. Of, like, not really caring too much about whether they're rare or not. I'll see. I think at this point I have enough good pets. And there's definitely some good pets left to go to where I will try to get those rare. That I think we're safely in the area of, like, I have at least one good pet for each family. So if there's, like, some... Like, Lost of Lordaeron, I definitely want it as rare. But, like, Undercity Rat and stuff... Here, I'll check this one. You know, it's just another generic rat, and rats aren't even, like, that good. So... But yeah, like, you know what? It's uncommon. Fuck it. It doesn't have any special abilities, right? I think it's literally just a rat with a fancy name. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a standard set of rat abilities. We'll just knock this out. I'll take uncommon. Like, I'll settle for that. Anything below that, nah, fuck that. But uncommon, yeah, sure. I just need to not kill it. Oh, close. Nice. Because if I'm not actually going to use it, then the rarity doesn't actually matter. It only really matters if I'm trying to, Oh wait, that's actually... There's an achievement for uncommon pets. So... Is there an achievement for the rest? Do I need to tame, like, a poor quality pet or something? I guess we'll see. But yeah. I'll figure that out. I'm probably gonna, like I said, make food. I'll knock out the rest of Undercity, and then I'll see if I do more of this later. TBD. But yeah, anyways, good stream. 7 hours. For a pet battling stream? It's actually crazy how much time flies. I felt like I barely streamed. 7 hours is actually pretty good. It's funny how, like, I actually felt more engaged doing this than, like, a traditional leveling run, just because this is novel. It's something new and different, which was, you know, kind of fun. So, yeah, I probably will do more of this. I kind of enjoyed this. So, yeah, we'll see. But anyways, oh, shit. I accidentally clicked the pinned message, so there you go. That last message, you get to have that pinned. Goose Comics. It's kind of nice to just have a session where you turn your brain off and just grinds. For sure. That was, that definitely was a pretty, you know, chill 7 hours. But yeah, anyways, thanks you guys for watching, and I will maybe stream later tonight for the Dragon Soul Guild Raid. We'll see. TBD. But yeah, thanks for watching, and I will see you then